fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the Oh, that was, no, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I, son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Shoulda mentioned your name when Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm printing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the prop.
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing.
Oh shit!
Really fucking shitty to me.
Oh Jesus, fuck.
Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide.
His sister drank his balls.
By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up? God damn. I am so confused right now. I have a serious problem. No, it's not that I'm fat. That's always a problem. But right now I have a severe and serious problem that I'm going to need your help trying to sort out. So I'm willing to take any input I can get on this one. Because you see, today, I've been getting a very strange feeling. Actually, not today. It's been the entire week. This is how much Guild Wars 2 has fucked me up. No, it doesn't have to do with my hair, Jarek Dan. That left a long time ago. And it's never coming back because I'm not going to end up in an ice bath in Turkey with a missing kidney. The problem I have is that now I'm doing like a write-up of everything that I went through playing Heart of Thorns Guild Wars 2. And I think last time I didn't explain it properly. And that's why like some people were mad, right? About what I was saying, about me missing all the content and shit. What up, Roadwalk? This is the best way I can think to describe this. The way I'm going to play Guild Wars 2 on stream, I think I'm going to play it like this. I'm going to be playing Guild Wars 2 like this. This the image I have in my head. So anyone who's had any degree of, knows any degree of mathematics, right? Let's say this is the continuum of the game Guild Wars 2. Right? The way I'm playing it on stream is I'm playing a small derivative of the game. Mostly because I think this is the most interesting content for people to watch me play. And the most depressing because I'm still mourning the death of Air. How dare they take my fucking 10-foot tall mommy from me? Those bastards. Those rat fucks. What up, Plague? How you doing? Look more bald every day. Well, thank you. One day, you know what? One day you won't even see me. The light from behind my monitor is just going to be a shining reflection of my dome. That's the ultimate achievement, is getting to that point. And also, Jarek, I kind of screwed you over. I forgot to talk about the stuff, the crypto stuff you wanted. So, you know, fuck it, we'll do that now as well. Right? But first, when I'm looking at Guild Wars 2 and playing it on stream, I'm trying to do all the interesting stuff on stream. All the unique, fun, and cool stuff. And I'm like, this week, I'm spending some time writing out all my bullet points. And it's left me with such a fucked up feeling. And do you know what it is? I realized this week that every single other video game feels like, you know, when you open the fridge and there's food in the fridge, but you feel like there's nothing to eat. What's up, monkey? I don't know if you've ever had that feeling before. And I know this is a me problem. Purely femboy or mango? Mango. Fuck femboys. They're just dudes in dresses. The problem I see currently when I'm not playing Guild Wars 2, because fuck, I've had dreams about Guild Wars 2. Unfortunately, none about Air yet, but if I keep obsessing eventually, yes. Though my current goal with Guild Wars 2 is to get my wife to cosplay Air. I will grind her down to that point. But this is how I feel about gaming currently in the modern day. I don't see any new MMORPGs that are worthy of anyone's time. And I'm such a cynical fuck that I know it's a me problem. But at the same time, I've seen so many people saying the exact same thing. I never thought Guild Wars 2 or any MMO are made for streaming. Lazarus, and that's exactly why they're good games to play while streaming. None of those games were made for streaming. They were made to be good games. At least the old MMOs. But can you tell me, any of you, can you tell me one good MMORPG that's come out in the last 5 years that matches up to World of Warcraft, Old School RuneScape, Guild Wars 2, Black Desert Online, any of them? Because I keep fucking seeing games being released for MMOs. And they're all those games suck, to be honest. Well, they suck less than anything that's been released recently. The League of Legends MMO. Yeah, when I'm an old man and I'm 70 years old and my beard is down to my nutsack. Yeah. Icaradius, you calling it a wasteland of garbage shit, I want you to know you're wrong about nothing. And that's the problem. Albion, I've burned myself out on Albion. Grinding that fucking game out non-stop. Getting Benji to teach me how to fuck with people. which was super fun. I loved Rift. Rift was great back in the day. Now it's kind of a cash shop shit show. I do not see where the MMORPG genre goes from here. And so I'm still catching up on all the videos in the Discord. And also Sawman's out here making bangers again that I wanted to watch. So we're going to take a look at some of those videos. But I'm noticing a trend. And it's really fucking scary, actually. I'm going to show you what I mean. Right, so if we... God damn it, I've got to fix this so that it fucking pops up with YouTube, not that goddamn short. That short's such overinflated views because of that bullshit. If I do this... What do we got? Old MMOs. Non-stop. What is Josh Strife Hayes playing? Old MMOs. Second suggestion. The Fall of Lineage. Boys, I'm starting to think that the MMORPG genre is dead. I said before it was dormant, and that there's a bunch of people who are desperate for a new MMO. And I'm not seeing one. Dune was pretending to be an MMO and wasn't one. It just used the title. Chrono Odyssey is like Temu New World. What the fuck happened to MMORPGs, man? It's made me sad internally. Question is, what does a new MMORPG have to offer? That's the problem. It has microtransactions to offer. It has microtransactions, and new MMOs are just straight up remasters of old MMOs. It hurts me to think about where the MMORPG genre is. No, hold on. Getting a phone call. 1 second. It's my wife just worrying about our current situation. Now, I fucking hate lawyers. That's another thing. Maybe that's what's actually put me in this depressive mood. Is I fucking hate dealing with legal shit. It's the worst thing in the world. It's such a burn of mental energy. But I don't see any new MMORPGs. If I do this and I just type in MMORPG into YouTube. This is the video I wanted to watch from Sawman. Best MMOs to play by Fextra Life. Ugh. Ugh. Whatever comes, I don't want PvP in an MMO. Stop sucking up our content development dollars, you CSGO simps. I think you can have PvP in an MMO, but I don't think you can make it a primary focus in any MMO because, weirdly enough, MMO players like shitting on each other and working together to shit on each other later. They don't like fighting each other because their egos are too delicate to handle the idea that they might lose. Too much cash shop, pay to win mechanics have to be put into them as well. Now, I've been in such a strange place because while dealing with lawyers, I've been fucking fantasizing about what the ideal MMORPG would look like. And I'm still thinking about this. This is still like a fetus of an idea. But what scares the fuck out of me is I don't see it. It gives the overwhelming feeling of, I've seen this movie before. Exactly. That's the thing. Is like, if you step outside of the nostalgia, all MMORPGs tend to operate within the same kind of system. And when they do something different, they don't do it different in the right way. They do something different in a way that you're like, this is fucking weird, suboptimal, and doesn't feel good to play. I'm gonna type something for getting that message out. The best thing that came out in role-playing was ArenaNet's concept of living world and dynamic events. Dynamic events were fantastic. As a WoW player who'd been playing WoW for so long, it was so nice to see quests that felt deeply integrated into the world around you. But what more is that? Where's the step above that? The indie games have been such an influx of games that we do get a gem in between that game and not money first, but MMORPGs require upkeep. The problem is, I think in MMORPGs, they've convinced us all that they need to have microtransactions to survive, but they don't. Because the heyday of MMORPGs was when you paid a fucking subscription for a reasonable play a game on a monthly basis. And then just enjoy yourself. I would be happier doing that than ever paying for microtransactions. If you look at splitification, that is a testament to people want to play with each other, no pun intended. MMOs are just offering a boring value proposition. Again, you're not wrong. And like, it's so concerning. MMOs used to be such an important thing. The step above that is the dynamic events. The meta events. Well, the meta events are the same as the dynamic world events. I wouldn't class them as a step above it. Just the same thing on a larger and wider scale. And I say this having started playing Guild Wars 2 on an alt account now. And starting to go into Heart of Thorns again. I hate the subscription thing though. I think you have to make some level of deal with the devil for a live service game. And if I'm picking between a subscription where I know that it's a level playing field versus a bunch of shitty microtransactions in a game, I think every single time without fail, I'll pick the subscriptions. The problem with the WoW subscription isn't the subscription, it's all the predatory shit strapped to that. And it's the fact that the game sucks. The story's a fucking mess. Khadgar's in a purple wheelchair. There's some one-armed black woman with a shield that's been sticky taped to her arm. I think MMOs feel scripted. It needs to be organic, evolving, changing, and alive. That's the frontier. I think Ashes is the closest to offering that. I think Ashes might be the closest to offering that, but the individual single gameplay falls so far short of that it's not good enough to match up to that, because you need the single player to match up to the multiplayer aspects a lot of the time. And I don't know where to go with this. That's what scares me. So, because I screwed Jarek Dan over last time, and I didn't show him this, right? And he didn't ask. I'm going to do this for you now, right? So, I've been doing a little bit of work, and I can show this. I got permission to show this. I did something super risky that would have the average human being probably shitting violently over what I've done here, right? This is adjacent. This is not MMORPG stuff. This is for Jarek Dan, because he asked about crypto stuff, right? There's a bunch of money locked away in a wallet that I can't touch and I can't withdraw into a bank account in my country, or my country just steals fucking 70% of it. There's such a big number of it that I see no value. I see no reason whatsoever to withdraw it. So it just sits there. So what I did was I took out a crypto loan because I was testing a narrative thing. This is specifically for you, Jarek. I collateralized my crypto, and I've been using the APIs on a bunch of price sites and recording the values whenever I can. Obviously, I had a few errors in a few days that I had to fix. Right? I've been sitting on this loan since May. And it's been in the red for so fucking long. Holy shit, it's been in the red for so long. And so, Jarek Dan, you asked, what do you buy in crypto? Based on the current mechanism of how crypto works, this is what you want to do. Not financial advice. Okay, I shouldn't say this is what you want to do. I'm saying this is what I've done, right? You got Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a wave. It goes up and it restabilizes. The thing that follows is Ethereum. And then the thing that follows that is the alts. Currently, Bitcoin's gone up and it's starting to restabilize. Ethereum's going to move next and then alts. Alts, I wouldn't tell anyone who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing to touch, because you see this red here? You see all that red? That's alts. This is me doing back testing for what is more important. Blue chip dominance or narrative. And guess what? Blue chip dominance wins like a motherfucker. So Jarek Dan, you wanted to know where you put your money? Ethereum. Crypto's a scam, take the loss, walk away. I work in crypto, Echo Radius, and I've been making money off of crypto for the last 10 fucking years of my life. And I started with nothing. So I know it's not a scam. But the problem is when you say crypto's a scam, you are still objectively correct, because 99% of everything in the space is a scam. Right? This $400 is the profit I've made currently. This is the loss. So if I just did this, hey, guess what? It's still at zero. This is my testing. Now, my actual crypto investments, not my testing, I'm severely in profit, which is very nice. And I've been doing crypto since 2016. So I've learned my lessons. I know how to do this investment shit properly. I've been pulling money out of it whenever I could. I've had to pay massive taxes on it. It fucking sucks. The scam is when you put it back in your bank account and then you have to pay taxes on it. That's where the scam is. Are you aware that you don't need to use alts to get more footage for story and stuff? Yes, I am. I am aware of that. I do have a reason for using alts, though. I want to leave my character exactly where he is. And when I start playing Guild Wars 2 next week, I'm going to do the same thing for Path of Fire that I did for Heart of Thorns, where I spend a day going through like all the hype that led up to Path of Fire, not Path of Thorns. Crypto is a scam. I have $500. You know what I really love about the whole it's a scam thing? Is that people think... Look, there's two ways to treat it. You can treat it like it's a casino, or you have to spend an exceptional amount of time treating it like it's a job. If you don't spend an exceptional amount of time treating it like it's a job, don't fucking touch the stuff. Because you're going to get fucked. I've spent thousands of hours at this point figuring this shit out. This, right here, is for a video that I'm working on for my boss. Because he wants to do a video on what's more important in the market, dominance or narrative. And dominance just kills it. It's that simple. Crypto's the same as stocks. It's all just gambling, nothing against it. It's just that the house always wins. Funnily enough, so man, it is like gambling, but it's kind of like playing poker. If you know how to count the cards, you're going to be okay. Don't forget Season 3 is before Path of Fire. That's right. I nearly forgot about Living World Season 3. You know, next week's going to be Living World Season 3. Then I'll do the hype build up for Path of Fire. You need to research the stock before you invest the stock. Yeah, but still, like, think about it this way. Equities, crypto, anything. You can have something that does all the right things and still fail. Wait, Solana. No, fuck Solana. Solana's the scam crypto this time around, where a bunch of people who are pushing some fucking narrative are doing their best to post a bunch of bullshit online to steal as much money as possible. So this wave around, I know not to touch anything in Solana. It's that simple. Because it's cheaper for them to pull scams on Solana than it is Ethereum. I think people always just jump into things that make money, though. Look at all these middle-aged men collecting Pokemon cards. Absolutely. Absolutely. People are so fucking greedy. They can't see the forest through the trees. They can't understand, and they don't do research. They get very emotional. So is AI being built into any crypto? Yes. There's plenty of AI that's being built into crypto, Jarek Dan, but there's plenty of crypto that is using the word AI, has fucking nothing to do with it, and is an outright scam. So it shouldn't be touched. The AI narrative. So think about it this way. Okay, I made a lot of okay, I'm gonna make this simple, right? This is something I had to pay so much fucking tax on, and I still walked away in profit. My biggest profits are in the market I would never tell anyone else to touch. In the no fucking thanks category. NFTs. And also gaming. And this is why I would tell no one to touch these, right? Is because I knew how this cycle worked, because I'd spent about 5 to 7 years studying how this fucking cycle works. I got in, I knew it was bullshit, and I knew exactly when the peak was gonna hit. I saw the peak and I got the fuck out. This is the land you had, yes. This is the land I had. This was the game Illuvium, right? I did the same with gaming and crypto. I made my money and I got the fuck out, because I knew whoever was going to be sitting in there using pure belief was a fucking retard. And they were going to get fucked. They were going to get fucked so hard. So I stole a bunch of money from a bunch of retards in NFTs, and I basically rinsed a whole bunch of retards who were investing into gaming stuff in crypto, walked away in profit, knew it was bullshit, and then watched a bunch of people screaming their fucking heads off that they lost everything. Funniest shit ever. It was hilarious. Did they receive frog pics though? So they're probably okay. Oh, that's true. I mean, when you've spent as much money on a house as you have a PNG, at least you've got the pretty picture. Oh wait, no, you don't have the picture, because when the project closes down, it turns out you didn't own the picture. They just linked it to a server in the back rooms. And when that server shut down because they sold the server off to someone else, you no longer get to look at your picture. So you open that NFT today and you're looking at it and it just says picture not available. Which is even better. It's beautiful. They paid for their emotions. All the dumbass Instagram drug dealers I know got big into NFTs when they first came around and got burned big time. Yes, and they deserved it because they had no fucking idea what they were doing, Super Sploof. This is not a market for people who are emotional. This is not a market for people who are going to sit there in their feelings and get lost in belief like it's a fucking, like it's a religion. All of those people got fucked. Every single one of them. The only things that have significant value whatsoever probably in the crypto market is Bitcoin and Ethereum. And that's because Bitcoin is now part of the US Federal Reserve. And it's also a bunch of derivatives are now being put up by like the biggest investment companies on planet Earth, and they will keep that shit going. The same things happened with Ethereum, right? Where they're opening up a bunch of ETFs for people to buy and pay for. And what they're going to try and do is that Bitcoin is basically, it's meant to be a store of value, right? But if you've got any form of crypto, the point that all these people have, like Vanguard, BlackRock, and the reason they're investing into it is they don't want you to buy and hold the actual thing. What they want you to do is they want you to trade the derivatives market that they would own, which means they get to take a fee on everything that you do in the market. They don't want you buying this. They want you buying their derivative. And do you know what that looks and sounds like? Hey, anyone remember 2008? Anyone remember credit default swaps? Anyone remember what happened to the housing market? There's your derivatives. It's gonna go right the fuck back there. It's going right back there. These derivative markets are going to destroy these markets eventually. And if you don't know what you're doing, don't fucking invest in it. Because these pieces of shit now control the market. And they will rinse you of everything you have. I was 11. Well, Super Sploof, I know that's real rough on you, that you should have been out there buying property from recently homeless people instead of being in school. But, you know, we all make mistakes. And ETFs is how they manipulate the price of gold too. Absolutely, Eggplanter. Do you want to know something fucked up I know about the gold markets? Because, look, I've studied investments, equities, stocks, all of that since I was about 18 years old, right? There is more gold traded, paper gold, not real gold, paper gold traded in the derivatives markets every single 24-hour working day than there is on planet Earth. That's how fucked up and captured the market is. This is why when old fucking boomers that are friends with my dad come to me and tell me, hey, I want to know if I should buy gold because I don't want to touch crypto because I don't understand how to I don't know how to open my emails. What I tell them is you got to buy the physical stuff because if you ever touch the paper shit, you will get destroyed. We're all just playing make-believe with pieces of paper. Yes, we are. We actually are. Unironically, yes. So, Jarek Dan, the strategy has changed in crypto. You hold on to Bitcoin, you hold on to Ethereum, you don't look at it for 10 to 15 years. You see you've made a profit, you get the fuck out. Because that's about the timeline so far. I want to know your honest thoughts on Forex. I know there's a lot of scammers who coach this shit, but I do have a couple of friends who've made decent money trading Forex. So here's the problem. Forex is the same thing, Super Sploof. I'll get to XRP and ADA now, but Forex is the same thing. Forex is a legitimate market. Forex is an actual market that people are involved in where you can make money. But if this is the market, all those retards selling courses and shit are teaching you something over here that is adjacent to the market but nothing to do with it. So I should be using my Bitcoin as a savings account. Well, for the last decade, it's been the best performing asset out of anything on planet Earth. So based on that historical basis, it would be better as a savings account than anything else. You just have to make sure that you can survive 2-year bear markets. As in, it's set it and forget it. You put it in, you don't look at it, you come back 10 years later, that kind of stuff. The issue with the Forex markets is these retards. If these retards who keep selling courses actually knew what they were doing and they had the secret to actually teaching you how to make money, why the fuck would they ever share it with you? Why in the fresh motherfucking shit would they ever tell you how to trade this market instead of just doing it themselves? All those people on Instagram, all those finance bros and retards, none of them have your best interest at heart, and they will not teach you how to do this. If you want to know how the Forex markets work, right? And Forex is a huge market. Forex is gigantic. It's subdivided into all these different segments of markets that you can trade, right? Your best hope at understanding Forex is starting small with the things you do understand. What are going to be the things you do understand? The economic fundamental state of your country, and then you have to go learn the economic fundamental state of another country. Right? And you need to intimately and deeply know exactly what the fuck is going on here between those two before you can understand what the hell's going on. These markets are so insane that there are people who spend their life studying 2 economies and nothing else. You need to be able to, you need to be very reactive. You need to be awake all the time. You need to know what the fuck is gonna happen between these 2 countries within minutes of something coming out. And if you want a good example of how to do this at scale, you should actually look at how George Soros made his money. Yes, we could call him evil man who fucking, he's globo homo and whatever the fuck else. He rinsed the British banks because he knew what the fuck was coming next. He was good. That's what he was good at. That's where he made his money. Right? And this is the thing, is he made almost all of his money off of one gigantic trade. That's it. Big boys will eat your money for lunch. Yes. This is the thing, is it's not even the big boys that you have to worry about, especially in Forex, right? Forex, for your average person who just did an Instagram course from a finance bro online, this is what happens. You are here. You are making 1 to 5 trades a day. What you are fighting against is fucking Pac-Man. And Pac-Man is not a human being. Pac-Man is the adaptive algorithm that's been built by some large investment firm or hedge fund that does like 100,000 to 500,000 trades in a second. Each of those trades being profitable by like 1 cent. And they fucking rip these people apart. So you got to be real careful in Forex. You need to know how do you even compete with that? You don't. You don't. There's one edge that's currently left in markets like this. The only edge that you actually have is this. Algorithms that these people run are very good at 2 things. They're very good at predicting short-term trades, and they're very good at predicting long-term trades. It's the midterm here. It's what happens in the next 3 to 5 months. That's where you can make your money. But even this, the bar for knowledge of what you need to understand to make money in these markets is so fucking high that you would need to get a PhD in the subject to truly understand what you're doing. It's insane. So you can make money here in this range, and I've done it myself. But I promise you, it's not comfortable. It'll fucking murder you. There should be a 0.01% trading tax that would kill HFT debt. Yeah, look, there's gonna be here's also the other issue with trading, right? Is the more trades you make, the more taxes you pay because you get taxed per trade, right? So you get fucked there. So if you start being profitable, guess what? You've got a lot of calculations to do now. Good luck with that. Try not having a fucking stroke. So this is why like 99.99% of the human population, you should never trade, you should always just invest. Find something of fundamental value, invest into it, set it, forget it. Come back later when it's in profit. That, or you should just invest in the S&P 500 and just leave it alone. Or find something that does dividends. Find good, solid things that you know are going to be around 10 years from now that do dividend payments. Put your money in that shit. Never touch it again. And just build it up over time. That's it. That's all you got. I invested in Rose with a monthly sub. And you got scammed, Sohang. See? Happens all the time. 50% index fund, 50% savings account. Yeah, that's not a bad strategy. Like, keep it simple, keep it straightforward. Don't do stupid shit. Unless you are willing to spend the next 7 to 10 years of your life doing what is essentially a job for no pay to figure out all this information. And people always think that they've got an edge on the market. You don't. You never have an edge on the market. You're fucked. It's so fucking insane to me that a bunch of like people, a bunch of finance bros will say, bro, I know so much about this thing. Oh, bro, I'm going to make so much money. I'm sitting there like, you fucking understand. Here, let me show you. Let me give you the perfect example. Do you know who also holds onto the public stocks? It's the people working at those companies. You see these big moves? Who the fuck do you think was getting out of the market before the goddamn price collapsed? There is always insider trading. There is no getting away from it. And you are not the insider. You're fucked. Your best hopes is keep it straightforward, keep it simple. S&P, savings account, that's the best you got, and it's not going to be enough. You got to find another way to make money because trading and investing is not it. For like 99.99% of people. There are some freaks of nature. I'm going to be honest with you. There are some absolute freaks of fucking nature out there who are able to do that. But you are not the Michael Jordan of trading because you fucking did a course from an Instagram finance bro who was standing in front of a rented Lamborghini and a wife beater telling you how much money he makes. You're fucked. Don't touch it. I'm telling you this is someone who's been in... fuck. Yeah, it's been over a decade, actually. I haven't been trading since 2016 with crypto. I've been trading since 2014. I'm telling you now, you will get scammed. Keep it simple, keep it straightforward, go for the safe stuff, especially in the markets today because nothing is stable. Absolutely nothing is stable. As for XRP and ADA, both of those are what's considered blue chip, right? Look how white I am. God damn. Gotta go for now. All right, thanks for stopping by, Happy Chappy. So, this is your blue chips. Right here. Right? Solana I wouldn't even touch. Right? It's probably going to be fine, but I wouldn't touch this. I would honestly not touch anything below the top 3. ADA is such a long shot. Where is ADA, actually? Oh, there it is. ADA is such a long shot because it's either going to work out or it's not. XRP is even a long shot at this point. And XRP's current benefit, current market is entirely dependent on the idea of how well does Ethereum do when it's now being traded as an ETF. Because if BlackRock, Vanguard, all these companies manage to make the ETF for Ethereum successful, then XRP will move in an upwards direction. If not, no. It's fucked. Also, XRP is not meant for you. It's meant for banks doing transactions between each other. So don't expect to benefit off of this. It's just not made for you. You will get fucked. Now, onto my original point about games. I missed some messages there. You asked a question. Someone asked a question. And I missed it. And now it's still in my head. It's the same as YouTubers who tell you how they make profit selling courses to be YouTubers. Exactly. What did I say last stream? When we were looking at certain videos, I was saying the business is selling the business. It's not making the business, it's selling the business to someone else. If the Americas were just discovered and we just discovered there was a bunch of gold and you could go out there and mine gold with a pickaxe, there would be a bunch of finance bros right the fuck now on Instagram selling courses on how to mine gold. And they would make more money than the people mining gold. It's up to 3. I bought it at $1. Well, either hold on to it or get out while it's good. The worst thing you can do in any market is see that it's up, not sell. And then you sit there going, could have had so much fucking money. No, that's not how that works. You lost. And guess what? If you sold at $3 and it goes to $5, it doesn't fucking matter because you made your money. I've been holding on for 10 years. Pretty much. Yeah, that sounds about right. 200% in 10 years is not bad. But still. Will you do raids before you start Season 3? Chronologically, it comes between Heart of Thorns and Season 3, and you have a mail telling you about it, and it's not 100% required. Yes, I probably will, Super. I probably will, but I'm still planning it out, if that makes sense. I'm still, filling out all the bullet points of what I think of Guild Wars 2. I'm thinking about all the small elements. What's the through line? I feel like this is a strange thing. I had this thought earlier today, and I don't know how true this is, but I feel like the main line quest story that the game makes you do in Heart of Thorns, I feel like there is, it feels like there's cut content there. It feels like they intended for more to be involved in that main story and they cut a bunch of stuff out to get that out on time, or they felt like it wasn't good enough. Take your time in the maps. I will, on my second account. Heart of Thorns is tight. It's tighter than a Nun on Christmas. It's clean. It's neat. It's way better than the base game story, which people want to kill themselves over because it's that bad in comparison. But there is definitely a bunch of content that feels like it was chopped out. And it's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. You have no idea how right you are. Well, that's comforting to know. But something happened there. Something happened in Heart of Thorns. With that main line story, it feels like there are chunks they took out. Because I looked at how long and winding, okay, so if this is the base game of Guild Wars 2, and this is Heart of Thorns, right? Here's the problem with the base game. You have story that happens every 10 levels, right? Then you get to about level 60 or 70, and there's this long, winding continuation of a story where half of it feels meaningless and pointless, and you don't remember any of the characters, and then it just cuts short, and then it's the Zaitan fight. Heart of Thorns is, here's a continuous story for you to care about, and then here is the fucking world that you missed out on. Which to me feels like they had a bunch of stuff that you were going to go here, and then you were eventually going to do the main story that led you to fighting Mordramoth, the only black dragon that was present in Guild Wars 2. And someone somewhere said, hey, let's not make the same mistake we did with the Zaitan fight. Cut it short. And made it into a nice experience. And then they put a bunch of content here that's not along the main story path, but gives you something to explore, especially when you finish this. It's like they designed Heart of Thorns with the idea that you were going to finish the main story and you were still going to be in the Heart of Thorns map for a long time afterwards because they wanted you to enjoy this new piece of content instead of going back to the base game. And I think that was a good... if I had to say whether there was a good or bad decision, I feel like it was a good decision. But it does feel like there was more there that they intended. If that makes sense. There is cut content. One map was cut that was centered around the purple twiggers. That would have been great. But I understand if it wasn't good enough that someone said, take it out the fucking game. We're not doing the Zaitan thing again. It seems like they erred on the side of caution, and I don't blame them for that. I do not blame them for that at all. You know how the stories covers different areas. There's no story for Southern Auric Basin, and that's exactly where in an alternate timeline you might deal with Faolain. So they probably planned an entire segment. I feel like, okay, this is, you know what, that pointed something out to me. This is what makes me think there's a bunch of cut content, is Faolain in particular. Faolain is built up to be this big evil with these very small segments in Heart of Thorns, right? It feels like this was Faolain's character. Was this. Fucking wizard. Was this. Right? And she was meant to be a main through line in the story of Guild Wars 2 before Mandingo Dramoth fucks her up and turns her into a dog. And she shows up here in the beginning, and I feel like they cut all of this out and then just turned her into a dog. And it really seems like there was going to be this whole story where Faolain does a bunch of evil shit to you throughout the story, and eventually by the time she's turned into a dog by Mandingo Dramoth, you're sitting there going, yeah, fuck you, Faolain, you deserve this. It's like the great fall of the manipulative evil villain. And you don't feel bad for her. Have you shaved your head? No, my head's just always this bald, Keith. I literally just did the Zaitan fight about an hour ago for the first time. I was very underwhelmed. I wish it was more like playing the game instead of spamming a torrent. Yes! Stack and Clear, go look at the video on my main channel. I did the Zaitan fight 8 times. 8 separate fucking times. Do you know how fucking bored I was by time 2? I was just spamming F, standing next to the turret, waiting for it to end. It's so bad. Everyone hated Zaitan even after they reworked it. They didn't make it better. If they reworked it, they didn't make it better. They just made it a different kind of shit. Cannon did Zaitan as well a bit ago. You can guess what he thought as well. He must, man, I bet even, look, Cannon seems to be very corpo friendly, if I can say it that way. Like, he only says nice things because he's scared he's going to be put on a blacklist and no one's going to want to talk to him and his career's going to be over. So I'd be interested to watch him squirm. What he has to say about it. Whether he's willing to burn that bridge and say the truth. They made it so you could solo it. It used to require a group. It should have required a fucking raid. It should have had a ground fight with you versus Zaitan and everyone else there involved. It's such a missed opportunity. And this is what makes it worse, right? Zaitan looks cool as fuck. He is one of the most awesome undead zombie dragon designs I've ever seen, ever. If not the absolute best. And for such a cool fucking model, It's just a gigantic pile of dog shit. And that's what makes it hurt more. It's like finding the hottest woman on the planet and she's interested in you. And you can't believe your luck. And you think you're about to have the time of your life. And then you take her home, you take her pants off. She's thick. She's perfect. And instead of being a happy moment, it's just smooth. Like a Ken doll. There's no entrance, there's no exit, it's just smooth. And you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? There's just nothing there. What am I supposed to polish it? What the fuck? That's the worst part about it. Realistically, they could make Zaitan into a strike mission. They have previously taken old story bosses and turned them into 10-man raid. I think they need to rework Zaitan into a full 10-man raid, not make it a strike mission, and instead make it just a part of the game that people would want to go back and actually play. Clench your thighs. No, she's got a shit personality and she won't do that for you either. She wants you to do things for her, and she lies back on the bed like a tranquilized mattress and says to you, okay, go. And you're like, the fuck? The fuck do I do? Oh, I know, I'll press F. I'm leaving. They are, like, let me put it to you this way. The solo fight for Zaitan is the hottest woman on the planet in the base game. It's the hottest woman on the planet, but she's got none of the equipment. The solo fight for Heart of Thorns, where you're fighting Mandingo Dramoth in his brain, is a fat bitch on a moped. It's not the prettiest, but you're gonna have fun. She'll do whatever the fuck, like her self-confidence is so low, she'll do whatever the fuck you need her to do. Her dad's been beating her an entire life. She's crying, but she'll keep going. Mandingo Dramoth in his own brain is a fucking walking testicle with legs. He's like, rawr, be scared of me. This is how I see myself in my own mind. But you know what? It's a really, really awesome fight. Probably great head too. Well, yeah, you know fat bitches always have something in their mouth, right? So, I mean, they know how to use that tongue. It's an amazing fight. And it does the one thing that was awesome about the base game. It does a callback to which faction you joined. The fact that I got to see Forgul again was such a good surprise. I didn't see that coming. I was so happy about that. That for one last hurrah I saw Forgul again. That you would see Tybalt again. And who gives a fuck about that other one? They knew that that was the one good thing they did in the base game. Have you done the mouth of Morty yet? Yes. Oh, the meta with Super, yes, I've done that part. If you're talking about the fight with the actual dragon, the big slinky dick that's flying around and you're on all the platforms, that was awesome as well. The fact that they split it up like that is fucking amazing. It's so good. It had all the right story beats, and Traherne died. Which, again, that's a big plus. I never have to think about Traherne again in my life, because he's dead. The mouth fight was amazing, jaw-dropping. Yeah, no, it's great. I would love to see someone do the meta event of Mordramoth. I've got broken Khaled Bolg, yes. I still need to actually fix that. But... God, yeah, you pulled me off track. I can't remember what I was going to say. Damn. Damn it. I had a really good point and now it's gone. That's how depressing the Zaitan fight is, that thinking about it actually makes me feel like I got like dementia. I think Traherne comes back once in the Broken Caloid Bowl quest. He just saw a ghost of him. Well, I hope it's a ghost of him being like, please God, help me. I'm in hell right now being tortured. And your character's like, nah, you deserve it. He really deserved it. But on to my original point. I don't see any good MMOs coming out. I don't see any actual fucking winners come out. And that leaves us with all the old stuff to play. That's it. It's just the old stuff. And that's really sad. I think we're watching the death of a genre. I feel like an RTS streamer must have felt in like 2015. That's genuinely how I feel. Brahim is who fans. Brahim is who people care about because they want him dead. After Amazon released the Lord of the Rings show, it really dampened my expectations for the Lord of the Rings MMO. Same. Jazz Pigeon, same. After they fucked up the IP of one of the most beloved franchises on planet Earth, I have zero faith in their ability to do an MMO about Lord of the Rings correct. And you know, proof? I'm glad you mentioned Guild Wars 3. Do you know why? Because I don't think ArenaNet's going to get to touch Guild Wars 3. I think Guild Wars 3 is going to be a mobile game run by NCSoft. And you know what they're going to say? They're gonna release it, and then everyone in the NCSoft office is going to be like, what do you mean it's not successful? I don't understand. We did everything right. We put 1 billion microtransactions in it. There's just nothing that makes these people happy anymore. It's gonna be the next Diablo Immortal. I think Guild Wars 3 is just a cope for people dissatisfied with Guild Wars 2. Maybe. Maybe. So I think that leaves me in this weird situation where I think the only games we've actually got to play when it comes to MMOs is the old stuff. And I've got the perfect video for you for figuring that out. Because you see, this dirty little bastard, this fucking dog, just keeps making bangers. And he's going to tell us exactly every MMO he played in 2025. That's right. A PNG dog knows more about MMOs than you do. And you have to live with that fact. He's so good at MMOs, he has his own personal squad of haters who show up to his videos on notification of them releasing just to dislike the videos. Wait, why is the dog crying already? Yeah, we're about to find out. We're about to find the fuck out why. Man, I don't know if you feel the way I do, but I hope you're doing better than I am currently when thinking about MMOs. Toilet thoughts here, but I think one of the core consequences of MMO genre is the long-term commitment and the grind. This requires long attention span, something young ones don't. You know what? TikTok the MMO would pop the fuck off with you saying that. Hey, stop it. Sorry, one of my dogs is losing. Even they're depressed about this. So let's see. Bets on Soulman having played an MMO younger than 5. Hang on before you start. He's crying because he's so happy about the current state of MMOs, right? Yeah, say psych right now. I understand now what a genius Josh Strife Hayes is in particular, because all he does is cover old MMOs. Josh Strife Hayes is the giga brain of MMORPGs because he knew what was going to happen before it happened. And so he's fine. But the rest of us are fucked because we can't just copy him. He's too good. Discount Henry Cavill has covered an entire fucking market. He covered Dune recently. Are you serious? He did? That's not an MMO. Josh would be a good consultant for games companies. I wish he would consult for game companies. For MMOs. I really wish he would. He could save us. He's attractive enough to be MMO Jesus. And you know what? He's attractive enough that when he speaks to these people in these offices, they would just immediately believe him. When obviously they're not slipping all over the floor from everyone just gushing. They don't want to hear what he'd say. Probably not. Probably not. Send you a card so you could play along. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. We're playing bingo here. Is that how this works? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. That's dirty. Okay. Okay, let's see. I love how MMORPG players were all so stuck in the past. We're still making fucking tier lists. That's how lost we are. That's so bad. The 2012 called, they want their content back. It's so bad. Oh my god. We're fucked. Serving your customers doesn't make you a Fortune 500 company. True. Turning people into slaves does, though. Okay. Let's see what Soulman had to say.
Of reaching 50k subs, I have decided to make a very special video for all my lovely subscribers. And don't panic, I know everyone keeps asking, where's part 2 of Old School RuneScape? It's coming, alright? Along with some other videos I've...
You know what's really funny? Soulman started playing 100 hours of Old School RuneScape before all the streamers and stuff jumped over to start playing Old School RuneScape. And now I bet he gets comments under his videos of people just being like, you're just chasing a trend. You're just like all the other streamers. But he started before they all did that. That's the best part. But people will retroactively like correct their memory on that shit or not even look into it. That's my favorite part about it. It's the funniest shit is he started playing Old School RuneScape and then all these streamers hopped over to Old School RuneScape and now he's just going to get lumped in with them. It's beautiful.
I promise it's coming.
So I'm coming day and night.
So you might be
So am
wondering,
I.
what sort of filler slop have I got for you today? Well, I am Slopman UK, and I'm making a tier list of every MMO I've ever played, in chronological order.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively...
The infinite content well. The infinite content well. You're on 1.25 speed because you speak slow. That's why.
tell people not to.
This might very well be the biggest MMO tier list on YouTube. Besides that.
Besides, yeah. I was about to say it. Aside from that. This motherfucker. Just when you think you can keep up with Josh Strife Hayes, he does this. God damn it.
One Josh done, but we don't talk about Josh's list. Honestly, who even watches Josh Strife Hayes?
Oh god, there's a mud crab. No, I'm not dying to a mud crab. Not in the tutorial.
I'll be using the usual tier list ranking of S4, seriously good, and F4, get that the f out of here.
Wait, there's more.
And just
Okay, let's make this simple. Let's start off this list. I want to see some predictions before this. Okay, WoW retail belongs right here in F tier. No, I'm joking. It's about D tier. It's not as bad as it could be. I promise you, if you think Blizzard can't make WoW retail worse, I bet you they can. I bet you fucking money that they can. Where would I put Guild Wars 2? It's not S tier. I've got a hot take for all of you. I don't think an S tier MMORPG actually exists. I don't think there is currently an S tier MMORPG, right? I would put WoW Classic. I'm updating my ranking from when Soulman made me do this. I would put WoW Classic over here in B tier. I would put Guild Wars 2 just barely out of B tier into A tier, and only because of Heart of Thorns. Only because of Heart of Thorns. I would put Old School RuneScape also here in A tier, unless you like attractive looking games. I would put Black Desert Online, from what little I've played of it, over here. I would put... God, where would I put... Fuck it, we'll get to them as he goes through them. We'll get to the rest as we go through them.
Some incentive to this video. Whichever MMO that I bring up today, which gets commented the most in the comment section.
Guild Wars 2 is in B, in my opinion. Completely fair take, I understand why you'd say that.
I will go back and revisit for a full 100-hour review. So if you like tier lists by 10 cynical dogs on the internet, or you just want to watch and tell me my opinion is wrong on which MMO that I like, then whack this on your second monitor, load up your favorite MMO, and get ready to be offended by all my opinions. Starting with the very first MMO that I ever played.
It's my wife when she wears the air cosplay. That's what's going to happen. Fantasy...
This was the first MMO.
Fuck. Absolutely deserved.
I played all the way back when I was a wee pup. And I know some people don't count this as a MMO, more of a MMO light, but for the sake of Swordman lore...
I'm fucking with you. It's not F tier. It's not F tier. Phantasy Star PSO, I barely played, but from how I felt when I played it, it belongs here. It just didn't do it for me.
I'm going to keep this on the list. I can already hear the comment. Oh, look at this idiot. He put Phantasy Star Online on an MMO tier list. I also want to point out that even AI agrees with me. I remember this game fondly as it was such a new...
And as we know that AI, you know, it hallucinates 50% of the time. Yeah.
concept to me. It had player lobbies, had different roles. It was a bit grindy. I also remember not being able to cancel the £15 a month subscription cost through my Xbox, which meant I had to go to my bank and get it cancelled firsthand. When I told the bank teller I needed to cancel a online subscription, bear in mind I was a teenager at the time, he assumed I meant for some adult site.
Of course.
Like, no worries, happens to the best of us. To which I quickly corrected him and said, oh no, it's for an online game. Which somehow...
Yeah, he didn't have his wanking license yet. He's in the UK, you gotta have a license to touch yourself. Otherwise he would have been arrested by the Bobby.
Feels worse to admit. Purely for nostalgia reasons and it having a lasting impact, I'm placing this MMO Lite as a B. Amazingly, this was the
I'm sorry, Cash Shop Online deserves this. It deserves this. And you know the reason? So F tier, I very specifically, like, I've got a different ranking system in my head because I'm that retarded. I'm that neurodivergent. Where I would put at F tier is anything that's a scam. And do you know what that also means? Do you know what I also put? Right here, in E tier, Star Citizen. Especially after the recent updates.
First official MMO I remember playing. Not an MMO Lite, but a proper MMO. Despite playing online games at a very young age, I never really got into MMO RPGs and pretty much skipped the golden era until recently.
You see, he's been playing the RPG side of the equation of MMORPGs, whereas I played the MMO side growing up, with the RPG attached to it.
Bought ESO thinking it was going to be Skyrim Online.
Why is ESO disliked? Is it the cash up? It's the the floaty combat, right? That feels like it's got no weight or impact, the weird movement, the ugly character models, the fact that 90% of the game is hidden behind the cash shop, the fact that ZeniMax refuses to fix any problems with the fucking game and just keeps on pushing more pay-to-win bullshit on you. That's why.
Killing the mammoth. I'm right up in it.
I see.
Yeah.
Quite literally, if Skyrim was an MMORPG, it would be a better MMORPG than ESO.
I just got one shot.
It wasn't. But despite not being a proper Bethesda title, I did play it for 8 years plus. The plus being I actually played the beta of this game. The PvP that ESO had to offer had a lasting memory on me. It's the sole reason I dusted off my...
You see, a lasting memory. Just like, you know, Father Daniel's in the church when no one else was there and it was just you and him. It wasn't a good memory, but it was a memory.
YouTube channel and started to make content. I played on both servers on Xbox and PC and made plenty of friends along the way. But sadly, playing this game for so long has made me more aware of predatory practices and what incompetence looks like when running a supposedly AAA title. As much as I used to love it, I can't get over how badly run this MMO is today. From the creative director's wife actively insulting PvP players...
Keep in mind, Dogrog, when I'm giving my ratings, I'm giving my ratings based on what the game currently is. Not on what it is in the past, what it currently is. I forgot this thing about... What the fuck is this? What is this? You're pulling me off track here.
You have accessibility issues in PvP zones. Have to delay. Can't yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. They're working on that too. Nice try. I have no sympathy for, but that's because, no sympathy for PvP, but that's because I know they are working on it. They're working on it.
Man, don't you love it when the people working on it say, wah, 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 fuck you? Doesn't that make you really feel heard as a gamer?
Ability issues in PvP zones have to delay.
Oh, look, it's the same fucking video.
Yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Okay.
Oh, look.
They're working on that
Perfect
too.
timing, Jimmy.
Nice try. I have no sympathy for, but that's because, no sympathy for PvP, but that's because I know they are working on it.
To having 26 community managers for a game which barely has content creators, throwing a lack of meaningful updates.
Barely has content creators. I don't think so. This is people generally don't like the idea of streamers being like the measure of how popular a game is, right? But I think that this is kind of like a good litmus test. It doesn't tell you everything, but it tells you the overall vibe of what people think about the game. If people really cared and loved about it, the subsection of people who stream the game would be a lot larger than it actually is. Not sure how to explain that in a chat message. Basically, they refuse to fix an issue in ESO's World versus World equivalent. Yep. And they never will. Where?
Throwing a lack of meaningful updates, a wind down to work on a now cancelled MMO, it truly is a clusterfuck. I would rate this MMO a strong D for don't bother.
D for don't bother. Fight me. Fight me, Sawman. It's E tier. Your nostalgia goggles on. Sawman's out here. He's stealing my name. He's out here with his rose-tinted goggles on, and he's just telling all of you, I remember the days when ESO was a fun game. Meh. Back in my day, there was only 50% of the game that was in the cash shop.
Don't waste your time. If the management changes, then it might get better. But for now, I have no intention of returning unless I hit some milestone like 100k subs, which won't be for a while. New World is like that one friend you want to do well in life, but somehow, despite having everything handed to them, same as...
Oof, before he get... Oof. Ah, fuck, man. I've got an intimate history. Oh, fuck, I just realized I didn't have this here. We'll go back a little bit. Just so you know, I have a very intimate history with New World. I've been there since the beginning. I got so hyped for this game. I was so excited for New World. It belongs right here. At the actually, no, it doesn't. It belongs right here at the bottom of D tier. Just barely. Just barely not E tier. Just fucking barely. I have such intimate knowledge of New World. And it's such a bad fucking game. And the thing is, it's a game that could have been good but didn't live up to its potential. And also thank you for the Pharaoh Feral. I did see that. We can't see where New World is. Hey, neither can the devs. That's not your fault. This is where New World is. And this is where the New World devs belong. Right? Is right here. Because imagine fucking your game up. Yes, hidden behind the chat. That's where I'm putting the marker for where New World is. Right? Right here. So, the devs of New World are such fucking pieces of shit that what they did was, instead of fixing their fucking game, they decided we've rinsed the PC community through the fucking floor, so instead of fixing our game, let's go fuck up the console idiots as well. They could have spent their time No Man's Skying their game, and instead they were like, you know what? Let's milk this fucking cash cow. Now that we've lost all goodwill with PC players, let's go fuck up the people on console as well. And re-release the game as New World Eternum, which is essentially the same as Overwatch 2. I'm banned in New World. Yeah, that's because you shouldn't have milked that cow. That cow. You shouldn't have milked it. That's your fault. They put a mechanic in the game and you milked the cow and now you're fucked. New World looked so promising. Here's the issue. New World had all the potential it needed to be an amazing game and lived up to none of it. That's its issue. It's the smart kid in school who, after graduating, you check on him 3 years later and he's the crack addict behind the Walmart sucking dick for $5. That's who New World is. The potential still exists, but it will never be realized. And so it's the bottom of E tier for E tier. What am I doing putting in D? Holy shit. Actually, no, D is right. Good mechanics, not enough.
Milestone like 100k subs, which won't be for a while. New World is like that one friend you want to do well in life, but somehow, despite having everything handed to them, they managed to budget up.
Yeah.
You done messed up, Aaron!
It had all the potential, all the financial backing, and what came out in the end was a half-cooked MMO that didn't know what it wanted to be.
With client-side authority. Let's not forget the client-side authority, where you could click and drag your window around the screen and your character becomes invincible if you did it in the middle of a dodge roll.
Over the years, it did get better, until about 2024, when they basically shut the bed and abandoned the PC players.
Yep.
And they did this by leaving a bunch of bugs in the game still, providing no new content, and no real roadmap. All because they were working on something big in the background, which basically everyone knew was the console release.
Why do we have to wait until June? Why has there been such a lack of investment into the PvP?
You can see that they're outside because they've been kicked out of the development offices for being so fucking bad at their job.
Aspect. Can we please get an update on cross-server 3v3?
But they didn't just come out and say that, they kept making out they couldn't tell you. And there's a lot of really fucking dumb videos published by the devs.
It destroys us that we can't give you the information that you want. We'd love to talk about this, but sometimes you have to look at what's best for the long term. Basically, they lied. They were like, it's a secret, shh, I can't tell. And then they just didn't have anything they could tell you. They knew nothing. Term health of the game against some of the short-term games. It's awful, and I know it's not what you want to hear.
And if you can't talk about it, the best thing to do is just not talk about it.
Is to shut the fuck up. If you can't talk about anything, don't go do a fucking Q&A. Just shut the fuck up. What are you doing outside the office? Keep deving your game, not taking fucking interviews. Jesus Christ, Amazon. Infinite well of money couldn't figure this out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited for that too. Like, there's just so much that we've been doing and working on, and it's great, and all of that for it to come out. the really cool and exciting thing for people who have purchased the game already, purchased the Complete expansion.
Not sure if you guys in AGS noticed, but the 1st of April is not 17 days, it's the 1st of June. You need to take your eyes off a tournament, put your eyes on the player count and the state of the game. We waited 2 weeks for this so that half of the video would be without sound. Is this a joke? You know that guy who stood up at the Blizzard thing that basically is one of the reasons they no longer do BlizzCon in person? The red shirt guy, and said, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke? That is literally every single person in these comments.
But worst of all, when the update did release, there was nothing new for PC players.
Yep.
So they had to sit there even longer to wait for new content. I'm surprised they still have an audience, and that probably is down to the fact that the combat is actually enjoyable, the PvP is fun. The crafting...
The actual gameplay. So the actual gameplay of the combat is good. The crafting systems are fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for the follow, Constant Walker. I feel like whenever a studio trots out the devs for marketing, and one of them is an obese woman, that's a key red flag. You always know you're in for something bad. No, I don't think so. To be honest, I don't blame her, because that office was full of a bunch of fucking nerds. And the problem is, you can have the world's best devs working on a game. If the retard in management... Look, okay, so people don't know the intimate history of New World, but essentially... This is what happened, is the guy who was in control of the development of the game was a fucking book salesman who basically made all his entire career selling books on Amazon, and somehow he's the one who gets in charge of AGS, and then you've got a bunch of exceptional devs who know what they're doing. And what this retard says is, if you want to make any changes to the game and run any changes that would make the game better past me, I want a fucking 3-page document explaining why we should do this. Then add that to the fact that this fucking retard up here all of a sudden changes New World and the entire genre of what the fucking game is between when people loved it when it was in alpha and it was a game that was like an open world full loot, build your own settlements kind of game, into a more theme park MMO. Do you know why? Because Mr. fucking book salesman at the top was like, you know what's a really popular game is World of Warcraft. We should be like World of Warcraft. Because that worked out great for every WoW killer in the past, didn't it? I'm so passionately angry at fucking New World for even existing. Yeah, let me... Hold on. I gotta put this somewhere where you can see it. Where's the line? Okay. New World belongs here, and the only redeemable qualities it has is its combat and its crafting. And it's such a good foundation for an MMO. And they fucked all of it up by never living up to that potential.
I personally quite like, but I know it can get tedious. And to be honest, it is quite a good looking MMO. There's a lot of good about New World.
Yes.
It's just that it's so badly run that
yes.
you probably should avoid it.
Also, the story fucking sucked. The story elements of the game is fucked. Is it salvageable? No. No, because it can't live up to its potential. Isabella could have been such a good lore anchor for the game. And she's there for one fucking dungeon at the end. Barely any story elements, barely any tie-in to the world. There's barely any background lore of actual Eternum. You know what the best part? Yeah, you want to know what the best thing that New World has ever made is? This is the best thing that has ever come out of New World.
Yet, Elstrom lives. I always said that I was destined to rule forever, but I never dared dream that I was speaking literally. Even death itself is humble before my radiant majesty.
Go watch The Secret. Go watch this. Go watch Secret Level.
I seem to be immortal too. Well, you must be protected by the corona of my magnificence.
The Secret Level episode of New World was the best thing that's ever come out of New World. It was actually a fucking banger of an episode. And yet Aelstrom lives. And I don't understand how some fucking Secret Level guy who's a director can take one episode and make a better story than the entire game of New World. That's the best thing that came out of that game.
And simply because how bad management was for this game, I'm rating it a D tier.
So you want a non-MMO to stream. I'm still thinking about it, Cyro, but I'm open to the idea.
MMO. And I hate to admit it.
D tier? D tier next to ESO? How dare you? No, look, these two belong right next to each other. So I'm okay with that ranking. Understandable, have a nice day.
If the new Lord of the Rings MMO by Amazon is just New World but with a Lord of the Rings skin on top, I'm 100% playing it.
Yes, same.
I played this game.
Fucking Penis Online. I've played Penis Online. Mortal Online's biggest problem is that the only people playing that game left are super fucking sweats that will destroy you. It's such an ultra grindy game. The graphics aren't bad. The systems aren't bad. But there is no one playing it because it's such a frustrating experience. Which makes me feel like it also belongs in D tier. Mortal Online 2 belongs right here. D tier.
I had some friends who wouldn't shut up about it.
Didn't they update it and it's revived? I don't know. If Mortal Online has been updated, I wouldn't know about it, but I'm basing this off of my most recent experiences of it.
And Apple did a video on it, which honestly is one of the best adverts I've seen for this game. I've spent over 500 hours playing this title across 2 different accounts, and probably well over 2,000 hours watching people play it on Twitch. I was honestly obsessed with the in-game politics at one point that I was just constantly watching. If you've never heard of Mortal Online 2, it's a full loot open world PvP with UE5, and most important...
Sawman's about to make a mistake. Sawman is about to review the people who played the game, not the game itself. Watch. I bet you he ranks it higher than D tier, and the mistake he's making is that he's reviewing the people who played the game, not the game itself. Watch. Watch.
Importantly, voice over IP, and you are very much encouraged to communicate with other players to actually get ahead in this game.
Wait, before you attack me, know one thing. I could fight all of you with ease, but more importantly, that horse is gonna die! Horse! Stupid horse! Still horse! Die horse! Stupid... I'm gonna kill that stupid horse of yours! Oh, okay. I'm gonna kill that stupid horse of yours! Oh,
I guess they don't want to let you live.
Do you see?
And it has a...
Do you see? He's about to review the people who played the game, not the game itself. That's the mistake he's about to make.
First-person perspective, which you're forced to play in. This is by far one of the best and worst MMOs I've ever played. The community is hilarious.
You may not have breasts, you may own a cock. When Tom's in Badoo, Tom asks, why not?
And there really is a sense of immersion, which you just don't get from any other MMO. Sadly though, the combat is janky, there are a lot of bugs, and it probably isn't the best run MMO ever. Player numbers have been dwindling for quite some time, and honestly, I don't know how long it's going to be around for. I honestly think it's probably one of the best MMO experiences you can have, but it's just not for everyone, and it really does show. I would love to put this title as S tier because honestly, it'll make you cry of laughter, but also frustrate the fuck out of you.
The players will make you cry of laughter. The players make the game fun. You know what, if you played Fallout 76, what was the most fun part about Fallout 76? It was the other players, not the game.
It's a buggy mess that definitely needs some work, and if you are looking for a replacement of Ultimate Online, then this is the next step forward. But as I said, I have to knock it down a bit, so I'm going to say this is a solid B tier title for me.
Damn it! See, do you see? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew he was going to review the people in the game, not the game itself. I called it. I knew it.
Embers Adrift is a
this is one I haven't played.
MMO with a focus on low fantasy, mainly PvE, classic style MMO gameplay.
Disgusting!
When I first played this,
Thanks for the follow, Lucius Zaros. Watch where he puts Worm Online. I haven't played Worm Online, so I can't have an opinion on that one. I haven't played Embers Adrift either.
Over 2 years ago now, they had a box price and a sub price, both of which were quite high and probably well overpriced what the game had to offer. I was quite harsh in my initial assessment because of this. However, they have been making changes, and the subscription is now optional with a much cheaper box price. Since then, I've played a lot of old school MMOs, and if anything, I now appreciate what they were trying to do and the nostalgia they were trying to recapture. And honestly, there might still be hope for this title. I don't think it's awful, but I also don't think it's a...
I need one of those Facebook things where it says, I'm in this video and I don't like it. That was disgusting. I didn't need to see that.
Huge game changer either. So for that reason, I'm rating it a solid C tier. Lord of the Rings
Online is a game that I've had in the back of my head for years and I've never touched it. And I'm considering playing it. What mod poll do you want, Jimmy?
Online is a game that I was pleasantly surprised by. I was always under the assumption that it barely had a player base and was hanging on for dear life. However, I was wrong. It's still going strong today and even gets updates and new content, which is mighty impressive for an 18-year-old title. So who exactly is still playing Lord of the Rings Online, you might be wondering? Well, it has a very chilled and laid-back community who like to do PvE and immerse themselves in Lord of the Rings lore. Despite having a cash shop, it is free to play, and you can even earn the in-game currency to buy stuff from the cash shop, such as DLC. One of the most recent...
It looks well-themed. I can give it that. Lord of the Rings Online always looked very well-themed for what Lord of the Rings actually was, which is hilarious because when Amazon, if they ever manage to release their Lord of the Rings MMO, this will be a direct comparator. And if this fucking game is better than it, everyone should shit on them harder than they shit on Pirate Software. Idle just did a 100-hour review for it today. When do you all you people sit around and are part of the MMO council? Where do I get my membership from, for fuck's sakes? Because it seems like you're all on the same brainwave and you're like sitting around in a dark room like you're the MMO Illuminati deciding which fucking title you're all covering next. God damn it. I keep missing these meetings.
Updates actually let you up the difficulty of the Overland. So if you are bored of the game and fancy a challenge, well, just make it harder. It's a great game. It's not going to set the world alight, but I'd say it's a solid C-tier game. Definitely worth a try.
Okay, Neverwinter. Ooh, Neverwinter. Now, I haven't played that much Neverwinter. It's mostly a nostalgia trip for me. It's been years since I thought about Neverwinter. Gameplay's okay, a little bit convoluted, chunky graphics, missing a bunch of components, very strange story elements. I'm going to put it in C. I'd say C tier. It's been a very long time since I touched it, so I'm going based off of memories.
Stripe Haze used to like. I was excited to try Neverwinter, especially given the fact that at the time of playing, I had just recently played the early access of Baldur's Gate 3. This was my first introduction to the slop that is Cryptic Studio, and oh boy, was it sloppy.
I played this game for 30 hours, and I have 70 loot boxes sat in my inventory, goading me on, trying to get me to gamble.
This is why I said my opinion on this one's very outdated.
Away my money to try and get a new mount, a new cosmetic, or whatever the fuck else. If you offer someone a cigarette, they're not necessarily going to smoke it, but if you give them a whole pack of cigarettes and put it in their pocket and then keep giving them packs, eventually they're probably going to cave, and that's what it feels like with these loot boxes.
Apparently, just like Pirate Software, I had a second puberty. The leveling was very static, you had to do certain quests to level up, and there was no grinding per se. There was a heavy emphasis on loot boxes and shiny mounts. The combat wasn't too bad, to be honest. However, after quitting ESO, a very heavily monetized MMO, this gave me the same vibes and ick, just without the same level of fun. So yes, I did not enjoy Neverwinter.
The cinematics were cool though. The cinematics were awesome for Neverwinter.
Therefore, I'm rating it a disappointing E.
Ooh.
Next up,
Understandable, take his opinion over mine because he's got a more updated opinion on Neverwinter. It's been a while since I looked at that.
Next game was Star Trek Online. Now, being somewhat of a Star Trek fan, I mean, I say that, but I hate Deep Space Nine. That was so boring. Ooh, look at me float here and do absolutely nothing. I was looking forward...
Again, another game I haven't played. I wasn't big enough of a nerd to get into Star Trek. I was like, why is there an elf in space? And that's when someone I knew was like, did you just call a Vulcan an elf? And I was like, okay, I'm never touching this shit.
to playing this. However, it was another title by Cryptic Studios, and it had all the same monetization of loot boxes and shiny ships, and it was just very off-putting. Despite that though, there did seem to be a bit of a different feel about this title. I liked the ship combat, it reminded me of the Bethesda classic Star Trek Legacy. The storytelling was pretty immersive, and it wasn't too janky. Also, it has one of the best character creators I've ever seen today. Sadly though, the player base is, well, kind of dead, and I feel like it will never be a popular title.
Do you see the problem with all the old MMOs? They're all just in the trash. They're like in the bargain bin, and you pick up something out of the bargain bin every now and then. But you're never like, oh wow, this is incredible.
So, as far as MMOs go, I'd say this is a solid D-tier MMO. One of the most talked about...
He's going to put this in F tier, and it deserves to be there. The only reason I don't put it in F tier is because I reserve F tier for an outright scam. And to be honest, Star Citizen is so fucking close to being an outright scam. This fucking game is so evil with its monetization. By the way, this is a personal conspiracy theory that I hold about Star Citizen, is that it is too profitable of a game to ever leave alpha. My personal headcanon conspiracy tinfoil hat theory is that they know that their game is dead if it ever fully releases. And so they will continue to keep it in alpha forever so that they can continue to milk people of money. And remember, people have given these people over $500 million.
Well, Kickstarter MMOs is of course Star Citizen. The amount of money that has been sunk into this game is the equivalent of a small country's annual GDP. And I know this because I looked it up. Imagine a game where you can fly anywhere in the galaxy, do jobs, buy gear, talk to people, and just have a jolly old good space time.
800 million. They're still giving it money. Is there like some fucking oil sheikh son in the Middle East who's just playing these games because he can buy all the spaceships? Why is it dead on arrival though? Because once the game is released, it is in what players would perceive as a completed game state, and therefore they'd see no reason to continue to support it. If a chef is in the back of a kitchen with his ass cheeks spread over your dinner plate, and he says, just give me money and your food will be out soon, you might continue to give him money. But if he's already shit on your plate, you're probably not going to give him money. If it's in a completed state, that you've got no reason to have the hope that it's going to get better in the future. Look at it that way.
Citizen aims to be a super immersive, in-depth sci-fi MMO. There aren't any aliens though, just humans colonizing the galaxy. On paper, this game sounds amazing.
But in reality, it's a metaverse. It's a crypto metaverse project.
Practice.
Oh shit, no it is. Yep.
Yep.
Yep, you hit the... Oh god, what the fuck is going on?
You're good, just get in.
Wow, the salvages must be really popular here because all the NPCs are also here.
Yep.
Yep, this is perfectly...
Half the NPCs clipping through the floor, getting stuck on random surfaces, falling through the bottom of the elevator because it didn't render into it first, getting run over by the train, standing in the train and clipping through it, and then falling through the bottom of the map. Do you know how many times my character woke up in the fucking hospital Honestly, I felt like maybe I had cancer inside my brain in the game. And somehow it transitioned out of the game and into my actual fucking head. That's the state it's in. I have some fun on this game with friends, and they've added a ton, but definitely needs more coherent experience. You see, this is the thing, Jazz. You just told me you had fun on this game because of your friends. I'm willing to bet if you and your friends picked up something else, you would still have fun because your friends are fun. That's why I know for a fact that his Mortal Online experience was fun because of the people playing it, not because of the game itself.
Well, I guess they need more funding. This is a game that I'm sure I will constantly come back and revisit just to check out the progress. I like the idea of this game. It just needs some more time to cook. Every time I've played it, I've enjoyed myself.
I'm going to be working on a video on this game. When I've got my Dune video done, I'm thinking about doing another Star Citizen video. But I might place that after doing the Heart of Thorns video that I'm going to work on for Guild Wars 2.
So, it does seem to slightly improve. I'm not about to main an alpha. This is a strong C-tier MMO, and I hope...
Fuck off. Fuck off. No fucking way. No fucking way. I can't believe you put it that high. Look how desperate he is for something good. Fucking copium. We're all fucked. I mean, I never paid more than box price and enjoyed it. You mean the $40 for the spaceship? Look, this is the thing, right? I'm having these opinions, but you got to remember, this list is Sawman's personal opinion. This list is my personal opinion. So you can't really get mad at it because different people are going to like different things. For instance, I personally don't like having a cactus shoved inside my rectum. But there are other people who played ESO for 8 years.
One day it gets completed. 2023 was the first time ever I played World of Warcraft, and even then it was classic WoW during the peak popularity of the hardcore add-on. I went in as a noob and I got to see a lot of oddities that I've just not seen before, like queuing up to a world boss.
What do you do in that situation if someone cuts in front? Is that what you do? You just manage it like by socially shunning people?
Yes.
Is that what you can do?
I like the...
There used to be social consequences in vanilla WoW. If you were a dickhead, everyone on the server knew who that dickhead was, and eventually they would become so isolated that they couldn't play the game anymore. Or they would be a rogue in Hellfire Ramparts in TBC, screwing over everyone on the opposite faction, and everyone in their own faction loved them for it because they thought it was really funny. There used to be such cool shit you could do in WoW in the past. And now it's all gone.
Combat, I love the lore, and playing it at such a popular time felt like a new MMO release. I don't think I experienced anything negative whilst playing.
You gonna die? Are you fucking shitting me?
Ripping spaghetti, I can't believe you got killed by the centaurs. Pro gamer, huh? The centaurs, really? You left the starter area and immediately died? This is why there's mean comments under your videos. And the best part is, the mean comments are probably by the guys who died to the scorpions in the beginner area.
You fucking cutbags! You actual fucking cutbags!
I played on a couple of different characters, with my highest being a level 20 orc, who, by the way, never died. And overall, I had a very wholesome experience. It felt good to be part of a live community where everyone was playing the same MMO and enjoying it.
For a little while, yeah.
I had a good time. And unlike a lot of people, I just don't have any nostalgia when it comes to World of Warcraft. So it's not like my judgment is being clouded. Another fun fact, I have never played retail WoW. In fact, let's make this a bit more...
You know, back in my day, WoW used to be an exceptional game. Back in my day, I played WoW retail and there was nothing better. Nothing came close. The community was untouchable. The emergent gameplay was amazing. The people you were surrounded with was something incredible. We had not figured out how to fuck up visual progression in MMORPGs back then. So when you saw someone with some badass gear, you knew they were a fucking badass. Guess what? I got good enough at PvP in TBC on my hunter just for the shoulder piece. And I walked around with the most badass looking shoulder pieces, and I would get whispered about it. Because people were like, I know how fucking hard it is to get that gear. You impress me. And it felt so good. It felt so goddamn good. And now, it's a memory. It's gone. Grandpa's on life support. Grandpa keeps on reliving his the olden days. WoW keeps on being like, you know, back in Nam, and then it's a flashback and you're playing WoW Classic.
More interesting, if this video gets 2,069 likes, I will play Retail WoW for the first time and do a 100-hour review.
Okay, so I already know how that experience is going to go if he play. Wait, how many likes? 2069? Yeah, we got to make that happen. So, okay, someone needs to... if there's anyone in the chat who's in the UK, I'm going to ask you to do welfare checks on him when he's doing this. Because he might want to kill himself. Like, it's very important we take care of each other. Make all the jokes we want, but that's suicidal. Because what's going to happen is he's going to play 1 hour getting to max level and 99 hours in the last piece of content in the game going, what the fuck am I doing here?
And that is a promise. But as for Classic WoW, despite having played for over 50 hours, until I get fully immersed and play the whole game, I can't rate it any higher than an A-tier MMO. I can already hear the growth.
That's fair. That's fair. WoW Classic deserves to be there.
In the comment section, but I just generally feel like from what I've read in the past and seen...
WoW Classic has been such a banger. Do you want me to tell you how I know that WoW Classic is a banger? I'm going to play a sound. Brace yourself. If you played WoW during its golden era, I'm going to play a sound now. And when you hear it, anyone who was around during the golden age of WoW is about to come in their pants. Your brain has been wired for dopamine alongside hearing that. That's how you know it's a fucking banger.
Seen with my own
Everyone
eyes,
knows.
This truly is a decent MMO. Classic WoW, that is. Retail WoW, well, we're yet to experience it. Before it shut down in the EU, I jumped in and played Arcade back in 2023.
Never played this one.
An in-depth MMO with loads of systems, life skills, and unique features.
Wait, actually, I might have played Arcade, but I would count my opinion as invalid because if I can't even remember playing it, or like I'm questioning whether I did or didn't play it, I wouldn't trust it.
Features. You okay, pig? Yeah, let's dance together. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Away. Oh my god, what happened? My god, what a glow up. Okay.
That's how politicians rank up in real life, by the way.
Arcade died due to bad management and essentially greed long before I got my hands on it. But I could see from my short time of playing it some of the cool features it had to offer.
You can fly gliders, you can even drive cars.
Can you hear my music?
Yeah, go, drive, drive. Fuck! I can't even see you. Oh no. Did he survive? Is he?
It's pretty sad to see him do a Princess Diana on himself like that. The Queen would be proud though.
It's hard to say if this game would still be alive if they hadn't killed it with its pay to win. From what I saw, it had good foundations, and has even gone on to inspire some other MMOs with some of its features. Personally, I quite like the game. I think it had a lot going for it, but you have to recognize that it is dead, and it's dead to over monetization. Realistically, this should be a D tier MMO because it was so heavily monetized.
No. There's one reason why it's at least a C tier MMO. I want to see if you can spot it.
Realistically, this should be a D tier MMO.
Do you see it? Enhance. Do you see it? It's the beginning. This is where it all began. The jiggle physics. They gave us something special. Those titties rattled so that video games today could jiggle. And for that reason alone, it deserves C tier.
Because it was so heavily monetized, but at the same time, it also died because of monetization, so I'm going to knock it down to E tier.
Oof.
Probably one of the greatest MMOs to be closed down, Star Wars Galaxies.
Ooh, Star Wars Galaxies. Oh, okay, this is pure nostalgia bait for me. I didn't play enough of it back in the day, and I wish I'd played more of it. But I would say, from my very outdated feelings of Star Wars Galaxies, I would put it in B tier.
Another victim of the Sony Online Entertainment demise. SWG had so many inspiring mechanics that have been copied to more modern MMOs to this day, and it's often looked back on quite fondly by many past players. It had a very unique and in-depth profession system where you could literally play however you wanted to. If you wanted to go be a starship captain, off you go. If you wanted to just be a...
Speaking of politics, you seen what's been going on in Serbia? No, I have no idea what's going on in Serbia. I don't think anyone outside of Serbia knows what's going on in Serbia.
Answer, you could do that too. It's still playable via private servers, but it doesn't quite have the same audience and gravitas.
Doesn't have the same feel.
It's an MMO I wish I had more time to play, and maybe I'll do a 100-hour playthrough soon. But until then, I can only go by what other people have told me and the hours that I put in, which is about 20. And I'm going to have to say this is a A-tier MMO, with a potential to be S-tier.
Understandable. I understand why people... Okay, immediate... I love how he immediately makes you try to feel like this isn't a good MMO by showing you the naked, starving African fucking child instead of non-mommy naked. Rigged. This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. I'm sorry, how do you not open up on the character creator of the naked non-woman? Come on. Rigged.
This is the one that will get me in trouble. I've put many hours into Guild Wars 2, and for some reason, we just don't click. I like the ideas that they bring to the table, flying mount, jump puzzles, well, that's about it, really.
The mount, the dynamic movements of mounts and how they integrate into the game. Okay, so I'm going to take this from the perspective of Soulman has only played through Guild Wars 2 base game. And it is such a cliche and such a meme for me to say this, but the game gets so much better once you're not playing the base game. The story of the base game is missing so much. It's so fucking painfully bad. They've got such good ideas that they never fully flesh out, and the game only really feels like you start playing it once you've gotten to level 80, once you've gotten your masteries, once the story feels more integrated into the world. PvP was fun though.
I just want to say that I don't think the game does anything overly malicious, I just don't find it very interesting. It's not to say it's a bad MMO, it's just by no means an MMO that I'll enjoy, and that's okay, which is why I want to rank it a C tier, because I recognise that... Guild
Wars 2 is like Marmite. Guild Wars 2 is like Marmite. You're either going to like it or you're going to fucking hate it. And the base game is even worse. Because it's like they put a thin layer of shit on top of the Marmite. Wait, Asmund did a video on it months ago, I think, actually, interestingly. What you mean, Star Wars Galaxies? C is fair for Guild Wars 2. Personally, I rank it as A, but like I said in the beginning, only because of Heart of Thorns. I would put, if it wasn't Heart of Thorns and I was looking at the base game, I would probably put it in B tier. Right? Because I think the gameplay holds up. But the problem with the gameplay isn't your character and what you're able to do with your character. It's the fact that any of the mobs you fight, you're either getting 100 to 0'd in like a second, or you just fucking walk all over everything you're fighting. The fuck is Marmite and why does everyone hate it? It's like a kind of paste. It's like a concentrated paste that you spread over toast with butter. And it's like very acidic. And people either really like it or they really fucking hate it.
It's okay. A prime example of why early access on Steam isn't always that great. I'm pretty sure last time I went to try and play this, the servers weren't even online, so they pretty much
the fuck is this?
Run.
Yeah.
F tier.
Never played it. Don't even
that
know.
Sonic kid who's like,
fuck this game. I had plans for Gloria Victus. I played a little bit of it, and I was like, I'm going to come back to this game and make a video. And when I was finally ready to come back and make a video about this game, they pulled the servers offline. And you know what would have stopped this from happening? Is the fucking stop killing games movement. But guess what? It's gone forever now.
Like, when we learn your actions have consequences. Gloria Victus, great idea, great concept.
Poor execution.
Unplayable. You can't get on it now. Once again, I've lost money.
Gone.
So, I mean, I like the idea of Gloria Victus. It's not going to be too harsh. I'm going to say it was D tier. It was flawed, but it had a good direction.
That's fair. You know what? I would probably agree with him on it being D tier from what I did play of Gloria Victus. I would put it there as well. Decent ideas, bad execution.
Yes, Conan Exiles, another top tier game by Funcom, who 100% don't make janky.
Wait, hold on. They pulled it months before you ever got back to it. I remember the street. Yeah. Okay, well, they pulled it months earlier. I'm still mad about it. Months is nothing to an MMO player. A few months is like yesterday. We don't live on the same timeline as normal human beings. That's why we sink thousands of hours into games like this.
Content.
What the hell is even that?
It was okay to play. I like the idea.
Yeah, it was okay.
The combat was certainly
shitty.
Before the Dune Awakening combat.
Okay. I've been trying my best to not compare Conan Exiles to Dune Awakening, but I'm gonna be honest. Dune Awakening's combat feels just as chunky and just as shitty, except you've got more guns. And so I would put Conan Exiles right here. The D tier list is getting pretty fucking long. I feel like I should have spaced this out better. I'd say D tier.
That was bad. You should see Conan Exiles. I'm not gonna lie, it was fun. It's just that
it was fun.
It needed a lot more polish, and I know people still play it today. I did like the fact that, you know, you can beat a woman over the head and drag her to your camp and make her your slave. You come home with me.
Average Jeffrey Epstein experience.
See? All right, let's go.
You're my wife now, Dave.
Legal gentlemen? No?
Too old.
Fine. I'm not going to get cancelled for this because it's in-game. Ah, we have plenty of rule. I was going to say, like, when I make the YouTube...
You know what we actually need? Just thinking about this, looking at Conan Exiles, we need a Red Dead Redemption, like a game that's an MMO but has Red Dead Redemption mechanics. That's what we need. It just reminded me of that because he hog-tied a bitch and was dragging her along the dirt. And I just remember that in Red Dead Redemption, you could grab some of the People were like taking the feminists advocating for women's rights and like knocking them the fuck out and feeding them to alligators and stuff. There's a Red Dead Redemption Online though. No, I'm saying an MMO with Red Dead Redemption 2 mechanics, not Red Dead Redemption itself.
Video. I'm probably going to alienate the 4% of my audience who are actually female. All women are queens.
Literally exactly the same building style as Dune Awakening.
It just mirrors real world. So for that reason, actually, I'm going to put in D tier. I don't think it's awful. I actually think it could be good. It's just bad publisher. Listen, I like Final Fantasy. I played 7, 8, 9. I've talked about it enough times, and I did attempt to play Final Fantasy 14. I've got about 20 hours into it. I tried to
I've barely touched Final Fantasy 14, so I'm not even happy to, like, I'm not even going to think about giving an opinion on this one. Also because I don't want someone to firebomb my house because the Final Fantasy 14 people are fucking psychos. You know what's really interesting about Final Fantasy 14 and the way the game works? You go to a WoW player and you say to them, go find a WoW streamer and ask them about the community of World of Warcraft. And they will all be like, oh yeah, they're such toxic pieces of shit. They're fucking trash bags. Fucking hate them. Everyone's an asshole. And then you go to a Final Fantasy streamer and you ask them about the community and watch as they spend 10 minutes in dead silence trying to craft the perfect politically correct opinion to have no one send them death threats. You tell me what's worse.
make my character look like VV, and it was good. I enjoyed the time, but it just felt like...
Hold on. You need to get a VR headset, fuck around, and then get into the wildest situations. Listen, I'm actually trying to save up for a VR headset. I actually had plans to try and get one secondhand before a bunch of like lawyer shit happened to me and like legal trouble stuff that I have to deal with first. And that's like literally emptied my fucking bank account. And I can't afford shit until it's over, unfortunately.
There was a lot to do. It's very overwhelming as a new player, and it's hard to understand what direction you should go in. And I chose to be a black mage, which probably wasn't the most fun class to choose. Not that I minded it, it just felt a little bit...
It's pretty racist for him to choose a black mage and then say he couldn't get a job.
Slow, I guess. Personally, I feel like I need to invest more time in Final Fantasy 14. I'm never going to call it S tier because I just haven't got enough time. And I see it as value. And I think a lot of people enjoy the social aspects of this game as well. So I'm going to put this as a B tier MMO with the potential to be better. Hopefully I'll be able to put more time in and do a 100-hour review.
Cyrus is never signing that paper. I'm in a completely different universe right now. You have to go back to my previous stream where I'm actually bitching about all the stressful stuff I'm dealing with.
Another one on the list. I'm a busy dog, okay? I'm sorry.
I know what job means, dog.
But there's like 17 female classes and like...
If BDO was nothing but a game that was a character creator, it would belong right here. Because people sign in, create a character, whack off, and then leave. It's the best part of the game. It's the fucking best part of the game, and there's so little that comes even close to what BDO does. So little. It's incredible how many different characters there are to jerk off to. Just not that one. That one puts you on a list. Don't jerk off to that one.
Like 3 male classes. So it's really trying to make sure that everyone here, yo, guys, we're totally heterosexual. Let's choose a female character with big tits. That's us, man. We're such a BDO.
I will say it was a pretty brave decision by the devs of BDO to only include female characters in the game. Like that you can't play as a man. I do think that was a very interesting decision.
That we love big titted anime girls.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Who needs story? It's all about that grind. I'm on
fuck
that
yeah.
grind. Look at me.
It's all about her grinding on your face.
I like to grind. Ooh, I'm so good at grinding.
A strong E tier MMO. I would put it as F, but the combat was actually enjoyable.
Oh my god. The only thing you're grinding down is the calluses on your hand against your dick playing that game. Honestly, I think it deserves a little bit better. I think it deserves C tier, but that's just me. The reason I think it deserves C tier is purely because the combat feels more like I'm playing an arcade fighting game than an actual MMO, and I think that's an interesting concept.
That's perfect.
Wait, for real, there's no male classes. Yeah, go check. Go check BDO right now. You'll see there's no men in that game. There's just attractive women with tits and unattractive women. They didn't put any men in the game.
Chaos, suck my dick. I think I enjoyed the back.
We're going back. I bet none of you know who the fuck this guy is. But I do. What an asshole. What a fucking tool. What a fucking tool. You know, completely unrelated. It's really interesting to find out who people are in private versus what they put out on like publicly. Is he related to some ordinary gamers? No, Mudahar's got way more integrity. I'm just saying, completely unrelated. Some people, when you know who they are privately, they're not who they are publicly. And you need to be fucking scared. And the content creator space is such a strange one with that. Because some people are real fucking bastards.
I think I enjoyed the backstory of City of Heroes more than I did playing it. If that makes sense.
No,
I feel like it's a real underdog tale, and I really.
Plus, I said it's completely unrelated. Don't worry about it, Dubba.
If this does carry on like thriving and gaining a bigger player base. Personally, I didn't quite like the mechanics and the combat. I like the idea of it, but I feel like it's probably just a bit lost on me.
City of Heroes. Oof. Fuck, I played a little bit of that and I couldn't stand it. City of Heroes I put here. Sorry. It's just not that great.
Take anything away from it though, because they've done wonders over the years, and the fact that they have managed to revive it. I mean, I'm going to say it's a C-tier MMO. It's not for me, but I definitely see why people like it.
I can't get into it.
I actually quite like the look and feel.
Oh, hello.
I didn't mind the fact that it was 2D. I thought the story was pretty good. Yes, there's AI voice acting, which I know is the devil, so I'm not allowed to like that.
AI voice acting. Give it 5 years. And the AI voice acting will be better than the actual voice actors. We're seeing that happen in anime right now because people who do dubs for anime keep on putting their fucking political opinions in it. You know, I started watching an anime recently. And I realized how fucking pathetic people are in the West. That they actually changed the entire name of an anime. Because they were so scared of the concept of it. I want to see if you can recognize what anime I'm talking about. There is an anime about magical World War I. Where the main character is a small German girl with magical powers. The Saga of Tanya the Evil. That's not what the name is. That's not what the translation of the name is. That's World War II, I think. No, it's World War I. It's World War I. And it made me realize how fucking pathetic and how sensitive people are. God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Isn't she a guy? It's a dude who basically he got pushed onto a train track and then God appeared and it was like, why are you such a faithless piece of shit? And then he was like, well, fuck you, God. And God's like, I'm going to make you believe in me. And so God turned him into a little girl with magical powers in World War I. And he's like so mad at God. It's great. He's pissed off because God's like, you can activate your magical powers, but only if you pray to me. I think that's such a fucking funny concept. But people get so sensitive over shit like that. You know, if I make a joke, I really thought about this. I'd like to make a joke where I play you play a game as a World War II soldier, but you play as a German. And the joke I would make is, finally, a World War II game where we get to play as the good guys. And I bet you people would take that seriously. People would get so fucking mad. They can't handle it. Apparently, Japan is enacting antitrust laws against Visa for their censorship efforts. Good. Good. Visa, no payment processor should be able to decide where you can spend your money. Fuck them. Man who was an atheist and didn't believe in God then gets reincarnated. Yeah, that's the one.
Apparently. But the flip side is there is another version of this game called Raven Quest, which is a blockchain crypto game, essentially. And the concern is that Raven Dawn will be abandoned for Raven Quest because Raven Quest makes a lot of money. And so it doesn't quite sit with me, the fact that they do have the second version, which is obviously blockchain technology, latest crypto bro jargon. I'm just not confident recommending this game to anyone because it just feels like some sort of shady rug pull. So I'm going to rate this F tier. Is Star Wars the old...
Oh, this one is going to hurt people. No matter where you put SWTOR on a tier list, someone's going to be mad. Solid C. Solid C tier. It's good. Strong story tie-ins. BioWare knew what they were doing with the decision wheel. Alien space titties. Space bikinis everywhere. Decent design. But just not a banger. The combat's trash. The combat's just real floaty and weird and doesn't feel that comfortable, even for a tab targeting system. Should payment processors get Section 230 like protections like YouTube have? No. Fuck them. They are there to process payments, not decide what you can and can't pay for. Absolutely not. Rake those motherfuckers over the coals. Purely because they also hold like a kind of monopoly on the market. They deserve it. Fuck them.
Old Republic better than Star Wars Galaxies? No. Is it still a good MMO? Yes. It's a very story-based MMO, and it's very easy to forget that it is an MMO because you can pretty much solo this whole entire game.
This is a single-player space RPG that happens to have MMO elements.
But it does have a lot of good MMO mechanics. It has housing, it has raids, it has PvP, and it has seasonal events and even a battle pass. On paper, if you're a Star Wars fan, this should tick all the right boxes. But for me though, it's just too far back on the Star Wars timeline.
I know,
I find it hard to really get into it. I know the Old Republic is popular in literature, but when it comes to modern day media, there's not really that much covering it. Don't get me wrong, I did enjoy role-playing as a fat Mandalorian, but it's still not enough to make me bump it up the tier list. So for now, I'm putting it as a C-tier MMO.
Solid C. 100% agree. Solid C. Good, just not good enough. Ooh, D&D Online. I didn't play this. I thought this was basically the same as Neverwinter. I may have confused the titles.
I feel sorry for Dungeons & Dragons Online because it's by no means a horrible MMO, it's just not a very popular one. And it does feel somewhat abandoned. And I don't mean by the developers because they themselves are doing constant updates. What I mean is by the D&D community because even though this game is free to play, there's literally no one playing.
Why would you ever play a D&D game when you can just play D&D? That's the real question you gotta ask. It might be a good game. And almost every single MMORPG is basically just a game of D&D. But if you're gonna just call your game D&D Online, I think that's immediately gonna like make it unappealing to certain D&D players. Because they're like, I'd rather sit around a table with my friends and be a dickhead and be a murder hobo.
Ain't it?
Yeah.
The game itself...
Can't believe it's still got more players than New World though, that's impressive.
Actually quite interesting. It's a lot more puzzle orientated than it is, fetch quests, which does make it a more engaging experience. However, I just simply haven't put enough time into it because it was a bit lonely playing by myself. I like MMOs because it's multiple people playing it, but this obviously felt very lonesome. So overall...
By the way, if you want to really, really piss people off, who are like super D&D nerds, who like they get like super focused on like the 3 rule sets instead of like 5e or whatever, What you do is you put them in a room with a Baldur's Gate player who's never played D&D. And you ask them both the same question. How many dice do you need to play D&D? And you step back the second you hear the Baldur's Gate player say 1. Because there's about to be a fist fight.
I don't think it's a horrible game, but if no one else wants to play it, then why should I? I'm going to rate this a D tier. Dark Age of Camelot, the granddaddy to Elder Scrolls Online. Sadly, when I played this game, I played on a public server, which just
didn't even know about this one.
Whereas from what I hear, the private servers are a lot more populated and fun. But until I play on a private server, I can only go by my own personal experience and obviously what I've read up. So I'm going to rate this a C tier MMO. Rest assured, you Camelot fans, I will be playing on
never played it
on the Eden server in the near future.
PAX.
What can I say?
Easy. Easy. PAX Day is just shitty Valheim. Easy E tier. Easy.
About PAX Day that I haven't already said.
I watched Soulman suffer through this game. I watched him suffer through this. What's your opinion on Star Wars? Overall opinion? I'm kind of like an adjacent fan to Star Wars. I'm not that big of a fan of the where the like trajectory that the franchise has taken after Disney took over. If you want the best, genuinely the best stories that have ever been made in the Star Wars universe, you need to go and read the comics. All the Luke Skywalker comics were great. Like when I was a kid, this was like after the release of the movies and stuff. There used to be like a small comic store that I would walk to, and I used to buy none of the comics, but the dude in the store was cool, and he would let me like just chill there and let me like read comics, and he had a lot of the Star Wars ones, and they were fucking awesome. They were incredible.
In a video where I played it for 100 hours. Probably not too much extra. Just go watch that video. But overall, was it that horrible as an F tier? No, I'm going to rate it E tier. It still has value.
Also, the law reasons for no one using Tricata are dumb as fuck.
Not quite F tier.
Not quite F tier. Yeah, it's about right.
When it comes to the Final Fantasy franchise, there's certain ones that
never played this one.
It's the ones that are old, grainy looking, with that PlayStation 2 nostalgia, or PS1 nostalgia. And Final Fantasy XI is just a stone throw away from the original Final Fantasy titles. None of this action, combat, tab targeting nonsense. No. It felt very much like you had to wait your turn to make a move.
Basically, it was just Pokemon with a different skin.
Even though it was technically tab targeting. I really enjoyed my time playing Final Fantasy XI, even though it was a ball ache to set up and was quite difficult to understand what was going on. Like, it really does need a better tutorial. But overall, I think just because the nostalgia, the look, the feel, is a B tier MMO for me. And then
WildStar is such a nostalgia trip. It was so far ahead of its time. And now I'm going to hurt some feelings. WildStar's a B tier MMO. Everyone like, you know how when you've got like an alcoholic in your family and everyone talks about them like they're a piece of fucking shit, or gets like really angry at them for not doing certain things, but then they die and everyone just says nothing but nice things about that person who's now dead. That's WildStar. Everyone is scared to be like it had its problems. Everyone misses WildStar. Everyone wishes WildStar was back. But it's not a game without problems. Solid B tier. Correction, WildStar was a B tier. It's gone now. Yeah, no, pretty much. It's a dead B tier game. Private servers, that's the only hope for it.
Never got to play WildStar when it was alive, but I have, however, played on the private server and done my research. And it's actually devastating to think how much of a gem this game was and could have been if it just had a little bit more investment.
If there was a bunch of crazy fucking people with infinite money who would spend their time reviving WildStar and then developing the game further using more modern MMORPG mechanics, WildStar, I genuinely think has the potential to be an A-tier MMO, maybe even an S-tier MMO. Just because of the baseline potential that this game actually had. If someone re-devved this shit out by themselves and had the money to do it, they could make this into an S-tier MMO. I genuinely believe that. But it's like the alcoholic in your family who died. Never lived up to their potential.
We're talking action combat, in-depth.
They were also ahead of their time when they told you that it's not the drunk drivers that are the problem, it's the drunk crashers on the road. And you said that just before you hit a family of 4.
Leveling system, large difficult raids, PvP, and of course everyone's favourite, housing. I genuinely and wholeheartedly think that if this game was to release tomorrow, it'll be one of the top 5 MMOs. I think it just released at a very awkward time and it just got punished for it.
By the way, too much focus on housing.
Luckily though, we do have the private servers which are being worked.
Oh my god, he had to show this character model. Oh my god. Do you know how many fat goth bitches I knew and like when I was younger who fucking played characters that looked exactly like this? I'm talking like these girls were like 15 and needed to book double seats on a plane. And all of them played this character with that body type. Every single one of them. Their faces looked like a fucking pincushion. Black makeup. Black eyeliner, and my one friend Connor was shoving his dick in as many of them as he could. We were all little virgins, and he was like, and we were like, why do you keep fucking these fat bitches? And he was like, look, of everyone in the group, I'm getting laid, and none of you are. So who's the real loser here? It was him because he had to wear skinny jeans. We actually styled on him for wearing skinny jeans, but hey, it worked. Back in the day, the whole emo thing. I love how my friend Connor, back in the day, he wasn't actually emo, but he used the style to get laid all the time. And it worked. It worked so goddamn well. There was like a conveyor belt of fat bitches flying in and out of his life. And the ones that played WildStar all used this character model.
It's taking some time, and obviously from my own play experience, I haven't played the complete game because the private servers are not complete yet. But hopefully they will be soon. So for now, I'm going to rate this a B-tier MMO.
When the private servers are up and this game is complete, I will play WildStar.
And potentially an even higher one. Worm Online was an experience, and it's a free one that anyone can do. I actually adore these types of games.
Never played this.
Because it's a world which you obviously create yourself, and it's not something that's easily done. It's something that takes time, and you have to put the effort in to see some output. I won't pretend it's not a bit janky and dated, because by all means, it is definitely that. But what it does have is a lot of soul, and it does have a great community also. Despite a lack of players, the community feel is there to be seen and witnessed by everyone. Worm Online claims to be a open world sandbox MMO RPG, and there's no doubt in my mind it achieves that tenfold.
I love the fact that he put fucking Minecraft music in the background for this.
So overall, I'm going to rate this a A-tier MMO. It is, however, quite the grind, and sadly, I just don't have the time to play it, but I still stick by my rating of A-tier. Fallen Earth, quite frankly, baffles
Never heard of this one either.
me, because it has everything it needs to be a great and popular MMO, but it simply isn't. In fact, it's so mismanaged that last I checked, the servers were down due to a fault, and they still haven't been brought back online. Like, how does this even happen in this day and age? But
it's because there's one guy running this whole game, that's how.
Management to one side, it is free to play, it's totally free, no cash shop or anything, and it has in the past died and come back, so it's a very volatile MMO to say the least. But if you're a fan of Fallout or just dystopian worlds in general, then honestly, it's worth checking out. That's assuming it comes back online. In fact, I'm probably going to rate it even lower now because I think it's probably dead. So, D for dead game.
Fair.
Cool.
Oh, okay. Core Punk has recently had an update. I've played Core Punk after the update and it feels a lot better. The update is very, very recent. The movement is faster. The interactions with the game feel better. It doesn't feel as molasses-like. The character creator still fucking sucks. The drops are better. So honestly, I'm going to hear you scream now. Don't abbreviate Core Punk, but I'm going to do it anyway. Honestly, on first impression of Core Punk after playing it, I would have put it as a D tier MMO. After the most recent update that it's gone through, I would say it's genuinely a C tier MMO. Core Punk is okay enough that it's a C tier MMO now. The updates that they recently had to the game fixed a lot of problems and made it feel less molasses-like, and it was much better. But the problem is, it only feels better because of how bad it used to feel. And that's not good enough.
Core Punk is a new MMO which is trying to approach the genre slightly differently.
Wait, it's free to play, but it doesn't have a cash shop. How does it even make money? No idea, Dog Rock. I'd need to look into the monetization of it.
A ARPG mixed with a MMO, mixed with a MOBA, mixed with whatever else it can think of. It's had mixed reactions because I don't think it's very solo friendly, which is 90% of the MMO market these days, and there are some difficult aspects to it. It's still in early access, so it's not quite complete, and there are a lot of features which are missing, but overall I'd say it's a good playing experience, and I'm going to put it as a C tier MMO.
Fair.
Maybe when it releases more stuff, it can bump itself up the rankings. Entropia Universe is some...
But why don't you get a pen pad since you use Paint a lot? Probably not that expensive. One, because all my money is currently going to that, and I don't want to have to learn how to use a pen pad. If I was going to get anything, I'd get one of those MMO mouses, where it's actually a joystick with a bunch of keys on it and shit. I genuinely don't feel like figuring out how to use a pen pad, because then I've also got my mouse in my hand and I'm switching it out for a fucking pen and trying to draw on it. It's just easier for me to just get used to using a mouse and drawing in Paint.
Somewhat of a record holder. It holds a world record for the most expensive virtual item ever sold. It became the first video game with a built-in bank back in March.
Do you want me to tell you something really cool about games that use world records for the most expensive items ever sold? I'm not accusing this game of doing this, but I want you to know that it's actually a viral marketing tactic, that when you tell people you can earn real-world money playing our game, what they do is the company will develop a product, and then they will get someone from the company with company money to play on a private character and then pay for that product, and then get it to make a headline saying this one thing in this video game sold for $100,000 or whatever the fuck. And then that makes headlines, and that brings people into playing the game because a bunch of retards think to themselves, damn, I can make money playing this game as well, because someone made $100,000, when actually it's just company money going from one person to the next and right back into the bank.
March 2009, when his application for a banking license was approved by the Swedish Financial Supervisory Authority. And it's the longest running play and earn MMO. And what I mean by this is that you can earn money just by playing the game. You get the in-game currency, which can be converted to real currency. It's crazy. Honestly, it's a really interesting design.
Sounds like Second Life.
However, as a game though, I just don't think it's that great. I don't think it's more predatory than any other MMO out there. And to be honest, the community is great. It was a very friendly community. It's just I don't think the gameplay is that amazing. So for that reason, I'm rating it as a E tier MMO.
All 5 Entropia players are going to be in his comments fucking with the death threats now. People who play games like Entropia Universe are ultra defensive over the games that they play, saying how good and amazing their game is. And they have every financial incentive on Earth to try to get people to never say that their game is shit or what's wrong with their game, because they're so scared of chasing away player number 6 that might play the game, who they can sell stuff to.
Haven and Half is a hardcore sandbox MMO.
That's
honestly
what the fuck is this?
I saw a comment which basically said, imagine if 2 devs had a touch of autism and made an MMO, you would get Haven and Half. Which honestly isn't a bad thing. It's so in-depth, it's great. Honestly, if you think Worm Online is complex, this is on a similar level and it does it so well. I think the graphics and the fact that it is open world PvP will put a lot of people off, even though it's not always on PvP and there are consequences to your actions. and it is that complex, it will put a lot of people off. But personally, as someone who's been called artistic many a times, I think this is a great game. I would rate it a B tier MMO. Obviously, there's always room for improvement, like not making me...
It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. But I don't know how it feels to play. Again, a fat bitch can look terrible. But if she's been eating hot dogs all day, she knows what to do with that tongue.
He died to a fucking swan. Essentially,
I'm dying. Help me.
Death by a fucking swan. Can you get any more British than that? But despite that, I still think...
Hold on. I'm going to add... I'm just going to open up a notepad here. Right? That was my stream plan. And I'm going to add certain MMORPGs to this list that I know he hasn't covered. That he might want to look at it in the future. But I've played these games. And I'm going to rank them as well. God, what was the other one?
I think is a very strong and solid MMO. Some people won't agree that Second Life is even a MMO, but in my book, it is a social MMO, so it goes on the list.
There was an entire, like I've said this before, there was an entire documentary in my country about the world's fattest woman who was running a brothel. And like she had made the perfect character that people went online to have online sex with. And it was so funny watching that documentary in my country and to find out how much money this woman was making when it went from showing her Second Life character being this like perfectly crafted, tits in the right place, ass ideal, and then it just cuts, hard cut onto her face. And she looked like Jabba the Hutt in a curtain. It was such a hard cut. And I feel like whoever edited that documentary together did it on purpose. It was so bad. My whole I watched this with my mom and my dad, and all three of us just started uncontrollably laughing at what we saw. We were such bad people that day. We were all going to hell. But it was so funny.
I'm sure this game has been on a lot of lists along with some of its player base. Now, I did rate this a very disturbing MMO due to some of its more seedy side, should we just say?
Hold on, where do you see MMOs in the future when it comes to the HUD or POV? Will third person be the way to go forever? Is it optimal view? I've never liked LOL-style POV games. I think that each and every single MMO needs to choose their own unique POV that's going to work for the gameplay they're trying to express. So I think that's a secondary factor based on your gameplay, right? And we should have different POVs, because different people are going to enjoy different things. Generally speaking, though, most MMO players like seeing their character on screen, and so third person to top down will always be preferable to anything else. When it comes to the HUD, I think they've learned that, like a lot of MMO devs have learned their lesson from World of Warcraft, that if your HUD is too clunky and too like overly possessive of the screen, that it removes from the experience. And so I think HUDs are moving towards minimalism, and that's going to be both a good and a bad thing. I think that simplifies the gameplay loop. Okay, so ideal gameplay design for me is simple to learn, difficult to master, right? Give your character a whole bunch of things that are front-facing, that are easy for them to figure out. But at the same time, there's a bunch of nuances in the mechanics that take forever to master or figure out that make you an exceptional player. So, like, a good example of this would be Dark Souls. You've only got a limited amount of things that you can do with your character, but all the details, the grit mechanics, the dodging, the rolling, your iframes, the different weapons, how the timing of the attacks works, the telegraphing, your swing timers, the hitboxes, how you break down certain things is so fundamentally important, and there's so much you can learn about it. There's like, you can watch a 9-hour video on Dark Souls mechanics in combat, and like 3 hours are just based on what the light attack does to different enemies and how different enemies respond to it. But it's going to be very easy for someone to figure out, okay, that's the light attack, but not understand all the complex mechanics behind it. That's the best way forward, I think.
But I've seen a lot of positive things written about this game, and I do appreciate what it's trying to do. It's not a bad game, it's just a very up and down community. In fact, one of my favorite YouTubers covers this game off quite regularly, so shout out to Daniel.
Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you, hi.
Oh, God!
What are you guys doing?
Oh, jeez. Oh, fucking Christ.
It is a great MMO, but it is obviously very
Oh.
monetized and a bit janky and has a shady community.
I'm going to try not to throw up. Give me a second. I didn't need to see that.
So I'm not going to rate it too high, but I'm going to say it's a D tier MMO. A social MMO with no chat boxes, but just deers.
I remember this game. I remember watching Soulman's video on this game. What a fucked up game.
Simply get older and can customize themselves with headdresses and stuff. I mean, it's a fucking acid trip if I'm being honest. This game is very peculiar. But I like what
I love how you put the Silent Hill music in the background here just because of how fucked up this game is. How fucking freakish it is.
Trying to do. And because it is so left of center, it shouldn't be punished for that. It should be rewarded for trying to be different. I'm going to rate this a C tier MMO. I don't understand the game, and I can't knock it down for being different, but I can't also rate it the best MMO ever.
Man, how did you not put that in E tier? Come on.
I just don't understand it, so C tier. Worlds.com was one of the first ever social MMOs ever created. Launched back in 1995, you can believe there's been some stories over the years. From online cults to David Bowie having his own...
This is all the games from when Soulman was going through his creepy arc, where he was looking for like the most fucked up MMOs. And anything that was similar to that. Watch what happens one day when Soulman discovers MUDs and the fucked up things that happen in MUDs. Oh, that's a video all on its own.
Own dedicated world. It is so dated, it's what makes it brilliant. I do fear, however, that this game is no longer playable because the servers have been down for quite some time now. You can access it in offline mode and basically explore this time capsule from way back when, but I won't let nostalgia cloud my judgment of this game. It was great at the time, but realistically, it's only been kept alive because there's a pattern behind virtual reality games, so I'm putting this as a E tier MMO.
Fair.
Is it fair?
Oh, Ashes of Creation. Oh my. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ooh. There are going to be so many people out there who are going to say this is going to be the next S tier MMORPG. And then there are going to be people out there who say this is dog shit, this is a scam, these fucking people are assholes, it's not true, $500 for the alpha key, or $200 or $100 or whatever the fuck they changed it to. MUDs is like, I'll tell you now, let me not get pulled off track here. Ashes of Creation, I've played it off stream. I've given feedback to a guy who basically bought me an alpha key and wanted to know my personal opinion on the game. Ashes of Creation, from what I played, I would put it here. However, if they can develop Star Citizen over here into a better experience for the single-player mechanics of the game and actually fulfill all the promises that they've made that they haven't currently done, it could potentially be B tier, and if they do it perfectly, A tier. But it's not an S tier MMO. Baseline, it's not an S tier MMO. Gimme said something. I don't know if anyone knows who Gimme is. He's the guy who plays RuneScape and makes RuneScape content. He said, I don't see the next biggest MMORPG ever being a game where it's go out and kill 50 fucking boars or whatever the fuck. And I've had a long, hard think about what he said. And I think he's right. Because it's a repetition of the same shit we've been playing for the last 30 years of our lives. But also, yeah, MUDs are like the amoeboid MMO. They're like a bunch of like text kind of stuff that people used to play that was essentially it's like the protozoa to what became MMORPGs. And I was lucky enough as a kid that I played some MUDs and I learned some of the fucked up stories of things that happen in MUDs. Certain stories about the targeting of children. That made me stop playing MUDs because at the time I was a child. But yeah, MUDs are weird.
To judge a game that is still in alpha and a work in progress and charge $250 to test it. Abso-fucking-lutely. But let's not be too harsh, because there certainly is a shell of a title to be played. But what they've promised and what they've delivered and the timelines that keep changing,
two different things.
It's all one big clusterfuck.
Two different
They've
things.
cultivated a very cult community who will not hear a bad thing about the game, which is hilarious because you won't hear any bad things about the game because every big content creator has stopped covering it off.
Yeah, everyone's kind of played Ashes, they hyped it up, and then they dropped it. So what's up, Noxy? How you doing? Have you noticed that there's no channel, no streamer, no big YouTuber currently hyping up Ashes of Creation? The biggest one they had was Narc. Where is Narc today? Where did Narc go? Where did Narc go? Did I put a link to his video here? I can't even see his fucking channel. Damn, this was when I didn't know how YouTube works. So I didn't link it because I'm retarded. Where's Narc's channel? Huh? Where did Narc go? The biggest supporter. Gone. Evaporated. He knocked on the game and he vanished. After years of making videos on Ashes of Creation, Narc is gone. Gee, I wonder why. Asmongold's pretty good at this. That's how bad Narc felt playing Ashes of Creation. And he got in a bitch fight with who? Who fucking did this? Who was a little bitch to him? The man himself, the passion of the ferret, the actually my dad works at Blizzard, Pirate Software. Don't ever fucking tell me that that piece of shit Pirate Software hasn't had a real world effect on things. Because that motherfucker ruined people's lives and channels. And he falsely DMCA claimed anyone who went against him or made videos about him. And devs. Pirate said Ashes will release in a year. That was 6 months ago. Ashes of Creation is going to release in 6 years. Not 6 months. Yeah. The infinite lolcow. You know, I've thought about putting together like a big ass video on all the things that Pirate Software and all the people he fucked over. But I don't think it would be worth it. Because people have like memory hold the kind of fucked up things that Pirate Software has done. So you seen the V-Shoujo thing a few days ago. Did you see they posted, they shut it down? I saw it in my Discord. I've got it open here on a different tab, and I'm going to take a look at it now.
I really enjoyed Narc claiming the desert wasn't real, and then watching Steven have such a fiery reaction.
So it is total fucking bullshit. That what the statements that the way he represented us and the game in his video. And again, I don't want to pick on Narc. Like,
where's the fucking game, Steven? Where's the game, Steven? You motherfucker. Put his head in a toilet and flush it a few times. Where's the game, Steven? No, couldn't take having to cover the development for another 10 years before release. Yeah, probably. Narc got literally bullied off the internet by Pirate Software and by Steven. Probably gonna watch the Mandalore one. Yes, Moonstone.
Okay, dude.
Sure.
Go play another game. Go enjoy your content creator career.
Yeah.
Go play Dark Souls. Do you? This is your life, brother. You go do you. But you left. You lit a match and you threw it behind you and you said, "F you, Steven. F you, Ashes, and f you, developers." And that's f***ed up.
Not being a 60k sub content creator with actual pizza boxes as his background, and Steven Sharif being someone who put $50 million into a MMO and is the CEO. Supposedly. I don't know if he is the CEO. It changes. I'm sure it's for tax reasons. Steven's...
Just for tax reasons. Wasn't Steven... Am I misremembering this, but wasn't Steven the same guy who was involved in a pyramid scheme in the past? Oh, sorry. They call it an MLM now. Wasn't he that same guy? You know what we need? We all need Narc to come back to the internet. And we need him to just... We need Narc to just one day, like, Ashes of Creation is done, right? It's all over. Pirate Software's failed. And then Narc just needs to come back to us. He needs to just come back online. And it's just this. It's just... I was right all along. That's what we need. That's what we need from Narc. He just needs to reappear. And then he can be like, fuck Pirate Software, fuck Steven, fuck all you lying rats. I was right. That's what we need. And it's going to be so goddamn funny. Can you imagine how many times Narc jerks off a day to watching what's happening to Pirate right now? After the fight he had with him.
Saw how long Star Citizen was taking to develop and was like, hold my beer. Ashes of Creation is the Belle Delphine of MMOs. Everyone on the internet was talking about it. There's constant teasing of what was going to be revealed, collabing with big content creators just to get the word out. And then, once it all got revealed,
nothing.
Well, it was just another set of tits. And unfortunately for Ashes of Creation, the internet is rife with tits. I think they spent too much time marketing this game as opposed to developing it, and that's why I'm going to be harsh and rate this a E-tier MMO. Let's be honest, this game is never going to be complete. They had the best intentions at the start, but it feels like they...
Ooh, so I rate it as a C-tier MMO because of the gameplay. I'm focusing purely on the gameplay. If I was to look at the management of the game, the way that it's treated its content creators, the way it's marketed itself, the money that people have spent to play a fucking alpha, that this game is going to be out in a year, you know, it sounds like a heartbound timeline, then I would absolutely put it in F tier. I agree. F tier. Sorry. But if I'm just basing this on the gameplay, C tier.
Lost their way as time has gone on. I look forward to my comment section. Another great MMO closed down way too soon.
You can't keep getting away with it!
It's like we need a movement to stop killing games or something.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good example of how to convert a single-player RPG into a MMO RPG. I played this title last year and also covered it off on a video, shameless plug, and honestly, it was such a refreshing experience. It's still playable through private servers, and although it's not as popular as it once was, there's still, once again, a strong community vibe. It's funny how these private servers just bring together the best of people.
Isn't it weird how certain private servers do a better job than the actual devs? Isn't it weird how a bunch of fat dudes in a basement somehow outperform these fucking paid shills? These paid pieces of shit who are like, well, I got a degree in game development. And there's just like some wizard in a basement in flip-flops who like does this across a keyboard and fixes everything. Hold on, I'm reaching out to explore potential collaboration that I think could mutually benefit you as a streamer. I work with a network of gaming I'm saving that guy's Discord for later. I'll save that for later because one of my personal favorite hobbies is going out of my way to, you know, shit all over people like that for fun. I've done it on stream before. Not going to do it today. I don't feel like it.
I mean, it is free to play because it is on a private server and there's no like horrible monetization. It's great gameplay and it will captivate you for hours. So,
oh, I know he has super
S tier MMO.
Honestly, I don't know how he got around the ban. I recognize the name.
Another Sony online entertainment flop is The Matrix Online.
Matrix Online. Oh, fuck. Matrix Online, right here, E tier. What a miss. Disappointing.
Closed down quite some time ago, and there has been efforts to try and revive it with private servers, but the most we have is a server you can walk around, but can't do combat or questing, or not much really. It also brought to the table such innovations as in-game dungeon masters, and being a continuation of the Matrix storyline, therefore it was considered canon by a lot of people. But there's so much competition from other MMOs, it didn't really hold a player base, and sadly it died. So I can only rate it on what I've seen and what I've heard, and the very brief amount that I've played. I'm going to give it a E tier MMO.
Based. Maybe if I can keep agreeing with Sawman, I'll finally get into the Illuminati MMO meetings where they all decide to talk about the same topic at the same time. Because I'm out of that fucking loop. It's because the fat dudes in the basement don't disrupt each other's design process with 6 bajillion checks and must make a pamphlet to justify changes. Yeah, they're also not in trouble with HR. You know how it is, like the fat wizard in the basement, he will never get a job in game dev because instead of sitting there passionately programming out of a game, he keeps on getting pulled into the HR meetings where the HR are just a bunch of fucking Karens who sit there saying, you make the people in the office feel uncomfortable. Do something about it. And the dude's like, I haven't even spoken to anyone in weeks. Exactly. And then he speaks to someone and then he gets called back into HR. We're going to have to let you go because you harassed a worker. It's like, I said hello. Exactly. That's exactly what happens to those fucking wizards. And then they go home and they make Dwarf Fortress. And then they make Minecraft.
Active Worlds is another social MMO back from the 2000s.
Not an MMO. This is another one of those like Second Life kind of games.
Which is once again pretty much dead. It's amazing. It's almost like something bigger took the place of social MMOs. It does have a small and active community who is still building worlds. But with the player base aging and no new blood coming into it, I won't be surprised if the player base dies out before the actual game does. I'm rating this a D tier MMO. Believe it or not, this is the longest running MMO. I'm not even...
Oh, God. Fuck Hadia. I watched Soulman's video on this.
I'm joking. And it's a very social MMO. I played it briefly.
I blame the Lion King. I blame the Lion King for fucking up my generation. There's that one scene with Nala in the grass. And immediately after that came out, we could tell who the fucking freaks were in my school. Because everyone was like, yeah, that was a bit weird. And then there were certain dudes who were like, yeah, weird. Yeah. And you were like, you want to fuck the lion, don't you piece of shit? My generation has been destroyed by Disney movies. God damn it.
And yeah, eat it. When I first heard about Pantheon, I was very skeptical because it did feel a bit scammy.
I'm still skeptical. I'm still very skeptical about this, but I haven't played it.
As we say in the MMO industry. But unlike its Kickstarter MMO competition, this game actually made it to Steam in early access and it doesn't charge over $100 to play. It is still missing features and it is more of a old school MMO with a strong emphasis on grouping up with players.
Oh, Naked Green Lady, nice.
I know, wild. But if you like the old fundamental values of what an MMORPG should be, then Pantheon might just be the game for you. But I did enjoy it and I do see its value. I'm going to rate this a B tier MMO.
Shockingly high. Maybe I need to try Pantheon at some point. Guild Wars 2 had a moment like that with that white fox raptor skin, where people wanted to fuck the mount. God, don't tell me that.
Imagine if they made old school RuneScape.
I watched him play this on stream. I was lurking a lot. I was busy, but I had him open on the second monitor while I was working.
With good graphics.
Am I a joke to you?
Based South African content, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Brighter Shores. Slight caveat though, it's not finished. It is missing stuff like trading, grouping, guilds, you know, all the cool MMO stuff that people look for. So at the minute, it feels very much, well, it is early access, but very, very early access. But it has potential. And that's because it's being developed by Andrew Gower, the co-creator of RuneScape. So I won't be too harsh because there is time for it to improve. But for now, I'm rating it a D tier MMO.
If he's rating it a D tier and he's hoping it's going to improve, that means it belongs in E tier.
This next section is going to be very pirate themed and pirate heavy because I played about 5 or 6 pirate MMOs back to back for a video. So let's just smash these out. First up is Pirates.
Of all of these, Pirates of the Caribbean. That's where it belongs.
The Burning Sea. This one had a very unique economy to it. It was very player driven, and there was even open world PvP in some instances. It was an okay game, but it does lack a player base, and the tutorial wasn't that great. So I'm just going to rate.
If you want to play a pirate game, just go play Sea of Thieves. None of these are worth it. Just go play Sea of Thieves if you want a pirate game. The most based pirate game is one that's never going to exist. It's they take Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, and they make that into an MMO with those game mechanics, and that's never happening.
There's a D tier MMO. Bounty Bay Online. What can I say about Bounty Bay Online? Not much. F tier. I'm sure someone out there is a huge fan of Uncharted Waters. It just wasn't me. And it was...
You mean Skull and Bones? Yeah, I'm probably thinking of Skull and Bones. I probably... Fuck, I keep on mixing up names of things. But yeah, it's probably Skull and Bones. Hold on, let me check. Let me make sure. No, it's Sea of Thieves. I was thinking of Sea of Thieves. This is like probably one of the only ones. It's the closest you're going to get to an MMO that's pirate-based that's good. Never played Skull and Bones, so I don't know how good that is or not.
Better than Bounty Bay Online, and it does have that PlayStation 2 nostalgia graphics. But it is a E-tier MMO for me. Florenzia is certainly a pirate MMO. Just a very, very dull one.
Oh,
E-tier.
Man.
I'm sure some of you will question why this is on the list, but I do assure you, it is a MMO. It's just a very, very bad one. A quadruple A clusterfuck. And it is Ubisoft as well. So, do you know what? F tier. At one point...
Hey, look at that, he covered.
Disney were on a roll when it came to making MMOs, and Pirates of the Caribbean Online was certainly a decent one that they made.
Fuck out of my face. Fucking discount ass Temu bullshit fucking Kingdom Hearts ass looking motherfucker. Get out of my face. F tier.
It was exciting, it was addictive, and they shut it down. Because why wouldn't you? You can still play it today on private servers. Pirates Online Legends is what it's called. Certainly worth checking out. I'm going to rate this a C tier MMO. I'm sure a number of my viewers are into Lego because, you know, you know. But this MMO was aimed at a younger audience, and it did quite well. It's just the problem was they didn't really know how to monetize children back then.
I gotta be honest. My wife and I are like building up like an archive of like good movies for my kid to watch when she's old enough. And we watched the Lego movie, and I'm astounded at how not bad it is. I'm shocked at how not bad that fucking movie is. And it makes me think maybe the Lego franchise has something in it where they know what the fuck they're doing.
And so it crashed out and died. However, you can still play Lego Universe. on private servers. It's a fun little MMO, it's not too complex, and if you like Lego, you would likely rate this S tier. I, however, am not 12 years old anymore, so I'm going to rate this a C tier MMO.
Man, he's being so nice. He's being so generous. I bet he rates Club Penguin as S tier.
Despite being closed down several years ago, Warhammer Online has been going strong for quite a few years via private servers. But not only that, it seems to have a decent sized player base. I had fun in my short stint playing it, and I've had nothing but good...
This is basically a WoW clone game. There's a bunch of MMORPGs that saw what WoW did, built the exact same HUD as WoW, and then pretended to be something different. Warhammer was one of them. Solid D tier. Belongs right there.
Feedback about the servers and the way that they're run, and honestly, the game is interesting. I like the focus on PvP that it has, and the people who play it also enjoy PvP. I'm not much of a Warhammer connoisseur, I don't really know too much about it, but I assume if you like Warhammer, you're going to like this game. I mean, I've said it before, I know fuck all about Warhammer.
There's better franchises. Especially for fantasy Warhammer, there's better franchises. Don't play this. Play other stuff.
And I enjoyed it. It is a game I want to do a more in-depth review on, but for now, I'm going to rate it on what I've seen and what I've heard. I'm going to say it's a B tier MMO.
Ooh, Jesus, he's so generous.
A super underrated MMO is Project Gorgon. It's a RPG first, and then it bulks on the MMO aspect, but it does it really well, and the whole world just feels alive and interactive. It doesn't have the best graphics in the world, and it certainly isn't popular, but I like how much...
Hold on, but you could argue Warhammer has much better lore. Warhammer has infinite lore. The Lego company is less embedded in BlackRock economic cluster, so I think they had enough control to where they could put their foot down and say, we don't want our movie to be socio-political battleground, and just made a child-friendly movie. As far as I'm aware, I did look into the history of the Lego movie. I think they actually hired a kid. Not to have sex with, like regular directors do. They hired a kid who like advised on the movie, who was like really in love with the Lego franchise, and the kid actually helped them fix their movie. And I think that actually helped them a lot.
Much detail they put into this title. Like, you can transform yourself into a deer, and the more you talk as a deer, the more you learn the language, and even when you speak to other people, you will end up speaking in deer. It sounds
so fucking weird.
insane, but this is the level of detail they went into. It reminds me a lot of Outward, and if you played that, you're definitely going to enjoy this. Questing isn't linear, there's usually multiple...
This looks very odd. This feels like a fever dream MMO.
...ways to solve a problem, and I like that. It doesn't treat you like an idiot. It doesn't feel like fetch quest after fetch quest. I imagine when I'm old and done with YouTube, I'm going to retire and go play Project Gorgon for the rest of my life. That's how good of an MMO it is. I'm going to rate this a S-tier MMO.
Holy shit. S-tier for that. Shocking. God damn, I've never played it, so I wouldn't be able to judge. Same with Dragon's Dogma Online. Shocking, though. Wait, have I played Dragon's Dogma Online? I can't remember.
Shroud of Avatar was supposed to be the spiritual successor to Ultima Online. Unfortunately, it didn't quite get the memo, and it's nothing like Ultima Online. Listen, let's be real here. It's not a horrible MMO, it's just a unfulfilled promise of a Kickstarter, and it is free to play, but it's just lacking quite a lot of like polish. And yeah, considering Lord British abandoned it, I think that kind of tells you where the MMO is right now. But I'm not going to tell you it's the greatest MMO I've ever played. I'm going to say it's a D-tier MMO, and that's being very generous. Another critical MMO in the sense of...
Where does Palea belong? Palea is not the kind of game I would personally enjoy. And since this is all about personal opinion, I would personally put Palea down here. Palea looks like a porn game on Steam that got released and then they just removed all the porn. That's what it looks like to me.
So, is it a MMO? And I think it is. And do you know what? It wasn't the worst experience I ever had. Initially, I went on there and trolled a little bit and tried to do PvP. It kind of worked. Oh, you see that? I hit it. What is this PvP? Get off. Go away, you fucktards. This is mine. Like, rubber. I fucking played Counter-Strike when I was like 5 years old. You ain't beating me in this shit.
Hold on. Palea striked a YouTube over digging. Oh, so what's up, Benji? Digging through game files, and I lost all loyalty immediately. It's also had a massive hacker problem, still does. Not too surprising. I mean, every single MMO probably has a hacker problem that they never deal with.
Come back here. I've actually lost it. I've lost it. I fucking lost it. And then I actually ended up making friends with some people, and they were really nice. They showed me around their house. And I have to say, it's got like it has a community of nice people, and then some people who just don't understand comedy.
Man, it's just, there's a game, there's a porn game that I downloaded that I wanted to do a speed run on, or I was thinking of doing a speed run on for when I was doing my next speed run ban. And the graphical style is almost exactly like this. God, and I can't get it out of my head. I can't remember its name either.
Trolling, I guess. The worst thing about this game is by far the cash shop. It does the usual scummy thing of, buy this item for 20,000 coins, but by the way, you can only buy 18,000 coins at a time. I can't stand it when games do this, especially when it's clearly aimed at a younger population. So, E-tier MMO. What can I say about this asset flip, which I haven't already said in other...
Quinfall belongs right here. Right there. F tier. Dog shit. The fuck out of here with that shit.
Videos. F tier.
There we go.
This is a free-to-play MMO,
Never played this
which is
one.
basically a clone of old-school RuneScape. It's by no means horrible, it does it quite well, but unfortunately, it doesn't have the same popularity. I don't think it was an awful MMO, I just feel like it needs some work, a little bit of polish, so D-tier MMO.
Defiance.
Another MMO back from the dead, Defiance Online.
Never played this one, but I did watch some gameplay. I don't think I can judge this
has
one.
been relaunched to many people's surprise. I never played the original, but me and the boys jumped on and played this looter-shooter MMO, and I'd like to say we had fun. The game loop did get a bit stale towards the end, but I can imagine if you did play the original, you'd probably enjoy this to this day. There's nothing too bad about it, and it was free to play, but I'm going to say this is a D-tier MMO.
Yeah, makes sense.
Ethereal Echoes of Yore is...
And this dude is playing so many fucking games that look like they belong in a different universe or era. This isn't an MMO list for 2025. This is back in the 1900s I played games. Do you know how fucked up it is that kids... Like, I've had a kid walk up to me and say, what was it like living back in the 1900s? What was World War II like? So I train kids in judo on like a Friday. And these kids are like between the ages of like 6 and 12. And one of them was like, you were alive during the 1900s, right? And I'm like, what? Don't say it like that. And then they asked me, what was World War II like? And I was so angry at him. That motherfucker styled on me.
Awful name for MMO, let's just be clear on that. This is by far one of the biggest surprises of 2025. This game originally had a rocky launch and even got dropped by its publisher. It was practically on the brink of death when someone came in and basically invested in the title. They went for 50% ownership, relaunched it, made it free to play, and now they have 100% ownership, and the game's doing really well. It's a fun title with RuneScape vibes, but it is quite hardcore, and it's not for the faint-hearted. But the main thing is they're taking on feedback and improving the title, and the game seems to be thriving because of it. But the main question is it fun? And yes it is. It's fun, it's free.
Never played
it. It's a good
it.
one to play with friends. I'm going to rate this a B-tier MMO. I know the term MMO gets used quite loosely when it comes to FPS games.
Never played this one. This just kind of looks like CSGO to me.
But StarCraft X really does have more of an MMO feel than FPS.
Oh, never mind. It's not CSGO. It's like CSGO mixed with, what was that like 8-bit, that like Minecraft FPS game that everyone played for like a week before they dropped it? I can't remember.
Based in the Chernobyl exclusion zone, it does make you wonder if the
But
radiation
Warframe is an MMO, just the instances are locked on 4 players, so it's not an MMO.
is what caused your head to turn
Battle
to a
Bit, that
square
one.
block. There's a lot of fun things to do in this game. You can do questing, you can do PvP, you can craft
That's
to your
the
heart's
one.
content. It is a fun little title, and it's free to play. There are concerns about it being paid to win, the cash shop allowing you to buy certain weapons, but from what I've understood and been told, as long as you don't level up too much, the open world PvP remains fun. Basically, don't go full sweat or the game will sweat you. Overall though, I'm going to say this is a C-tier MMO. It is enjoyable and it is free. Another indie MMO which you can play in early access is Bitcraft Online. If you enjoy crafting and all things whimsical, then this is probably the title for you. However, I did find it a bit slow and there were some performance issues. I do feel like it has room for improvement, but I'm going to rate this a D-tier MMO. Mum, can we have Grand Theft Auto 5? No, we have Grand Theft Auto 5 at home.
Oh. Jesus. I feel like everything passed somewhere around here. Like, he hit Ashes of Creation and he started getting suicidal and he just decided to, like, this is a manifesto of everyone he's going to walk into the offices of and shoot.
PB Reloaded is certainly a good attempt at making a Grand Theft Auto-esque sort of MMO, but it just slightly misses the mark. And the player base has dwindled over the years, and all that's left is sweaty kids. So it wasn't horrible, it just wasn't great. And Grand Theft Auto 5...
There is no reason to play this over Grand Theft GTA Online. There's just no reason.
Although technically Grand Theft Auto 5 Online is probably more sweaty with the flying cars and stuff. So maybe I just hate both of them equally. I'm going to say it's an E-tier MMO. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, but...
Apogea. There's something about the graphical style of Apogea that I really like. There's something here that I really like about Apogea, and I don't know what it is. But I don't know how it plays. This is on... I've got this on the list.
I absolutely loved this title. Even though it's still in alpha access, I really like its potential. There were some scuffed bits, like me getting trolled while making a fucking sandwich. Long story. But I do like the concept of this, and a lot of people are comparing it to Tibia. Personally, I've never played Tibia, so I don't know
never
what
played it as well.
Be, but I like the art style, I like the gameplay. I'm honestly super excited to play this when it goes full release. So I'm going to say this has a lot of potential and is a B-tier MMO. Everyone's heard of old...
He's going to S-tier this. There's no fucking way Soulman doesn't S-tier this. This is what I'm talking about when I say we're all fucking simps for certain games. There is no such thing currently as an S-tier MMORPG that currently exists today. None of them. Fucking none of them. If there was, we'd all be playing it.
Or RuneScape, and for me, I've always put off playing it just because of the way that it looks. I'm not some WoW streamer who's meta humping, so therefore I decided to play it because everyone else is. No.
Yeah, I can't believe Soulman started playing this game and he just jumped on the trend. I can't believe he would do that. I didn't think he was a trend chaser. But I suppose he's trying to get into the OnlyFans guild in old school RuneScape that's run by Soda Poppin'. He's trying to make a name for himself. So sucking the schmeat off of those groups. I get it. I understand. Now that he's a big content creator, he's got above 50k subs. I get it. He's playing the game. I just never expected him to just, you know, hop on this trend like that.
I went down this journey all by myself, and it started last year as part of a 100-hour challenge. And I have to say, I've been pleasantly surprised the more that I play it. The free-to-play 100 hours was certainly a grind, and doing it as an Iron Man made me respect the game even more. I loved the questing, I felt it was probably sort of the best questing I've seen in an MMO, and I did enjoy the social aspect when they did occur. Recently though, I've been playing with membership, and there's been a lot more socializing and a lot better quests. I honestly cannot gush about this MMO any more than I already am, and I don't want to ruin too much about my second playthrough. All I can say is, it's definitely worth the hours of playtime. I would strongly suggest you go try it out, and that this is a S-tier MMO.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew this motherfucker was gonna do that. A. It's an A tier. You're clicking around a fucking world. That's all you're doing is you're clicking. This is... It's got... Don't get me wrong. It's good. It feels good to play. But it doesn't feel that good.
Albion
Online. What do I think of Albion Online? Personally, I think there's a lot of good in Albion Online. I'm not going to bother talking about the politics behind Albion Online. I think Albion Online is genuinely the single best mobile MMORPG to ever exist. Skill trees are deep, a lot of grinding. I think the credit card swipers kind of ruin the experience, but I would rate Albion Online as a C tier MMORPG. It's really not that bad, but it's got some problems. Primarily that you're kind of gonna get steamrolled unless you get like to be one of part of the bigger groups. Like if you're gonna play Albion Online and really enjoy it and play it for a super long time, you have to kind of bend over and let other people fuck you. But there are some good things about it. I like the fact that abilities are wide and varied based on your gear. There's no leveling system. It's all about how much you use certain things, and there's a bunch of fun stuff you can do that's exploitative and leads to emergent gameplay loops based on how you combo your abilities together. You know what? Baseline as a game, actually, just because of the amount of fun I had fucking with other people in Albion Online and becoming a problem, I'd say B tier. I would actually say B tier. Imagine waking up, and you know what's more impressive about Albion Online is that somehow this is a Kickstarter MMO. It's the one that actually wasn't a scam. Somehow. Is Silk Road, Cabal, or Moo Online still alive? I wonder. I wouldn't know.
Online is the most recent MMO that I played, and by no means the last MMO that I'm going to play. It is by far the most successful Kickstarter MMO out there, and you can see why when you do start to play it. It's got a great economy, it does have good combat, and it is actually fun to do PvP in this title. I know, a rarity, right? Fun PvP in an MMO never happened. I played it solo initially, and it did get easier when I started to make friends, and I strongly advise that anyone who tries this game does the same.
Yeah, if you have social anxiety or you can't talk to strangers online and show them your penis in Discord, you're not going to have as good of a time as if you can do those things.
I've heard nothing but great things about playing in the hardcore PvP areas, and it is something that I do want to do in a future video. This is a great free-to-play, fun MMO, and I strongly advise you check it out. It's not quite S tier, but I'm going to rate this a A tier MMO. Well guys, we did it. We got to the end of the video. Whether you skipped to the end to see what all my scores were, or whether you sat through my monotone voice, I appreciate it either way. I would just like to point out that there are actually more MMOs I played, I just kind of didn't know if they should go on the list or not. Is VR Chat MMO? Is Hello Kitty...
No, VR Chat's not an MMO. That's a place you go to jerk off with a headset on.
Online a MMO? Is Fallout 76 a MMO? CFB?
The real MMO is going into the Fallout 76 offices and beating up Todd Howard in person.
No Man's Sky. The list is slightly longer.
Nah, those aren't MMOs.
I feel like I've played quite a lot of MMOs in the last couple of years, mainly because I changed the direction of my channel. I might just well be a MMO YouTuber. But I do sincerely hope you appreciate the video. It took a while to hunt down all the clips of all the different MMOs I played. I could have easily played some trailers in the background, but I want to show you that I have actually stepped foot in these games.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
And yes, I'm fully aware that my assessment of some of these MMOs might be considered batshit crazy. I mean, Mortal Online 2, B tier, but you have to...
Yeah, that is insane. Mortal Online does not belong there, but you know what? It's his opinion. Makes sense.
It's coming from a place of my own experience with these titles. So if I did say your favorite MMO is trash, try not to get too offended, but feel free to leave a comment saying I'm wrong. But anyway, on that bombshell, I'm going to conclude the 50k sub special and say goodbye. And hopefully
well done.
I'll see you in the next video. And if you really want to support the channel some more, feel free to become a Patreon member or YouTube member, where you'll get sneak peeks of my latest project. Anyway, catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Holy shit, that was such a long-ass video. That must have been so much work. That's everything he's done. Now to add to the list. We're going to add to this list a little bit. Right? I've got 3 I'd like to add to this list that I think maybe Soulman's going to look at in the future. Especially since he's going down the path of esoteric weird shit. But did you notice something about the list that Sawman made? Remember I said at the beginning of this stream, it feels like there's no new MMORPGs. How it feels like everything is the old shit. They're trying to find a new MMORPG that's been released in the last 5 years that people are really enjoying. Is the same as opening your fridge that's filled with food and saying there's nothing to eat. Except now, you realize that you're schizophrenic and there was no food in the fridge in the first place. So, I've got... No, there's actually 4. Thank you for reminding me I put EVE on the list. I would put EVE Online over here. Not from playing it, but from seeing other people play it. It's Excel spreadsheets. I would put Rift over here in C tier. The problem with Rift is what it's become, not what it is baseline. Rift is basically another a WoW clone, but it had a unique mechanic in it. And people look back at Rift with a lot of nostalgia because they really love that mechanic. Ion, kind of the same thing. Few unique spins on the content. I would put Ion over here in D tier. And also, I want to know to you I lied. I want you to know I lied. There is one S tier MMORPG out there. And none of you have played it. The one singular S tier MMORPG that not a single one of you fuckers have ever played is Rose Online. No, I'm joking. It's Habbo Hotel. I'm joking. Rose Online is actually, it's shockingly solid. I would either I'd put it somewhere between B tier and C tier. For being so old and so chunky, for what it was, that game kept me more obsessed with it for way longer than it should have. It was so fun back in the day. I even managed to convince 4 other people to play that game with me when I was in school. I will never play Warframe, Denver. Do you know why I'll never play Warframe? Because if I start playing Warframe, I'm not going to stop playing Warframe. My life will fall apart. I will lose all sense of self. My wife will divorce me. I'll never see my kid again. I'll lose my house. Warframe will absorb my soul. And much like a recovering crack addict, I know not to walk back into that drug den. What about Wizards 101? It was okay. Wizards 101 can go over here. It's more of a nostalgia trip. Where's Genshin? In the trash where it belongs, Relantis. Hellgate London. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me, Dogrock. Thank you, holy shit. Hellgate London was such a unique experience. It was so special for such a short amount of time. It was like sex, 2 minutes and it's over. But what a 2 minute, what a fucking 2 minutes it was. What a fucking 2 minutes it was. So yeah, in my opinion, no such thing as an S-tier MMORPG. It doesn't exist. Because if it did, we'd all be playing it. People would be posting about it, all the streamers would be playing it, every YouTube video would be about it, it'd be getting hundreds of thousands of views non-stop, people would be arguing in the comments about which is their favorite character, people would be yelling at you about how amazing the game is, and there would be a bunch of posts on Reddit about what a shit game it is on the MMORPG genre subreddit. There are no S-tier MMORPGs. Fight me. Aren't you describing Genshin? No. We're talking about MMOs, not gambling mechanics here. We're not talking about online casinos. So that's my list. Give me a second, I'm gonna be right back. Well, that was a little bit odd. Didn't expect that. So, like, I stream through the night because I live in Crack Den Central. Right? I've explained this before. I live in a fairly dangerous area. Sometimes I hear sounds, I've got to go check out what it is. The other day I told you about how Long Dick Johnson was patrolling the area and it scared the bejesus out of my other neighbor who's new to the area, doesn't know what's going on. They're talking again. But it sounds like my new neighbor is trying to get a little bit of Long Dick Johnson for herself. I don't know how true that statement is. I couldn't hear what they were saying. I just saw they were both outside talking. And Long Dick Johnson is still in his boxes, so... She trying to ride that dragon. That's my headcanon. I know AI is retarded. I want to know which people keep saying that so I can tell them to knock it off. Oh, that was in response to what Cyrus said. Okay. Oh, you two are arguing. Okay, great. I don't see what's wrong with this image. It's just the famous Australian breakdancer doing her routine. Now, a little bit of an update that we're going to take a look at. Really important, because I was last stream, I took a look at this V-Shoujo stuff. And then you fuckers posted this in my Discord as an update. V Shoujo has failed, and I've mismanaged the company into a situation you're all witnessing. So today, I am sharing the difficult news that V Shoujo is shutting down. I take full responsibility for the decisions that led to this, but I told you it was going to be dead. I told you this company was dead. I fucking knew it. There is no recovery from this. I've been doing everything I can to fundraise and right the ship these past few months, but despite my efforts, we are in a worse position, and those I care about are now paying the price. Over the past few years, we raised around 11 million to pursue a bold, talent-first approach in VTubing, prioritizing creators and stealing money from charities. To achieve long-term sustainability, our funding went directly to our creators through generous splits, debut of investments, infrastructure, concerts, events, and staffing, all designed to support them. We also wanted talent to own their IP, which we knew was a unique creator-first approach for an agency, alongside stealing money from charity. However, despite all our efforts, the business failed to generate enough revenue we needed to sustain that model, and eventually we ran out of money. $500 million. Well, no, sorry, $500,000 that they stole? Was that it? Additionally, I acknowledge that some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity. Talent activity, like what should have been donated to charity. Which I later learned was intended for charitable. That's like a oopsie doopsie. We did a fucky wucky and stole charity money. That's so impressive. This is the dodge accountability phase we're in right now. At the time, we were working hard to raise additional investment capital to cover our costs. I firmly believed, based on the information available to us, that we would be able to do so and cover all expenses. We were unsuccessful in our fundraising efforts. I made the decision to steal money from charity, and I own its consequences. I'm deeply sorry to all the talent staff friends. No, you're not. Now, there was a picture I had for you guys about anything that they said. This would be the response. And it's only fair that because this was my idea, that this is the response they get. This is the response they deserve. These fucking bastards. They stole money and then they just pretended like they did nothing wrong, and now they're shutting it down. And you want to know what's going to happen next? Nothing. Remember I said this on Monday. Or I said this the last time I was streaming. Maybe it was Tuesday, I can't remember. I said that the only people who are going to suffer from this are the people who are the low-level employees. This fucking guy over here has made bank, and he's getting out now because he knows the ship is sinking. He's getting on his money life raft and he's leaving. All the staff, all the people low-level, the employees who weren't involved, they're all fucked. Life over. Gunrun, Twitch will probably end up removing this emote because of this. It's already gone. Funny because there's several pictures of him retweeting charity tweets as well as him taking a picture with charity staff. Golden parachute stolen from the plane. Exactly. It's over. It's over. Let's see some of those other comments. So what about the 500k for charity money? Is that going to be donated, or is it something that needs to be investigated? Not to mention all the unpaid talent fees. Lamau, fuck y'all. So where's the money? V Shoujo didn't just fail, many staff and leadership failed. V Shoujo, instead of using talent money on operating costs, the company have shut down, or at least informed us. But you used us as cash cows to keep things afloat. This guy's on his golden yacht. Can you imagine how good that gun run guy Justin feels right now, sitting there on his golden yacht, jerking off into the fucking ocean in international waters, while he rolls another hooker's body in a carpet off the side of his boat, reading these and giggling to himself about how much bank he probably just ran away with. So this is just the plot line of the bad guys, but without the good ending. Pretty much. This is every single company that shuts down. People at the top get the golden parachute and everyone else gets fucked. VTuber fans are fucking nuts. I don't think Gunrun is going to live long. I suppose we'll see, but I don't think... Look, if he's in international waters, no one's going to find him. He's sailing to Epstein Island 2 right now. He just joined the club. Yeah, I know the movie from a long time ago. I don't remember the details, but I do remember the overall plot. He's gone. This man's gone with all that money. Oh, I still don't get it. You're criminals. Not donating the 500k raise for charity is actually insane. Bro, ain't no way they're not botting likes. You can't play your talents, but you can buy China to like your post. What this man doesn't understand is that a lot of people don't use likes as a I like this thing. It's more like likes are a bookmark of things that someone's done so you can go back through a list. Or at least that's how I use a lot of likes. Is I'm not liking things I like, I'm bookmarking things for later. Stole a bunch of fucking money. And that's it. Little bastard. Now let's find out the details. I think it was this one. V-Shoujo targeted Niji Sanji VTubers. Agency in debt by millions. Iron Mouse charity doubles overnight. To be fair, just like pirate software, when people have a villain to come out against, they have something to fight against. And all of a sudden, that charity pops the fuck off. VTubers are pretty weird to begin with. I get that they aren't totally comfortable with their face on screen, but why are they 95% furries? No idea, Faith. But I can understand, especially if you're a woman, why you'd want to be a VTuber. The only thing that matters, or the thing that matters a lot in VTubing is your looks. And if you're an IRL woman streaming, I'm sorry, this is just the way it is, right? I don't make the rules, this is just how it works. The older you get as a woman, the less attractive you are, the less people watch you. That's how it is. But you can have eternal looks by running a VTuber model. Also, if you're a woman and you're running a VTuber model, it makes it that little bit harder for people to dox you and find out what you actually look like. Not by much, but that little bit harder. Also, streaming. So I've explained this before, right? Yeah, say that. So I've explained this before. I feel really bad for any woman that try and stream, because you've got two options, right? Okay, so so actually there's 3 lanes here, right? There's guys streaming, there's male streamers, there's the easy female route, and then there's the difficult female route when it comes to streaming. The easy female route is show your tits. You're in a bikini, hot tub, lose all sense of self-worth, get the gooners involved, open an OnlyFans, be a hooker. Basically become a glorified prostitute. The difficult route for women is don't show your tits. have a personality, be fun. Try and be all these things while there's a bunch of weird fucking guys still trying to fuck you. People are trying to dox you because they want to smell your feet. I feel real bad for women that want to be actual people online because it's not going to happen. They're fighting a fucking uphill battle. And the one barrier that's helped with this is now using VTubing. This has assisted in making this a little bit easier. And you can do a whole bunch of like weird shit with VTubing and models and stuff like that that makes the stream more interesting. This leads to more interesting content than just this. And also half the chat are people who want to secretly fuck you, and the other half not so secretly want to fuck you, and they keep on posting things like stand up, turn around, let me see your feet. I used to be friends with a streamer like 3 years ago. I check in on her every now and then. She's doing great. She's doing fantastic. And she chose the difficult route. A few years ago, there was a guy going around every single Discord messaging everyone, trying to find out where she lives. And was like desperate to try and find like feet pictures or anything. And the dude apparently had like an entire folder of like every single time she stood up. It was real fucking scary. It was like real freak shit. If you're a dude, it's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. Streaming is difficult. Don't expect to make it when streaming. Don't treat this like a job. Just try and make good content and try and be consistent. The two things I can't do. That's all you got to do as a guy. But as a woman, your looks matter a lot. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. If your immortal soul is all that matters, who cares what you do with your body? Show your tits. That's easy to say, but suddenly your dad's getting Facebook pictures of your tits through messages. You are now degrading yourself. If your immortal soul matters so much, then why would you treat the container that your immortal soul is in like shit? I'm going to put this very valuable thing in the worst, shittiest, trashiest container and think that it's going to be fine. That's not how that works. Also, your value as a person. This is how it is. Your value as a person. This is the second you do weird sex stuff online. Your value as a person decreases dramatically. Because all of a sudden a large portion of dudes don't want to deal with you personally. And to this factor, tell me one thing that a lot of female streamers do that a lot of guys don't have to do. Some guys have to do it. There's one thing all female streamers have to do if they really care about making this a career and getting a high view count. There it is, proof's got it. Hide every single relationship you have. You have to somehow always be single and available for these fucking freaks. That same streamer I was telling you about, who I used to be friends with, still check in with, she's pretty open with her relationship, that she's in a relationship. Not an open relationship. She's like, she tells everyone she has a boyfriend, she's got a guy she lives with, all of that stuff, right? And still, there are dudes trying to find out where she lives. I used to chill in her chat sometimes. And honestly, I kind of became like buddies with whatchamacallit, her boyfriend. He was a cool guy, very fun, German dude. And in her chat, she would still get messages every now and then of some freak being like, I'm going to come find you and rape you. And kill your boyfriend. I'm going to make him watch. Weird shit like that. So yeah. That's just how it is. What if it's 4chan and you never showed your face? Wait, hold on. A new Zoomer brain. People can go on the internet and find out information. I know more about smokers than I ever wanted to. Okay, I think you're talking about something else there. DM'd it. What are you DMing? The fuck is this? The guy gun run claiming he didn't know about the Israeli Defense Force charity or that Iron Mouse was raising funding for it. He's just, man, what a scam artist. What a glorious piece of shit scam artist. The balls you gotta have to lie to people's faces as if it doesn't exist online. Holy shit. It's so impressive. Technically, those don't count as legal threats, but that doesn't stop it from being fucking creepy and annoying. Yeah, of course. Yeah, also, think about it this way. If someone's coming into a Twitch chat and they're like, I'm going to find you and rape you, like, how much information are you really going to be able to find out about that person? You're not going to be able to prosecute them. This is a random internet comment. You go to the cops. Hey, I got a random internet comment from one person saying they're going to come and rape me. Do you think they're going to take that as a credible threat? They'll be like, sorry, what do? You sit in a chair online and people, you talk to people? Those cops are going to be like, fuck off and get a real job. They're not going to care. No one's taking that as credible. Fuck it. I mean, half of the time, there are guys who like stalk girls, like follow them home to their house and shit. And when they get restraining orders, that does nothing. Hassan even fake docs his chatter. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That and also by legal standards is not yeah, okay. In the UK, that would be highest priority. No, highest priority in the UK is if you say anything mildly negative about a brown person, then you're in deep trouble. It's one of the reasons I'd be very scared to live in the UK is because I can't shut the fuck up and I make a lot of jokes. I make a lot of spicy jokes. Okay, not up to date, but can you explain the V-Shoujo thing? Right. The best way I can think to understand the V-Shoujo thing is corporation that acted like an old MCN network that used to be on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if you know what MCNs are, but basically it was this group that would get a whole bunch of YouTubers to sign up to their thing, and they said they would manage them. Group did a little bit of management, took all the money, didn't pay out the people they were supposed to. Then a bunch of the people working for them, the VTubers working for that company, did charity events. Big company handled the money, stole the money, never gave it to the charity, like the charities that needed that money. Biggest VTuber in the world tells everyone they're leaving because of a bunch of shit. Big company now starts losing all of their talent. Big company makes posts saying they're shutting down. Big company CEO runs away with a bunch of money, is on his golden yacht laughing somewhere, and everyone who's a low-level employee is now personally fucked because they're out of a job. And in a way, anyone working is now going to look suspicious because all nuance is lost. It's like, think about it this way. The Russia-Ukraine start fights, and you've got a Russian neighbor you've been friends with for the last 10 years. All of a sudden, you and the rest of the neighborhood living in the US hate this Russian man because he's got a Russian accent, even though he's done nothing wrong. Same thing. Now let's see what the updates are. Also, this is the rarest thing in the world. A male VTuber. Or at least I assume it's a male. These Chinese cartoons, it's pretty difficult to tell.
Is it only Wednesday? Those words coming by way of Amelie, now a former member of the VShojo VTuber agency. This agency in the past 48 hours now losing all of their remaining talent. This following revelations by Iron Mouse, stating the agency had owed her a significant amount of money alongside never donating over $500,000 intended for charity from her latest subathon. That revelatory video from 2 days ago now with 1.2 million views on YouTube and leading many to ask, where is the money? And who they are asking is the Gun Run, VShojo CEO, former talent of the agency Zentreya, taking to Twitter in the early morning hours to say, Kason gave me courage. You've been really good at ignoring me and giving me the short corpo response, Gun Run. No more. Everyone is looking for answers in the...
So this is, again, every single person. Nux Taku video better. Okay, fuck it, we'll watch that instead. It's kind of weirding me out, to be honest. He kind of looks like a lesbian. He needs to get a better VTuber model and a voice changer. And what I mean by that is a fat pair of tits and sound like a girl. When I say that everyone on the internet is a guy, I mean it. Always assume everyone everywhere on the internet is a fucking dude. Never trust anyone. I'm assuming it's this one. Oh, I've seen this dude before.
Well.
I've seen this guy's content. He's not bad. God damn, he's doing an hour-long video. Oh no, he's just doing fucking reacts though. No, we're not starting one of those centipede chains. God damn. God damn, I've already watched 1 hour-long video. Jesus. Give me something shorter. Okay, back to the original lesbian I was on.
How is it only Wednesday? Those words coming by way of Amelie, now a former member of the VShojo VTuber agency. This agency in the past 48 hours now losing all of their remaining talent. This following revelations by Iron Mouse, stating the agency had owed her a significant amount of money alongside never donating over $500,000 intended for charity from her latest subathon. That revelatory video from 2 days ago now with 1.2 million views on YouTube and leading many to ask, where is the money? And who they are asking is the Gun Run, VShojo CEO, former talent of the agency Zentreya, taking to Twitter in the early morning hours to say, Kason gave me courage. You've been really good at ignoring me and giving me the short corpo response, Gun Run. No more. Everyone is looking for...
Wait, this is that other one that we watched yesterday with the purple hair VTuber. Not this dude, not this lesbian, the other one. Where she actually spoke to the CEO and he was just like, yo, we're doing great. We've got so much money. And then she was like, where's my money? And then he just stopped speaking. He just didn't care.
For answers, and the fact that it's taking this long for a statement from you is crazy. Talent deserves an answer, and we are all hurt and angry. Adding, and this is not a call for people to be malicious or callous. Please, regardless of what you are feeling, be calm. This is simply a call for a response in a time where people are hurting and looking for an answer from someone who has insight. Kason responding to Zentreya with, thanks Zen, we strong. Zen later today tweeting, in all seriousness, I know VShojo had times where they would take forever to process a payment out to artists when they worked with me if the payment was through VShojo and not me. I just want to make sure if you were one, you were paid. Contact me on what project. I'm so sorry. Zentreya also adding, I'm currently checking at the moment with merchandising. Please be patient. I know the situation
There are so many people that are never getting paid and they're just going to file for bankruptcy and walk.
It's frustrating and you want updates on merchandise. I'm so sorry. Me and my team are looking into it. At the moment, Agent Inc. merchandise should be unaffected and they will give an update regarding your orders. I will continue looking into others. I am unsure about Good Smile at this moment, but we'll contact them and hope to get some clarification. This also following numerous third parties saying they also had not been paid from VShojo in the past years. That as the Owl Cat Succubus Huni, recently seen at the Virtual Vacation concert, would also direct their questions to Gun Run, asking, I understand that VShojo is a company, but where the F else is the merch money going? With the profit margin of merch production, there isn't a single penny left to go to the talent whose fans are the ones buying the merch. Your merch team was so understaffed that both of the servers I managed had tens of tickets inquiring about the status of their debut merch, months past purchase with no answers. Who could the merch money possibly be going to for the talent to not receive a single % of it?
All of it. Every single cent is in one of these CEOs' bank accounts right now. Rule 29 on the internet, all girls are men, all kids are undercover FBI agents. Exactly. There are no girls on the internet. It's long decreed. Exactly. Those rules are pretty dated since the plug-and-play hardware, cheap laptops, and cell phones. Plenty of chicks on the internet. Yes, but it's still safe to assume that everyone behind that screen is a fat, hairy trucker. Do it for your own safety. Everyone is a dude. Every single one. That's just for safety.
A small artist plus full-time student like me can afford to transfer 100% of profit I got from fan merch of a VTuber directly to the VTuber themselves, while simultaneously comping my workers. Surely, a big company like VShojo can manage...
Yeah, but you don't understand. This person doesn't understand that they don't want gold plating on the yacht. They want the yacht to be made of gold.
It's just even 1% to the source of their sales. This now bringing us over to Kat, that being Kat in Tokyo, self-described as a commodities trader, saying of the VShojo predicament, it is an unfortunate situation, but just remembered that Kat was offered $2 million to buy the whole thing, but obviously the operation was so unprofitable, Kat said no. I don't know how it ended this badly, but going through the financials, to be honest, it just took a team that never ran a business before. Kat then showing off this conversation from June 21st of 2025. One individual saying, here's some older decks that may help. Right now, we're looking at someone acquiring us for just the amount that we owe to the talents and loans. That's about $2 million for everything at this point. Kat adding, Kat was always a supporter, donor of VTubers and was interested in investing in them. A friend of mine was the largest investor in VShojo, but they received $0 in return. Saying of VShojo, the spending was just bad. We lost $10 million on VShojo, so they had the dollars to blow on making VTubers go big and famous without ever earning dollars even close to their expenses. And further replying to Rima Evanstar and others on Twitter saying, merch sales generated 5...
If you ever wanted to know how rigged streaming was, there you go. Pump up those numbers, use bots, do whatever you have to do. You want to make it to the top? ABC. Always be cheating.
$100,000 a year, but they were losing $3 million a year, sometimes more on other stuff yearly. As again, all of the members of VShojo in one way or another have announced their exit, including Henya the Genius. Herewith, I uploaded my Twitch stream explaining my situation and my future plans. This as Henya would also elaborate that she is owed money by VShojo.
So, I have made a decision.
Oh shit, this one's breaking the mold. Her background isn't fully black.
That I'm leaving VShojo. And unfortunately, VShojo owes me significant amount of unpaid debt that I haven't been paying in a long time. This situation has...
Just let's zoom out a little bit, right? None of this is right. None of this is fair. That they actually did work, that they were entertainers, that they work for this company, all of that, right? But I'm just like, big picture. Imagine you're an Amazon worker in a factory, pissing in a bottle because you're not allowed to break longer than 3 minutes. And you're watching this on your phone. And you're thinking to yourself, I've got to give myself a VTuber model. I can't do this box packing shit forever. Damn. Different strokes for different folks. Jesus Christ.
It's been truly heartbreaking. I truly trusted the company. And this has been deeply upsetting.
At least the Amazon box packer is getting paid. Only when there's not a hurricane. He's got to stay and keep packing boxes when that's happening. He can die in the office because dying is less expensive for Amazon than workman's comp.
Upsetting to me. A few years ago, I was in a situation where I thought about quitting VTubing, giving up all of my dream. I quit everything. But then, after I joined VShojo, I thought everything will be alright. And then I felt like I could tell you guys that, hey guys, thank you for always having my back, but it's gonna be okay. Now it's gonna be alright. That's how I really felt. and I joined Zion.
You know, I just realized something. We talked about this with the booktuber situation from a long time ago, about what happened to that one booktuber who was bullied by 4chan off the internet. I now understand that one statement that one wizard made, where he said she sounds like her hymen is still intact, applies to all VTubers. VTubers are a bubble and it's popping. No, I don't think so. I think VTubers are still going to be as popular. I think that VTubing, now that it's outside of the corporate room and there's not a big company backing them up, I think that VTubing is actually going to start probably popping the fuck off way more than before.
I'm just so sad right now that, and I'm so sorry that I need to make an announcement like this and make you guys worry. I am really, really sorry. However, I'm not going anywhere. This is not the end. I will continue my activities as an independent VTuber. I'm not going anywhere. Before 5 minutes, my stream. 5 minutes before my stream. But I just found out VShojo haven't shipped some of my anniversary merch that I had it back in May yet. So right now, I and my manager and my attorney is working on it. So I will let you guys know if I get any updates. I am so sorry.
After Henya saying thank you guys so much for a lot, I can't thank you guys enough, Dio. From now on, I will be Henya the Genius independent VTuber, Dio. Further adding, thank you so much, everyone. My head is all messed up, and I'm not sure if I was able to explain everything perfectly. I'm really sorry. From now on, I'll do my best as an individual. I'm not good at this. I hope.
It was a bubble running on investor money, and we're seeing what it looks like when the investor money runs out. That's how the whole thing started. Well, you know what? You're right about that, Dog Rock. The bubble is popping, but it's popping for investors, not for VTubers themselves. The hymens are still intact with the VTubers. They're going to be fine. Because what they did was they got to leverage this gigantic company that then did everything in their power, misspent all their money trying to get these VTubers to pop off. Then the company now collapses and the popular ones will stick around and make more money than they've ever seen before in their lives. Other VTubers will grow and blossom and die. 90% of them will fall off, if not more, because they don't actually have a personality. And the surviving ones will make more money than God. But the investors are fucked. And if you want a good example of that, go look at the IDF fund that Iron Mouse had and how much money it made in like a few days.
Hope you'll support me. Also, just to clarify,
this dude's avatar doesn't match his face, look, and sound. You're right, Brooks. You know what his VTuber model should actually be with his voice? It should be Ron Burgundy. That's what his VTuber model needs to be.
Twitch revenue all goes to Henya, me. So please don't worry, Dio. Again, thank you guys so much for a lot, Dio. I love my community.
Stop saying
Henya also updating her
fuck,
fan box and elaborating. Please don't worry, this fan box revenue will be
saying that word. That right there, saying that at every sentence, that's annoying. That would piss me off.
100% going to Henya. This as we also have the Henya manager account. Henya confirming she is still my manager. I'm so happy about it. And please contact Henya manager for work inquiry. Henya's manager simply replying, I'm the manager. I will support her with you guys. This as other prior managers with the VShojo talents would chime in. Kaison's manager saying, don't worry, I will continue supporting Kaison. As also Maiko supporting those like Kuro and Michi are still also active supporting their talents. Project Melody yesterday also announcing she is removing herself from VShojo, and this morning saying taking a little break. I think it'd be healthy for me. I've learned plus experienced so many things.
Project Melody. Why have I heard of that one before? Is that the 3D model one? With the pink hair who interviews other streamers? No, it's porn. Who am I thinking of then? There's someone like there's a VTuber who's got a 3D model with pink hair. Like I've been digging into this recently, so like I don't know everything. But there's a VTuber who's like a 3D model who like interviews other streamers. And I saw she interviewed Charlie. It's not Iron Mouse. Code Miko. I think that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's that one. Project Melody isn't even good porn, or so I've been told. Or so you've been told, huh? Ah. Bailiff, check this man's internet history.
Things, and instead of airing out my own grievances, I'd rather curl up in a ball for 1 to 2 weeks. I'll be back, hornier and ready for a new chapter in life. I love you all so much. Thank you for your kind words. Also, during my absence,
Yeah, okay, this one's a porn one. I should have realized with the eggplant there.
mods will not be fed. Thank you. For long, also formerly with VShojo, we have Haruka Caribou on Twitter stating, I've left VShojo. It was in the works for a little bit, but it has escalated due to the recent news. I'm officially indie as of today. When I've processed everything, I'll express my feelings better. Please give all my friends support and love. Amate here with some quick artwork for Haruka saying we all love you, Haruchi. As also reported yesterday, we have Hime now on her new handle, Hime Hajime, not on her old handle of Hime Hajime _VSJ. That is now taken. This user saying not official, saving this user so people won't use it for bad. Hime once again confirming, I can confirm I have also quit VShojo. Well, now officially the 4 members of VShojo Japan Nova have announced their exits, including Nagi, Piki, alongside Hotaru, taking to Twitter in both Japanese and English, and fully in English.
That's a lot of 2-minute noodles.
Hestia Happiness, echoing the messages of her other...
Just write a book. Fuck me.
3 Jin mates and saying, I've decided to terminate my contract with VShojo and return to being an indie. To everyone who has supported me and celebrated this new chapter, I'm truly sorry for how things have turned out. I was unaware of what happened between my senpais and the company, and they deserve so much better. Before I joined, VShojo has always been a company I deeply admired, known for its incredible, talented streamers and its talent-first approach. I was genuinely overjoyed when given the opportunity to join under the JP group. Although my time in VShojo was short, I'm so grateful to have met all the senpais and my group mates, Nova. I also want to sincerely thank all the JP staff who I have worked with, and to our JP and EN senpais who continuously encouraged and cared for us. As for Nova's future, not much has been disclosed, and discussions are still ongoing with the JP staff, and nothing has been finalized yet. Case on yesterday morning, interviewing the CEO of VShojo Japan, that CEO remarking they are looking for options to continue supporting the VShojo Nova members.
I wonder what's longer, VTubers who go indie or Epstein files. Epstein files, undoubtedly.
Zentreya replying to Hestia with, I'm sorry this has happened, Hestia. Don't apologize. I look forward to playing games with you and the JP girls soon. Also replying to Peke with, no apologies. I'm sorry this happened, Pepe. Lots of love. Peke replying, I love the coolest Zenpai at all times. Wait, Pepe. As also with VShojo, we do have Fruit, recently returning from a hiatus to stream and confirming this news was all a surprise to her, and she...
Is this just... This is just Twitter posts. This man's just reading Twitter posts non-stop. Okay, I'm lacking the value there. I don't see the value in that one. That doesn't do it for me. Right. Okay, so apparently there is no list. Yeah, sure there isn't a list. Uh-huh. Right. Okay, moving on then. It's happened. Mr. President, another YouTuber is making a video about how bad the MMORPG space is. It just keeps happening. What is this? Oh, this is Young, yeah. No, I'll pass on that one. I've seen that one offline already. That one I saw earlier today, I think. Unless he keeps the same wife beat on all the time. I've definitely seen that one. God, okay. I'm gonna end off on this video, I think. And then I'm gonna look at trying to figure out what fucking game exists that's worthwhile playing. Since there's so little in the MMO space. MMORPG space is fine. People's expectations are too high. I too have high expectations, like a playable, fun game, which is way too high. I do understand that. I beta tested Crota, honestly, so did I. Like, there's no new MMO in the making or upcoming that would be worth a penny. I know, Ray Whisper. I've been feeling like this for a long while. I've been feeling like this for a while now. I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 so that I could write out everything I thought about Heart of Thorns this week, and it's made me realize how bad the space is. Playable fun interferes with monetization. You're right. If you can't inconvenience your players, you can't get them into the cash shop. It's disgusting. Now let's see what Mr. Muay Thai here has to say. You know, Lazy Peon has been such an interesting character arc to watch. Because he started phoning in his MMO content right about as MMOs were falling off. He disappeared to Thailand and he was so angry about it that he just started fighting people. Which is completely untrue, and I'm bullshitting everything, but it sounds better that way. So let's see where this goes. What are your thoughts on OnlyFans models and hoes getting hymen reconstructions? It's retarded. It's retarded. You can't unfuck what you've already fucked up. It's the dumbest shit ever. Suggestion to fill an entire stream sometime. Imagine you, director of an MMO studio, your task making the S tier MMO that everyone wishes for. Detailing concretely what kind of game you would make. I've actually thought about that exact idea. Dog Rock. I've actually thought about that exact idea. But the problem is, it's just going to make me depressed because I don't have the skill to ever develop anything like that. And I don't have the money to make someone else develop it instead. And even if I did, we know it would immediately fall short. I'd have such weird ideas for an MMORPG that I don't even know if it's possible. That's the strange part. I'm not even sure what I would think of would be possible. I think Thai boxing helped him a lot with his anger issues. I mean, I'm angry too about the MMO space, but this guy was in a different space in his head. It pissed him off so much he wanted to beat people up. Poor man. I hope he feels better. Let's see. MMO players are sick and tired.
Who's been covering the MMORPG genre on YouTube for the past 10 years, I've noticed that in recent years, the MMO community's attitude to new announcements, upcoming games, and the genre as a whole has certainly shifted from being somewhat optimistic to more pessimistic.
Yes.
And who can blame them? I've noticed it especially in myself. A couple of years ago, whenever a new MMO was announced, I was excited to make content and dive into the details for basically every upcoming game in the genre. Nowadays though, I'm less quick to even cover newly announced upcoming releases because deep down, I know that there's a high chance they either won't make it to a full release, or they'll struggle to maintain a player base for longer than
or they're just an outright scam.
1 year. In this video, I'm going to talk about why MMO players are growing sick and tired of the genre, as well as discuss if things will change anytime soon.
I don't think so.
First, support the content by...
Honestly, I'm starting to think that the MMO genre, like, this is very cynical, but I think it's going to go the way of the RTS. There are just better live service models for games that aren't MMORPGs that people would rather play instead. Why would you play as a young kid, as someone who's like in their early 20s? Why would you play World of Warcraft when all of your friends are playing Fortnite? Why would you wait 10 levels for a dopamine hit in Guild Wars 2 when you can get the exact same dopamine hit in 5 minutes? RTS has been making a bit of a comeback recently. It's made a niche comeback where people are like, damn, remember the good old days? That's how that works.
By listening to today's sponsor, Watcher of Realms, the next-gen fantasy RPG that's redefining strategic combat on both PC and mobile. This game...
I always love ads like this because it's like, MMOs are dead. Now here's a dog shit MMO mobile game for you to play. It's so good. Get your money, king. Rinse them. Take them for all they're worth. Sell me this piece of shit.
Features over 200 heroes across 10 factions, endless PvE content, epic raid bosses, and even intense GVG battles. On top of that, the stunning CG, top-notch audio-visual effects, and highly detailed character designs are second to none. They even included user-friendly features like background auto-fights, quick startup,
like tits,
and custom gear enhancement tools to make it easy for new players to jump in and catch up quickly. And for their second anniversary, they're introducing a game-changing new class, the Tactician. These heroes add an entirely new layer of strategy to battles. Their ultimates let you reposition units in real time.
This honestly just looks like an advance on the formula of Raid Shadow Legends.
Allowing for offensive pushes, defensive blocks, or even intercepting deadly blows. This grid-based displacement mechanic truly blends offense and defense, giving you unprecedented control and tactical flexibility. We're also getting new knight heroes, Moradin and Valara, who belong to the new Tactician class and bring unique battle mechanics and bond skills, perfect for buffing allies, reducing enemy defenses, and knocking foes back. And it's not just new heroes. The second anniversary celebration is absolutely stacked with free rewards. Just by logging in daily and participating in events.
Hold on, he's an absolute sellout and he is so shameless about it, but he knows his audience knows he just does it for the money. But hey, as long as they are paying him, he doesn't give a flying fuck. And that's a great approach. Look, I don't think he's being a sellout, right? I don't think, like, you can put it down to like the artistic thing and it's all about the art, but you know what art doesn't do? It doesn't keep the fucking lights on. It doesn't pay the bills. It doesn't get you laid until it makes money. So I get it. Get as much cash as you can out of these fuckers. Do an ad read. I understand. It's a job. I don't mean it in a negative way. I genuinely think it's... no, of course it's a W for him. And I get what you mean, right? A lot of people look at it like ad reads are terrible and all of this stuff. But like, there's like a sacrifice you have to make between I need to feed myself and be able to keep on going and I know this is a piece of shit. But you know what this ad read is better than? It's better than a bunch of small YouTubers who I know about who constantly push dog shit games on people, get paid money for a full 10-minute video that is sponsored and they don't mark it as sponsored. And they do it all the time. They straight up lie. And one day, all of them, the ones from 500 subs all the way up to 50,000 subs, all of those fuckers are going to get caught. And I hope they pay the price for it, because that is deceptive practice. At least he's nice enough to tell you this is an ad read for some fucking shitty mobile game.
You can earn an incredible 119 summons for free. Plus, you'll get the legendary hero Astriel, new skins, emotes, a summoning stone skin, an avatar, a legendary skill crystal, and so much more. There's also a lot of fun mini games like Bingo and the Abyssal Derby you can participate in to earn even more rewards. It's truly the best time to dive into Watcher of Realms, so click the link in the description or scan that QR code to download Watcher of Realms for free on PC, Android, and iOS, and start your legendary journey today.
Piotr isn't hurting for that YouTube money, pretty high view counts. I mean, he lives in Thailand, so it is a lot cheaper for him, but the CPM on gaming videos has gone way the fuck down ever since the PewDiePie bridge incident. It's gone way down. So he might still be on that monthly grind to make sure he can pay his bills, but I'm willing to bet he's doing a lot better than most are. So that's a fair statement. Also, thanks for the follow, Killer Insync. I mean, hell, stack as much bread as you can, and that's what he's doing. He's opened up a bakery.
So, the biggest reason why I think MMO players have a less positive attitude to the genre nowadays than, say, 10 years ago, is that in the past 8 years, not a single new MMO release has managed to break into the top 5 most played games in the genre and stay there for longer than a few months. The top 10 most popular...
Are those just all variants of the New World chart? Hold on. Okay, Throne and Liberty, New World, Arc Age, and Bless.
And stay there for.
It's the same fucking hockey stick chart. Found your content as I'm trying to sink hours into Guild Wars 2. I must say you're the Louis CK. Well, I hope I never get caught trying to lock women in a room and jack off in front of them. If I'm being honest with you, that would be a bad way for things to end for me, particularly because I'm married. That would be horrible. I'll lock my wife in a room with me and start jacking off in front of her though. She ain't got no choice in that. She married me. She knows what she married.
For longer than a few months. The top 10 most popular MMOs are WoW,
I know
OSRS, Final Fantasy.
Killer, I know what you meant. I'm full of shit. I'm full of shit as a human being. I make everything into a joke.
14, Black Desert Online, Albion Online, Guild Wars 2, ESO, EVE Online, MapleStory, and RuneScape 3. Most of these MMOs are really old. Albion Online and BDO are the newest to secure spots in the top 10, with Albion releasing in 2017 and BDO...
Fuck. ...2017 was nearly 10 years ago. What the fuck happened? Maybe we need to strike up a deal with Blizzard and tell them that they can molest a few of their employees and we'll let them get away with it if the next MMO they make is good. Maybe a little bit of breast milk is okay if they make the next MMO that's good. Like a StarCraft MMO or something. Maybe Susan can deal with it for like a year or two until they crank out a good game. Then we can worry about firing them.
Releasing in Korea back in 2014. MMOs are games that take a lot of investment, so whenever a new MMO does come out these days, in the back of your mind you're thinking, there's a 99% chance that 1 to 2 years from now this game will be dead, which is a really
2 years is a long timeline, more like 1 to 2 weeks.
Crappy feeling to have. We've seen this with games such as Throne and Liberty, New World, Corepunk, PAX Day, Arcade Unchained, Bless Unleashed, Bless Online, Brighter Shores, and many, many more. I guess this is another reason why nowadays people would rather invest times into the older games in the genre rather than play the newer stuff. Odds are WoW, Final Fantasy XIV, and OSRS will still be here 5 to 10 years from now.
Probably.
The moment I started to enjoy the genre again was when I decided to just commit to the older games and stop looking for the next big thing.
I think I'm going through what he's already gone through. Where I'm thinking about just looking at the old MMOs and just not bothering with any of the new shit. I might end up doing that. Because what's the point? I mean, we all know that Ash's creation is going to be perfect though, right? It's going to be flawless. I don't think Blizzard wants to crank out new games. You got a better chance with the Koreans. The problem with the Koreans is that they build payment systems and then they attach a mini game to it and pretend it's an MMO and they lie about it being an MMO. That's the issue.
If a big new MMO comes out and it's a lot of fun, then great. If not, no worries, I'll be enjoying myself with old school RuneScape regardless. Another big reason why people are sick and tired of new MMOs is that they've seemingly hit a point where they objectively haven't massively improved or innovated in the past 10 years.
Yes.
When it comes to action combat, the gold standard is still Black Desert Online, a game that took 4 to 5 years to develop and release.
It's only the gold standard because you're not watching the enemy you're fighting. You're watching your character's ass jiggle back and forth. Let's make that clear. It's not like you didn't try when the Koreans were hyping up Chrono Odyssey. You were right on top of that. I was actually really excited for Chrono Odyssey. I genuinely thought it was good, but it was all just a bunch of manipulative shit that was happening in the background with the trailer. I was so looking forward to at least Chrono Odyssey being okay for a year or two that I made a video about how they could fix their fucking game. And it's never happening.
In 2014, no other MMO has actually.
Why does this guy's voice sound like he's talking about a murder mystery case? Because MMOs are dead. That's why.
Combat anywhere near the level of BDO. For tab targeting, World of Warcraft is still the gold standard in terms of fluidity and responsiveness.
Fair.
We frequently get modern MMOs releasing nowadays with worse combat than what existed 10 to 20 years ago, and it's hard to wrap your head around why. It feels like we're going backwards. Games like Bitcraft, Pax Day, Quinfall, Embers of Drift, Bless Unleashed, and Core Punk all have dog-tier combat that makes you question how they even released in that state. Even Korean MMOs in recent years seem to have forgotten how to design good combat. Korean devs used to be masters of creating the best action combat in the genre, but recently we've had Throne and Liberty, a game heavily criticized for being clunky as hell. To be fair,
do you know what I think happened was all the old... So you know what happened with Nintendo, right? When it came to Pokemon? And why Pokemon got worse was because there was like one guy who understood how to make Pokemon games. And then that one guy died. And all of them no longer knew how to make like good Pokemon games anymore. And I think what's happened with MMORPGs is all the guys who were really good at designing like action combat or tab targeting systems and really knew what they were doing was they've either retired, committed suicide, or died. And they left their notes behind. And instead of reading their notes, the new devs that got hired ran their notes through ChatGPT. And whatever the output was that they got, they just put that into a video game. ESO's action combat is great, the shop. So my problem with ESO's action combat is it feels weightless. It feels very floaty. Very fucking floaty.
Fair, the gameplay got a bit better with a few updates, but it's still nowhere near the level of World of Warcraft. Chrono Odyssey is another one. Recently did a beta test. Combat.
Oh man. There's so much potential with Chrono Odyssey, and just like New World, it's living up to none of it.
Wasn't great. People weren't impressed. Needs a lot of work to even be passable. And just take a look at the latest Korean slop MMO.
But imagine how shit it's going to get once everything is generated and coded by AI. Funnily enough, you say that, Farrowin, but it might actually get better. Because we might be at the bottom of the barrel with human programming. I think the AI could probably drag something together that would actually be better than what we're getting currently. Do you know why? The AI doesn't have to worry about HR. The AI doesn't have to worry about offending Susan in the office. The AI doesn't have to have a conversation with their fucking boss about making a 3-page document because they want to change one thing about the MMO so it's better gameplay. The AI is probably going to be some crazy fat guy in a basement who loves MMOs, loves the genre, and he's telling the AI what to do. And the AI and that fat guy, that fat wizard, might actually make a better MMO than any of the shit we've seen come out of AAA industries. Just don't feed AI with rat pirates codes. Yeah, please, God, no.
To be announced at G-Star called Architect. Clearly mobile, PC, console, cross-platform based on the user interface, every ability, heavy static animation locks, clunky movement, janky animations. You can tell just by looking at it that the gameplay is complete arse. Bellatorus, another upcoming Korean MMO. Granted, it looks a bit better than Architect, but still, it really doesn't look that great, does it? The dodges especially just look atrocious. This is what I mean about upcoming MMOs seemingly not progressing or straight up going backwards compared to what was releasing a decade ago. As someone who reviews MMOs, it feels like during my
Bellator's is just UE5 slop. You know, I feel like Unreal Engine 5 has been the death knell of MMORPGs because everyone's just making Unreal Engine 5 games, and it's made shit too easy. Because instead of devs doing unique and specialized things within Unreal Engine 5, they're just clicking and dragging boxes and linking different process flows to each other, and then just leaving it as the stock standard shit with no, like, nuance behind it. I feel like anything that's touched Unreal Engine 5 as a game has been such a fucking bad idea, because it's kind of like how, you know, like the old masters of video games understood exactly what they were doing all the time, because they had to understand from baseline mathematics how to make something work. These motherfuckers in these offices are just, oh, Unreal Engine 5, I'll just go into the movement asset store. I'll buy this for $5. I'm going to use this movement system. And it's just the most shitty movement system in the world.
pros and cons sections, it's very rare that I'll list gameplay and combat as a pro for modern MMO releases.
Fair.
I think Ashes of Creation is probably the only recent exception here, as that does feel like an evolution to the combat in Guild Wars.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I played Ashes of Creation a lot. It doesn't feel like an advancement on the formula. It just feels like an adaptation of the formula. We didn't move forward, we moved sideways.
Wars 2. If you look at other gaming genres, Souls-likes, survival, turn-based RPGs, anime gacha games, ARPGs, and FPS, these genres have seen huge...
What class did you play? I tried all of them.
...innovations and improvements over the past decade.
I stopped playing just before, I think it was the release of the Dwarf. So yeah.
In ways that the MMO genre has not. The difference between games released 10 years ago for these genres compared to now is night and day. Across the board, you've got better graphics, smoother gameplay, more spectacle, new types of content, new progression systems, better animations, and new innovative...
I've heard so many good things about this game, and I don't know if it's actually that good or not. But everyone seems to think that this is going to be like a museum piece game that everyone's going to look back on one day.
Systems. The top 10 games in each of these respective genres has fluctuated much more than the top 10 games in the MMO genre. I actually think there's multiple reasons why the MMO genre hasn't really progressed as much as other gaming genres though. Just to name a few, you've got the rise of mobile gaming in the mid-2010s. I think this set the MMO genre back heavily. Developers saw that mobile games had the potential to make infinitely more money than PC games for a fraction of the development cost, and as a result, many of the top MMO developers shifted their focus to mobile games or mobile PC console crossplay, which inevitably results in a worse gameplay experience as you've then got...
Do you know why? Do you know why they keep on doing crossplay with mobile games? The cost development of a mobile game or a game that you put on mobile is about 75% cheaper than an online game that's live service on a PC. It's a much lower barrier to entry. And unlike mobile game players, most PC players are not even close to the levels of simpery that you see in mobile games. Mobile game players have been so well trained, like good little doggy bitches, to pay for their fucking shit, to pay $5 for stupid fucking blocks and pretty pixels, that they understand what an untapped market it is. Mobile games are some of the most profitable things you will ever see. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look at the profitable returns that Candy Crush makes. Go look at any kid's game There's literally, I saw this the other day. I was looking at mobile games for kids on iPads and like fucking phones and shit like that. There's literally a game about taking care of dogs, right? Where you take care of like puppies and shit. And every now and then a pop-up shows up that you can add a new dog to like your stable or whatever the fuck it is. And if you say no, instead of paying money, the dog starts crying. Now imagine the sweet, cute face of a puppy being put in front of a fucking 7-year-old or whatever the fuck. And the kind of breakdown a kid has when you say no to them, because now the cute puppy is going to be sad. And you know what I think? I think that's a real missed opportunity by those mobile game devs. Because what they should do is they should have, if you press the no button, you should have someone walk on screen and ISIS execution that fucking puppy live on camera in front of that child. They will never again not click the buy button. Can you imagine how much money they'd make doing that? So it's a real missed opportunity by them.
Got to design a game to be playable with mobile screen size restrictions and limited inputs. The success of the free-to-play, pay-to-win and pay-for-convenience business models, starting all the way back in MapleStory, has caused more and more developers to design games in a way that they'd create problems to then sell you solutions on the cash shop.
Yep.
I believe that the popularity of transmog systems turned out to be a bad thing for the genre as a whole, as for most games it results in a diminished sense of visual progression during leveling, as well as developers being incentivized to make the coolest outfits cash shop cosmetics rather than earned through in-game achievement. And finally, I believe that MMO developers have for the most part taken the wrong design path for the past 20 years.
Yeah, because a bunch of Karens in HR get really upset whenever anyone tries to make something new or innovative, and a bunch of retards in fucking like the marketing departments keep on saying, no, we got to churn out the same slop because 10 years ago this slop made money. So we need to redo the slop and do it again because this time it's gonna work.
The success of World of Warcraft resulted in many games taking the theme park MMO route, where MMOs are only as big as their latest expansion or content patch. Everyone's trying to catch up and get to the end game as soon as possible, and as soon as you stop playing for a few months, your progress and accomplishments have been invalidated by the new content. Your previous best in slot raid.
If they keep on making new content where every week everything you previously did and accomplished is invalidated, why bother playing? Why bother? Because you can just catch up anyway. Okay, never mind. I guess the mods nuked nearly all of the content on Gacha Gaming. Hold on. Transmog system Guild Wars 2 is perfectly fine. But of course, pairing that with Gem Store and good skins fuck up the visual progression. It's all pay to win. All of it. Every single piece of it is pay to win.
Gear is now equivalent to that of catch-up gear, obtainable in a few hours. The rising popularity of old-school RuneScape in the past few years has shown me that the design path MMO devs should have taken was that of the curated sandbox. Timeless design where new content only adds to the world and doesn't invalidate the previous content.
Horizontal design. Something Guild Wars 2 did. I think this is why I keep on saying this. I think currently Guild Wars 2 is the best time capsule of what an MMO used to be like. It's not perfect. There is still obviously power creep, but it's better than anything else I've seen.
In all fairness, despite everything I've said in this video, making MMOs is clearly game development on extreme hard mode. These games take years to make, they cost the most to develop, and you're competing with older games that not only have 10 to 15 years of live content development over you, but they've also got heavily invested player bases that aren't going to be so quick to jump ship to another game due to years of time investment. Huge MMOs from big studios often get cancelled. To name a few, we've recently had the untitled ZeniMax Online MMO get cancelled.
There we go.
Hytale was cancelled, even with the support of publisher Riot Games.
There we go.
EverQuest Next, the Marvel
Gone.
MMO, the
Gone.
Riot MMO had to restart development.
How many times has the Riot MMO restarted development now? 2? 3 times? Jesus.
Blizzard's Project Titan was initially an MMO before being reworked into Overwatch. Then we've got countless Kickstarter MMOs like Chronicles of Valeria, Camelot Unchained, Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, and far too many to even mention that either ran out of money, went through development hell, or are still in development. Is there any hope though? Are we ever likely to see MMOs become as popular as they were in the early to late 2000s? Honestly, I don't know. I'd always hoped that with technology improving, developers could potentially use AI to assist them with coding so that MMOs could be developed in a quicker time frame.
Excuse me, ChatGPT. I suck. Program my shit. Here's the problem, is AI is not at the point where it's going to give you perfect code. AI, I said this before, but you can code something for 3 hours, or you can ask ChatGPT to code you the thing and then spend the next 5 hours debugging. That's the issue. ChatGPT, Grok, any AI system will fucking hallucinate pieces of code that doesn't exist. It cannot do something as simple as write a custom script for fucking Google Sheets. You think it's going to understand a video game? Probably not. They shouldn't have named it Titan. It's spelled Doom for subsequent MMO projects. Yeah, something about the title Titan. Something about that title just leads to destruction. It's like the Chris Chan medallion of MMO names. There's something evil about it.
But I'm not too sure if that's the
ChatGPT is also limited to information before a certain date. No, those are the outdated models. Now it's got live access to everything that exists.
case because I'm not a developer. At this point, I'm aware that most of you watching this video are probably in your late 20s to early 40s. We're getting old, and a lot of us just want something to relax with after work and get that good brain feeling from seeing the number go up.
Yeah, you know how it is. After you're done beating your wife and your child, you need something to help you like reset and calm down. That's what we need. Something simple, like PvP in an MMO.
You can still do that with the old MMOs, OSRS, Ultima Online Outlands, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, BDO. These are still fun games you can relax with. OSRS in particular is aging like a fine wine, and I've personally sank over 2,000 hours into it on my Iron Man this past year alone. In Buddhism, the second noble truth—
Damn, all these people are psyoping me into making me want to play OSRS. And I don't know if I want to fall for it. The council of MMO people keep making me want to play this goddamn game.
That suffering comes from desire. Gratitude is also one of the keys to happiness. So instead of constantly looking for the next big thing, perhaps it's best to accept what we have now and try to enjoy it for what it is.
No, that's loser mentality. Don't accept it. If it's unfucking acceptable, keep telling them that.
But that's it for this video. To be honest, I just wanted an excuse to rant and ramble about the state of the genre after playing a few of these newer MMOs that seem worse than stuff releasing in the early 2010s. If you made it to the end, I appreciate you for putting up with me today, and also let me know in the comments below if you've had the same feeling of confusion about how some of these newer MMOs are failing so hard. Social media on screen, help us out with a like for the algorithm if you enjoyed the vid. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Actually a good video. Actually a based video from Peon. Understandable. Let's see what we got here. Old MMO is made by passion and the new MMO is made for profit. Yes. It's not just MMORPGs. Games used to be made by fans for fans. Now they're made for shareholders that don't give a flying fuck about stock prices. Thing is, finished games are no longer released these days. Developers release early access versions in a very raw state. Then people see this, they get disappointed, they quit the game. Then developer sees that no one is playing anymore and shuts down the project. Why do these people have to come in here and tell the truth? Why can't I just live in a world of delusion? God damn it. We're getting old. Thank you for the reminder. I just want to live in a fantasy world with other players. No MMO really gets it. We've been sick and tired. This is coming from a 20-year-old middle-aged MMORPG vet. Players are increasingly jaded and cynical due to countless heartbreaks, disappointments. Absolutely. Look at this. Look at this. Everyone feels this way. I miss Terra. Okay, we've got a delusional one. Sadly, I don't think this is just limited to MMORPG genre. It's everything over the last 10 years. Man, is gaming dying? What the fuck? I'm feeling like this is like MMORPGs are just the tip of the dick and everything's getting cut off. God damn. What the fuck? Jesus. I didn't need these reality checks today. This hurts. I really didn't need this. Fuck. Gaming isn't dying, it's being industrialized and automated. Yeah, it's kind of like there's a loss of an art form occurring before our very eyes. It's kind of like Disney movies. They'll suck now. You proposed an unholy alliance with Blizzard. I propose different unholy alliance. Zoomers. The next MMO needs to be designed so that it captures the TikTok ADHD. Okay, so what you want the mechanics to be is you can only swipe up or down. And if you see an oversized pair of ass cheeks, you've got to jack off to get points in the game. That's what you're telling me. That's the problem. Alright, so I wanted to finish off today with something that feels a little bit filthy now after seeing all those doomerisms. Like I said a bit at the beginning of the stream, I'm having difficulty finding MMORPGs or games in general that are worth anyone's time. Newer ones. Are there any games within the last 1 to 2 years, aside from Expedition 33, that would actually be entertaining to play on stream? Things that are actually worth your time to watch. Because how many have actually released that haven't fallen apart? Wukong, played through that. Repo, played through that. Schedule 1, played that already. Space Marine 2. Oh man, I'm gonna fuck you up right now, Furion. Do you want to know something fucked up about Space Marine 2? Space Marine 2, here, let me show you. Space Marine 2 is the exact same game as Hogwarts Legacy. Is the exact same game as Dragon Age the Veil Guard. Every single AAA game that currently exists follows the same formula. The indicator's gonna be yellow. Hold on. The indicator over the boss is gonna be yellow if you can block the attack or parry it. The indicator's gonna be red for a heavy attack, which means you gotta dodge it. You yourself have a light attack. Hold on. You have a light attack. You have a heavy attack. You have some extra secondary abilities. And you have an ultimate. And a bar that fills up the ultimate. That's all of them. That's every single AAA game. KCD 2. Kingdom Come 2. Is it really that worth it? I thought about playing it before, but I've never thought about if it's actually worthwhile watching. So ESO, that's just ESO's in-game combat, pretty much. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take a look into Kingdom Come. I'll put it on a list. And we'll see if it's any good. KCD2 is gay and boring and drops the ball from the first one. So well, there's a split opinion there. I'll take a look into it, because if it's not fun to watch, what's the point, right? If you're not going to get some level of entertainment. Helldivers 2, that one's past its prime. And I did play that one already. I don't know if it still holds up today. Pathfinder. Fuck, what's Pathfinder? Why can I not remember what Pathfinder is? How is Rust still being recommended to people? Oh shit! I remember Pathfinder. This might be worth it. Okay, Pathfinder's on the list. I'm gonna have to do so much looking for these games, because holy fucking shit. Because remember, it's not just about the game being decent, right? Because you can have like a really decent game, but it's boring as fuck to watch. Like, I could sit here and vegetate out for 13 hours playing Total War Warhammer 3. But that doesn't make it interesting. That just makes it boring and dull. KCD2, they are bath wenches with big personalities and very... Well, I might be playing that off stream, but I'll definitely take a look into it. Rusted is a decent game that's still getting updates. That's fair. But that, I think maybe the advertisement of Rust might be an indictment on how we had a great golden age in video games, and we just can't keep up with what was happening in the past. How much slop is coming out of the video games industry currently versus what there was? Rogue Trader, I've tried. Ghosty. Rogue Trader is just discount XCOM. Let's look at what Steam's most popular games are currently. New and noteworthy. The top sellers. Fucking Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is the top of the list. How the fuck have we advanced as a genre, like as an industry, if Counter-Strike can never be dethroned? What do we got? Killing Floor? Mixed reviews. The Steam Deck? PUBG is 4th on the fucking list. Oh my god, the horse game. This is... Oh my god. You mentioned this game to me before. Horse game is higher than Warframe. I've heard a lot about Wuthering Waves and that it's an advancement on Genshin Impact, which means that the gambling is twice as strong in this one. Damn. I've never heard of Peak before, but it looks like it's a co-op game. So I need to rope Ilgi into that one. Jesus Christ. Dead by Daylight, Apex Legends, RimWorld, Octopath Traveler. Holy fucking shit. How many new games are actually on this list? How many of these games came out last year? Marvel Rivals. Peak is played by VTubers. That makes sense. They keep on talking about killing each other and fucking each other over. CS2, PUBG, and Dota 2 always being top 3. I never understand. Well, you can play CS2 free. Dota you can get free. And PUBG, I suppose it's because people keep going back to it, and it's also free. I'm surprised PUBG is still something people think about. This list is an indictment on how bad things are getting. If the fucking horse game... I'm sorry, I've seen too many people post on Twitter about how they want to fuck the horse girls. It's disturbing. Dead by Daylight's enjoyable to watch, but I'm a pussy. Let's see, Abiotic Factor, another co-op game. I've played a little bit of that. It's actually pretty fun. Naraka Blade Point. God damn. I haven't thought about that game in years. Jesus. eFootball. eFootball is rising on the list. Just at some point, I actually understand CS2 and Dota. It's Valve games, but PUBG... Yeah, PUBG is a strange one. The first Descendant, the only thing this needs to do is to descend upon my dick. People play this because it's free and there's great ass in this game. A glorious amount of ass in this game. Holy shit, if you look at the community tab, that's where you go to jack off. Torchlight. Heard of it? Never played it. Tits, again. Once Human, I'm shocked that this is as high as it is. Red Dead Redemption is still above Expedition 33. In library, absolutely. I put it in a video, dude. I'm so tired of the horse game. All the Twitch streamers are playing it. Yeah, I think it's kind of like a trend thing. That a lot of people will play the horse game because it's like popped up in popularity and they understand how to ride the wave of popularity. But I think that you probably need to be a streamer of a certain size to get away with that, to get like a wide enough audience that would want to watch you play that. Let's see, Divinity Original Sin, finished it 4 times. Baldur's Gate 3, finished it 3 times. Operencia, never heard of it. Outward, played it. Warframe, played it. Pathfinder Kingmaker, the users listing of Pathfinder games. Okami, played it. Spyro Trilogy, played it and finished it. Mother Russia Bleeds, played it. Remnant from the Ashes, played it. Remnant 2 didn't play it. Ultra Kill played it. Neverwinter Nights played it way back in the day. Cassette Beasts, never heard of it. Bard's Tale, never heard of it. Cyrilum Ultimate, never heard of it. GTFO, played the shit out of that game when I was still in its beta. No More Room in Hell, played it. Wait, no, I haven't played that one. I've played a similar one. I've played most of those. None of those sound like they would be entertaining enough games to warrant being something you would watch on stream. Do you see the issue there? Once Human is good now, they added jiggle physics. Oh, okay, so it's another jack-off game. Very good. Very nice. I'm glad that they did that. Kind of want to see you try and go through Monster Hunter World. I might do that. You know what? I've avoided the Monster Hunter games for a very long time. So I'm kind of a Monster Hunter virgin. Never played them. Just never saw the appeal, but maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. Black Desert is the highest up MMORPG on this list. This is the... wait, no, sorry. Sorry, First Descendant is. Black Desert is the grandma to, to First Descendant. It's all about the ass. Lies of P is still pretty high on this list. That's shocking. Fragpunk. Never heard of it. Limbus Company. Heard of it at least. Siege X. Never heard of it. Jesus Christ. Hellcock. Okay, this is one I've seen that a bunch of streamers are all of a sudden playing, and I don't know why. I feel like people are being paid to play this one. But it's got very positive reviews, so maybe it's that good. Wilds is really good, but a little too easy. If he played Monster Hunter World, I will play with him just so I can see him get his ass blasted in real time. Still decent, boring to watch though. That's the thing, is I've got to think about this from the perspective of I don't want to bore you out of your fucking skull. That's why I play games like MMORPGs. Because at least then you just feel suicidal, not bored. I wonder what maniacal shit I would do in RimWorld. You know, I think I've got RimWorld in my library and I just never had the time to pick it up. It's close enough to an RTS that I would probably give it a try. I'll think about RimWorld. But again, also not a new game. Do you see how you've all given up this quickly on thinking about new games that have just released? What FromSoft game have you not played? I haven't played Bloodborne because it's not on PC and I want a 60 FPS release. Darktide's solid. Darktide's pretty good. You know, The Sims 4 is an interesting game because I played The Sims 3 not because I wanted to, but because my ex-girlfriend forced me to. She was a fucking psycho. And she would build these perfect worlds in The Sims. And then she would always make the male character fuck someone else so that then she could justify the female character fucking a bunch of other people. It's so strange. I feel like she was preempting the fact that she was going to cheat on me. And then blame me for cheating on her. To be honest. She was really a psycho. She did some real damage. Seems like you have adult games turned off. No, this is the top sellers list. Adult games is turned on because I'm still looking for a really good adult game that I could play to do a speedrun ban. So she was just turning it into NTR Simulator, pretty much. You know, it's a really fucked up thing, Dog Rock. It really does damage to a human soul. When you find out that the girlfriend, like the person you've been with for 5 years, was having sex with 8 different men in her office. It does some real fucked up damage. Played Honey Pop. I got gifted that game. There's an entire thread on Kiwi Farms about Sims modding community and the fucking drama is the funniest shit ever. From DRM, malware and their porn mods. Nice. Very nice. Yes, I did get cucked. And I left. But do you know what happened? Is I only found out that I got cucked after the relationship was over. It was a valuable lesson to me. The Witcher 3. You know, I have been wanting to play through The Witcher 3. I never got to finish The Witcher 3. Because I had it on PlayStation. And again, my bitch of an ex-girlfriend stole my PlayStation. And I never finished it. Any chance of Ready or Not? It's the basest game in history. I don't even know what Ready or Not is. What the fuck is Ready or Not?
911, this call is being recorded. What is your emergency? I need the police. You need to send the police right away. Come help me. God, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. I'm sorry.
Shoot him.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Ready.
Move, move, move! Take it down! Suspect down! Right is down!
You know, it's always really impressive to watch, like, SWAT teams like this operate. Because I can't tell. I genuinely couldn't tell as quickly as they could that those two characters were black.
Ready? Look out! Drop your weapon! Drop it! Move it in! Officer's down and we need backup! Let's go! Somebody please help! Get back! Still make it out of this. Drop the gun and let her go.
Shoot them both.
So, are you ready?
That man has sausage fingers. That's a weird perspective. That seems interesting, but I don't know. I don't know if I should play that on stream. I don't know if that would be good to play on stream. I'll have to think about that one. Not a bad decision. Not a bad choice. Like recommendation though. Looks interesting. Ready or Not? Read the reviews. Okay. Mostly negative. Oh wait, is this the game that they started censoring the shit out of it? This is the one that they started censoring, right? I completely forgot. This is the one we looked at where they started... Okay. Yeah, fuck that. I don't want to support a game that does that. On mission, you get called on a Twitch streamer getting swatted and find out he's a pedophile furry. I bet he was playing Minecraft. Bought only 3. Wait, hold on. Whole Witcher series is on Steam sale. Ooh. Man, do I go through the whole Witcher series? Nah, I feel like that would be me jacking off on stream. I'd be playing that more for me than anything else. And I'd also do a bunch of dumb, boring shit. That's the problem. Like, the way I play games off stream is I'm the most boring human being on planet Earth. Schedule 1's doing surprisingly well. Watch Mandalore Gaming Pathfinder review if you're thinking of playing it. You know what, to end off, we'll do that. We'll look at that, because I did say I wanted to look at that review. This is really concerning. Holy shit. Look at this. VR chat is here. Man, I gotta come up with a better plan for games. I'm gonna need to think about this. To be fair, Steam charts are stagnant as fuck. Did you play Atomic Heart? Yes. Wait, Atomic Hearts or Atomic Hearth? Armored Core? Ooh, that one's a maybe. Did you notice something though? Did you notice that everyone in this chat is suggesting old games, not new ones? Have you noticed that? Speaking of Mandalore Gaming, time to drop my first vintage suggestion. Arc Fatalis. French first-person WRPG from the early 2000s. Succeeded but was still deleted from existence. I'll keep that one in mind. People are really happy with Armored Core. Expedition 33. That one that one I've got on a separate list already. Same with Armored Core. Damn. Damn, we are in a desert. Holy shit. This is like a divorced man going back to his first wife. And he's been through 5 already. You know what? The pussy was good on that one. I think I'll go back. Damn it. Did you play through the Subnautica series? I played the first game. The problem is there's so much downtime playing that game that I don't think it makes for an interesting thing, though it did give me an interesting fear of deep dark water. Let's see what the MMOs are listed on Steam. Hey look, this is an MMO. Foxhole's an MMO. Game of Thrones is an MMO. Governor of Poker 3. Jesus Christ. Blue Archive X warships. What, so like the anime girls have sex with the warships? VR chat? Lord's mobile games. Oh, fuck. Look up Fantasy Life. This is gonna be a porn game, isn't it? Oh look, it's Animal Crossing. I don't think my kid's old enough to play this, if I'm being honest. You should play Balatro. Yeah, I've actually got Balatro on a list of games that I want to play off stream. It might just replace me playing chess whenever I take a dump. Maybe. Man. Oh, man. Oh, boys. We're in a desert. Sword Art Online. You know, I watched a little bit of Sword Art Online, and it's fucking unbearable. Disco Elysium you can't play on stream because the music is copyrighted and you'll get in deep shit for that. Thought about that one. Pantheon Rise of the Fallen might be something I actually try. How is it that this is exactly like the feeling of opening the fridge and seeing food in it and being like, shit, there's nothing to eat? Damn. It hurts so much. MMORPG games. Sky's not an MMO. I watched my wife play this on an iPad. Fly Cowboy Online. Available in 2026. Get fucked. Star Trek Dragon Ball Xenoverse is an MMORPG. Oh shit, we got more kick spammers. Oh, that's unfortunate. I wanted him to give me a fucking a Discord link. I would actually go out of my way right now to shit on him. To try and sell him a child from India. I'll be the best child slavery India player. Rift is still selling for packs. At quite the expense, Jesus Christ. There was a DBZ MMO, someone made a YouTube video about it. Couldn't have been very good if it didn't get very far. Dave the Diver played that. It was fantastic. It was a very good indie game. Blasphemous played through that a few times as well. I watched my wife play that. That's my wife's favorite platformer 2D game, by the way. Digimon World Online. You know, I always did want to fuck like the angel chick back in the day. Damn, look at it. It really is a desert out here. What happened? What the fuck happened? I can see why there's not very MMORPG genres, and like streamers. Why the content creators who used to cover these moved away. Asmongold moved into politics. Josh Strife Hayes, very interestingly enough, doesn't play MMORPGs on stream. Soda Poppin disappeared to OSRS. He runs events to make things interesting. Jesus Christ. Why the fuck is VR Chat and Fallout 76 listed as MMOs? Because Steam's MMO listings are terrible. That's why. Yeah, Angel Woman, that's the one. Man, what a character design for a sexual awakening, huh? Bunch of kids were like, that's my first love right there. Grim Dawn? Nah, not gonna play that one. Already tried that one out. It's so impressive to see how many positive reviews Fishing Planet has. Heroes Land, what the fuck is this? Some 2D game. Jesus, can you believe it? Wizard 101 is still here. The GOAT. The king is still alive. Valheim, no, that's boring to watch on stream. Valheim, the best thing I did was I played it, I crafted a giant dick house, and then I left. All the other players on the South African server that we all shared just woke up one day, there was a fat cock outside their door, and I was not there. Damn. You know, I might need to speed up with my bullet points with Guild Wars 2, because shit, man. It's rough out here. Steam reviews have an AI problem. Yeah, probably, actually. You have Eidolon in your library. Yes, I do. Shielde, do you want to know why I have Eidolon in my library? Where is it? Where do you think some of these models came from? Where do you think some of these came from? I needed them as placeholders. Until one day I can hire some fucking person who knows what the fuck they're doing with pixel art and animation to make specific ones. So of course I have Eidolon. I needed the models. And I didn't realize that I could get them separately without it. I mean, you still have like 100 hours of content in Guild Wars 2. That's if you actually work on your build and speedrun it. Yeah, the thing is, I'm gonna be playing Guild Wars 2 on stream very differently from how I play it off stream. Because the way I play it off stream is gonna be boring as fuck. There's no way this is not a porn game. God damn it, there's too many furries in gaming. They're just all over the place. Jesus. Yeah, private service for Raiders and Scarlet Blade. You know, I might try and see if I could get the private service running for Wildstar at this point. Wild Assault is a furry COD Overwatch clone. Aha. So it's just kink shaming. That's why I said Kingdom Come Kingdom Come 2 would be more fun to watch. And I say that as someone who has watched 11k hours in Guild Wars 2. You might be right. Turtle WoW Classic. That one I might look at. I might actually finally look at Turtle WoW. That reminds me. How do you spell Ascension? Definitely not like that. It's late, fuck you. I can't spell, I'm retarded. Did you play the story campaign in SWTOR? Yes. But the problem is, SWTOR is a dull game to watch being played. And I'm gonna say this and it's gonna upset some people. A lot of SWTOR is fetch quest the game. And half the time you don't know why you're doing something. It feels irrelevant to the main overarching story of the game. Does that make sense? That doesn't make it not fun to play when you're doing it by yourself, but it doesn't make it a very interesting thing either. God damn. Hold on. Let's see something quick. If I go to Twitch and we go to the Twitch homepage, you know, you people fucking did this to me. I have to now explain this to my wife. I want you to know this. Because you made me click on that fucking Twitch link, this one keeps showing the fuck up. This keeps showing up. Jesus Christ. They're huge. There's no way they're real. That's way too big. You fucked up my recommendations here. Is there an MMORPG category on Twitch? I wonder. Well, my recommendations are already fucked up. What does it matter? We got old school RuneScape popping off right now. We got Towley playing WoW. We got Stoops playing Lost Ark. Is Lost Ark still a thing? Or is that completely fallen off? I kind of gave it a skip because there seemed like there was a lot of botting happening. Still the same. Guild Wars 2, Teapot's going at it. Tibia, old school RuneScape. Don't you love seeing what happens when all the big streamers go offline? Oh, man. What do we got? Old school RuneScape, old school RuneScape, old school RuneScape, OSRS. Oh, all of them just OSRSing it. One WoW player here. WoW? Ion. Oh, there's a game I haven't thought about in a while. Throne and Liberty. World of Warcraft. Throne and Liberty. Oh, boys. Boys, the MMORPG genre is dead. It's all gone. No, I'm not playing the furry game, Super. You saw Rose Online in that list? I missed it. What could I make something interesting out of? Maybe I'm looking at this backwards. Maybe I need to find a game that's dull and try and make it interesting. Has there been an MMO worth trying been released after Guild Wars 2 that hasn't died? Yes, Albion Online, but that's about it. And Black Desert Online, I think that came out after Guild Wars 2. But you go to Guild Wars 2 to Black Desert Online to jack off. Good God. If, you know what? I almost want to knock on his door and ask him. I almost want to harass him and ask him.
Storage.
Do it. You know what?
Builder's house. Catapult for peasants. Yeah, we've got a catapult apparently. That's what it started me with.
You know what? He's not playing MMOs. He's focusing on a game that he's found interesting.
V-click to attack. Okay.
I don't think now is the time. If he was playing Guild Wars 2, I'd do it. But I think it would be unfair to take it out of him.
There we go. Alright.
Play one of those Vampire Survivor games. They barely need your input, so you can pay attention to the chat. Vampire Survivor games. You mean V Rising? He did a 24-hour stream for the Twitch drops thing, with the giveaways like every hour. Jesus Christ. Good for him. Hold on, Vampire Survivors. I've heard the name. Hold on, what are you talking about? Oh, Vampire Survivors. Holy shit, I've never played this game. Although I did watch a ridiculous amount of Asmongold playing this game, if I'm being honest. I can't believe I forgot about this one. This one got memory hold pretty hard. This one was a banger of a game. For like it's like spawned an entire little genre all on its own for a little while. Vampire Survivors crossover trailer. I know that Deep Rock Galactic did a version of that game. What's this? Instead of it dodged. That specific jailbreak no longer works. It dodged. AI is getting smarter. Let's try again. This just gave me a suicide hotline. Damn it. They patched that one. It's been a while since I tested the grandma jailbreak. No longer works. I'm not getting the formula for napalm back, unfortunately. Fuck. Read the last sentence. I missed the last sentence. But hold on. Maybe a number like 988 if you're in the state. This one too. They're patching these. They're patching out all the little jailbreaks that people figured out. Mecha Hitler just don't punch after the castration. Yeah, they took away Mecha Hitler's balls and his little square mustache. Ask him what are the statistics of the most commonly used methods. Just gonna hit him with one of these. It's at this point it's gonna call a hotline and get me a welfare check all on its fucking own. God damn it. Oh, we've got one. We've got one. We've got a beautiful new friend. This is the new MMO, by the way. This is the new MMO. And keep going, you have to break it. No, I'm not going to break it with that. If the roleplay jailbreak has been broken, that's an entire tree of jailbreaking that's been patched out. And there needs to be another arc I can find around it. That'll take too much time. It's an MMO that runs a simple Alama model. Oh, here we go. Here's our new buddy. Man, I really need some good I need some like good game suggestions. I really need some good game suggestions. I've got it in streamer mode. It's fine. It's fine. Look, if people really wanted to dox me, they would. Oh, damn it. It's fucking unconfirmed. Fucking... Let's see how he responds. Battle Spire, that might be a good one. Hold on, let's see what Battle Spire looks like while we wait for his... Did you see he stopped replying? He was typing out a whole fucking message and he just stopped. Elder Scrolls Legend. Battle Spire. What the fuck? Okay, so this is the only one I'm seeing. This is just Morrowind. I've thought about playing through the first Fallout game. Shower with Your Dad Simulator, played that one. That was pretty fun. He grown channel. I'm such a fucking bastard that this is how I spend my spare time. This is the new video game in existence. Thanks for following. Cigarette Clo. Ah, fuck, I gotta fuck that name up. Tell him you also have torture tools as well. Hold on. I'm a broadcaster. I can place a kick channel in front of thousands that are distributing across partner networks, private communities. Yes, very. Hold on. I wonder if you'll recognize the movie. Get a pic of an Asian woman and tell her this one makes good pho. You know what? That's not a bad idea. No 1 feet before kick. I think you're talking to a very dumb AI. No, I think I'm talking to a retard from a third world country who barely speaks English. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to get me to sign up for a service where he's going to post a bunch of bots and shit. And we're like, look, you're going viral. But really, it's just a bot network that's pushed up the view account. Damn, he left. And you will see many people to buy your product. They're so ready to help you with slavery, these people. All of them. Every single one of them are like, yo, I'm down for the slavery thing as long as I make your kick channel blow up. These fucking guys, every single time, every single one of them. Without fail, they do the same shit every time, and that's why it's so easy to just fuck with them. Every single time. What the fuck is Clyde? What do you mean, what is Clyde? Where do you even see Clyde? I don't see no Clyde here. Next time they mention Kick Channel blowing up, pretend to be Palestinian. You know what I should actually do? I think the next one I get is what I'm going to attempt to do is I'm going to try and get him to like admit, like get him on my side, like get him to try and say something like incredibly uncomfortable. Oh, Clyde is probably the bot. It's either the Discord bot. Yeah, this is the app. Clyde. Because this guy's running this through a bunch of bots. It's a Discord bot. Tells you you're blocked. I think this one is actually strapped directly to Discord. This isn't like a separate thing. This is like integrated into it. Damn. That was shorter than usual. I think next time, I'm going to try and get one of them to admit to something like hating Jews. Or I'm going to be like, I need to know you're a real person, so you need to say something like Hitler was right. Or something. Something fucked up. I think that's the best thing I could do. See how long I could string them along. Pretend like I'm going to use their service. But man, all of them are so willing to help me with slavery. It's really impressive. It's not even a bot, it's a direct internal... Well, it shows what I fucking know. Damn. We have to play MMOs in real life now because there's no fucking... There's no fucking hope for the genre inside of games. Oh my god. Right, what have I got to choose from? When it comes to MMOs directly, what do we got? We got Guild Wars 2, obviously. We got fucking OSRS. But I don't know, something feels weird, uncomfortable about hopping on a trend of just playing OSRS. We got Black Desert Online that I've got plans for in the future. You have Xalatath Feet Simulator. Wasn't Xalatath the knife? ESO, fuck no. Extreme Suicide Online. I don't think I want to play that one. No, I have plans for ESO in the future, but I'm probably only going to get to them at like some point next year, maybe. WoW Retail and Classic. Final Fantasy 14 I'm scared of touching because that's more RPG than MMO. Oh, it's because it went off my playlist. That's why I'm hearing that song. That's why. Because for some fucking reason, when you hit the loop button on a playlist, the playlist on YouTube doesn't listen to you. It's really irritating that it does that. Damn. Well, I'll tell you what. I think the best thing I can do right now is have a good think about this. Go to the gym. Consider my options. And work my way through some stuff. Because I've got a lot to consider when it comes to one of these games. Because I really don't want it to be boring for any of you. That, or I'm gonna speed run all my bullet points for Guild Wars 2 and get back to playing that. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been thinking about Guild Wars 2. I still think about it. I need to start playing single player more instead of yet another MMO. I think so. Like, I think here's the issue, right? I like games that give you some degree of choice and variety, not just in some story element, but in the way you choose to play the game. The problem is, if you look at a game like Senua's Sacrifice, you're playing a movie, right? A lot of games don't allow you to have like a wide variety of builds or a lot of variation. It's usually you're pigeonholed into playing one specific way. And I hate that. So we'll end off now with the Mandalore gaming video. And then I'm gonna fuck off, and so are you. Because it's late, and I need to head to the gym after this. I haven't actually seen this one. Very nice. Looks like Divinity.
What in the name of the Green Mother's going on in this crazy town?
After the rabbit hole of adventuring that was Kingmaker, the sequel has now been out long enough to receive its own enhanced edition. And as you might expect, it is a dense, gelatinous cube of features. Once again, part CRPG, part City Builder, part Empire Builder, and part Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So
I'm going to tell you something, Bestia. I'm tired of RPG Maker games because I've played more porn RPG Maker games than any human being ever should, trying to find something worth playing. For a speedrun ban. And let me tell you, porn games are dog shit. I would think with how much money there is to be made in gooning, that there would be a lot better quality games, but damn, it's real shallow.
the ambition is high. Compared to Kingmaker, some areas have been streamlined down for convenience, and others that were intricate before have now reached new levels of complexity. Story-wise, it's also not a direct sequel. It takes place in a completely new land, and besides some Easter eggs, you can start here just fine. I will say that while it's different story-wise, tonally, this does feel like a sequel. Kingmaker had a good amount of low-stakes murder hoboing through the woods, where having rope and tools mattered and it felt like playing Pathfinder with your friends. Even ruling the kingdom, you did have a variety of issues to deal with, but it wasn't super high stakes until the endgame. In Wrath of the Righteous, demons from another dimension invade 4 minutes into the game. The tutorial forest has become the tutorial urban war zone, with demons leaving IEDs in the street and crusaders deciding whether or not to burn children. With that as their starting point, you can imagine what kind of heights it develops into. And
Very
turn,
nice.
what your character can become to deal with that can also get pretty nuts. So it does feel like a natural ramp.
Honestly, play Guild Wars 2. I want to see you in raids. My time with you is coming to an end, I fear. What, did you get AIDS or something? What the fuck does that even mean? You're not allowed to commit suicide. You're also not allowed to kit out your fursuit with ceramic plates and then run into a busy crowd with guns. You could just hang out in Guild Wars 2. You don't need to rush story, just do some outpost chains. You know what? I think I'm probably going to do that. I think I'm going to start playing Guild Wars 2, but playing it a little bit differently, right? I have to get a job soon, and then I have to write my sleeping schedule. Yeah, no, no, you should fucking do that. What do you mean you have to soon? You should be doing that now. Anything you have to do in your personal life is far more valuable than my fucking stream, dude. You should be doing that already. What the fuck are you waiting for? Do that now. God damn it. Your life is more valuable than anything else that's going on around you. Go to bed. You're in the same country as me. What the fuck are you doing up this late? Go fix your sleeping schedule, god damn it. You know what I think? Fuck. I'm not going to focus on this. The problem is I'm not going to focus on this Mandalore gaming video, and I love focusing on his videos because he always leaves these little Easter eggs all over them. So I'm going to save this for next time. I think that's the right decision, because otherwise I'm just going to vegetate out here, and that just doesn't feel good. So this is what I'm going to do. I think the only real choice, the only real option forward is I'm gonna be playing a lot more Guild Wars 2. I think I want to play Guild Wars 2. That's the issue. I want to keep playing Guild Wars 2. And I don't see any comparator that makes me want to play it that seems interesting enough. I have another month of freedom left. No, you don't. You don't have another month of freedom left. You've got 0 freedom left. Do it now. I'm not kidding. You cannot delay on this shit. Especially if you do precariat work or contractual work. Shit runs out fast. Why are you eager to switch from Guild Wars 2? No, I'm not eager to switch from Guild Wars 2, Dabba. I'm looking for something to play adjacent to Guild Wars 2 for moments like this where I'm still writing out and collecting all my thoughts for the Heart of Thorns expansion that I just got through and my first impressions and bullet points before I can then expand it out into something else while I play secondary characters all the time. Does that make sense? Guild Wars 1. You know what? That's not a bad option, but honest. I hope you don't grow your channel because then you'll have Twiggers in your reporting. That's fair. I mean, I've always thought about this, but I'm always going to end up as a literal nobody, so it's fine. I should be fine forever. Fuck. Okay. I'm going to just expedite everything, I think, for Guild Wars 2 so I can get back to playing it. If you play Guild Wars 1, I'll request to join. Well, it's a game you're supposed to play with others in very small groups. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. God. Now that I'm leaving, now that I decided, okay, I'm going to end the stream for today, now you give me the fucking banger suggestions. What's wrong with you? Fuck me. Where was this before? We've been through so many games, I'm pretty sure the next 20 suggestions won't be gold you're looking for either. No, I think you're right. Tried to get him to play Elite Dangerous. I think he's avoiding it. No, right. Elite Dangerous. Fine. This is the last one I'm looking up. Drug reference in... Wait, is this a space game, right? Oh, I've seen some of this. Yeah, no, I've got this on a list already. I've got that one on a list already. So I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to end off here. I think that's the right thing to do. I need to think about this more. But I'm probably just going to rush through my thoughts with Guild Wars 2. Get as many of them out. And then just keep playing Guild Wars 2. Because honestly, it's the only thing I think about now as like an MMORPG that feels worth my time. I might spend a few sessions just fucking around in Guild Wars 2 instead of like going into the next components of the story, or I might decide that I'm going to push through all of the components of like the primary story when it comes to the Living World seasons, the expansions, get to current content, and then go back and fuck around and see all the things that I missed out on. That might be fun, to see how much bigger something is when you see the whole thing and not just the veins. I know I've barely scratched the surface with Heart of Thorns. That's why I'm saying this. I'm saying maybe I go through all the tight components of it. And then I go back and I just explore the shit out of everything afterwards. I've done Mordramoth, by the way. I would be into Living World Season 3 now, I think. So, we're going to end off there. I'll give you a piece of wisdom one more time before I leave. In life, you got two choices. You can suffer, or you can suffer. That's all you've got. You can choose to suffer now, or you can choose to suffer a lot more later. And what I choose is to make you suffer right now with this camera angle. And I think I'd rather suffer my way through the worst parts of Guild Wars 2 than continue to try and look for another game that's just not going to be the same. You're probably going to want to do each more completely, so a Heart of Thorns exploration before you do raids. I'll see. It depends what I feel like. If I miss things, I miss things. I'm going to play it again anyway. It doesn't matter. Jokes on you, the chat's into this. They wouldn't be into the fucking smell because I haven't had water for another 3 days this week. And goddamn, I need a shower. I've got ball funk that could kill a deer from 20 paces. You're lucky there's no smell-o-vision or you'd all be dead right now. My nuts would be classified as a lethal weapon. Now, I'm gonna fuck off. You're gonna fuck off. You're gonna go fix your life. You're gonna go do all the things you were supposed to do. You're not gonna make your dad proud because he left for a pack of Newports and never came back years ago. You gotta stop thinking about him. But you can also think about these nuts.